you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sound for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sound for you.
This the naughty anthem, Jimmy and the band's on. Weight class, walk past, and don't you for ransom. Got a grandson that's handsome and handsome. Spends his income on dim sum to fill time. You talking retention. Me, I'm talking expansion. Got the whole squad, yeah, keep them in detention. And I'm not in the business of taking no tension. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking honey. Got the dark dream bitch, so don't fucking try me. Don't need a nano, cause I'm living my J. Kitty Baji. Run this whole city like a Ramiati. Stay sending people up, I'm seeing the shiny. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guane.
Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sound for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sound for you.
Go ahead, make a rap for your night.
It's a rap.
Hit the ground, spin a rap for your night.
What's going on, everybody?
Don't give a damn to your
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm a soft biker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny,
track for your night.
beautiful, woke, Sharia law having New York City, all the way from the island of Manhattan to the rest of the boroughs. Woke Sharia law has officially been implemented here in New York, baby. Staten Island is now renamed as Stalin Island. I am hungover as fuck right now. Last time that I could actually consume alcoholic beverages before it's officially illegal. But what a good day to be a New Yorker, am I right? I mean, I'm not a New Yorker, but I'm LARPing as one at least. God damn, we are fucking back. Woke is fucking back. Woke Sharia is back. It's all here. It's all happening, folks. We are live. We're alive. It is November 5th, 2025. And god damn, does it feel good to be here. A place that perhaps even some of the staunchest advocates never thought we would get to, right? Hold on. Let me fix this a little bit. Let me make this darker. Hope restored. Cheers. Wow. Hasan Blue Label Piker? Yeah, dude. Had to bust it out. Had to bust it open. Whew. New York stand-up. Look at the comments. What is this? Oh, I saw this already. I already liked it this morning. I liked it this morning. God damn, what a time. What a time to be alive. I'm incredibly hungover. I am incredibly hungover. My shirt says disarm. What's up, everybody? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And honestly, as far as personal news goes, I'm hungover as shit. Because I am 34 years old. And when you drink even a little bit of alcoholic beverages, when you consume any alcoholic beverages, you kind of die. There's not really much you can do about that, unless this is why Islam is the correct religion to follow, because alcohol is haram, and I totally get why alcohol is haram. Oh my God. You are my favorite kind of drunk, just no inhibitions and fluent in Japanese. I don't think you guys understand. That wasn't because I was drunk. That was because I was happy. And I'm not usually very happy. Oh my Lord. Oh, we got Blue Wave Watch Alert. We got Hog Watch Alert. We got so much to talk about, folks. Oh, what a time to fucking be alive, huh? What a time to be alive. Goddamn, joy is back. Hope is back. Woke is back. I feel like I want to throw up. I'm going to be honest. Personal news-wise, folks. I ended the broadcast last night, and we're obviously going to do a recap of all the events that took place. And then I drove back to my hotel to conduct the interview with BBC Radio. And you might have seen it already. I think they released it. I was drunk on that interview. I'll be honest with you. I was not shit-faced or nothing, but I was definitely a little inebriated. And then I got a text from one of my friends who's a advisor, campaign manager, was like, yo, where did you go? And I was like, oh, I had to peel off because I had to do a little media hit, you know? And she was like, we're still here. And I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll come back. So after I did the interview, I slammed the rest of the banh mi that I had, the cold one, and I got back in an Uber and I went back, and I was hiding in the corner away from the crowd that was waiting for everybody to come out. And then we went to a different bar, and there was a little DSA after party at the bar, but I didn't actually get the Caesar on, but I got to see the folks, the good folks of the campaign. Oof. And all the wonderful HasanAbi heads that played a formative role in door knocking. And March didn't even come back with me. But 5 drinks total, baby. That was it. That's all I had. I have 5 drinks, 2 doubles and 1 single, and I'm out. He don't know you anymore, bro? Yeah. Nah, it's over. He don't know me no more. Then I went to sleep. Woke up. Did some more media hits. And was on the I've Had It Ladies podcast live stream earlier this morning. And yeah, that's it. That's it, baby. Grab some gabagool because it's a tough day for the Italians. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? Fuck you. If you're Italian, you know this is a hostile environment. This is a hostile city over here. You already fucking know. You already know what's going on. Hey, how'd it feel to have an impromptu press conference? I'm used to it, you know. This is what I do. I fucking yap. I yap to 30,000, sometimes 80,000 of you every day. So a bunch of journalists is not gonna fucking shake me. But yeah, what a crazy fucking time, huh? Anyway. Oof. Vanity Fair takes you inside a Zoran Mamdani's victory party. Hasan Piker, Cynthia Nixon, mosh pit level excitement, pimple patch merch, and a Fat Joe banger to ring in the win. Someone said they're gonna have to drag him out of there during the press conference. I know, and that was just the press pool. That was just the press pool. And then the canvassers, the canvas leads got in. And oh boy, man, it was good. It was good. You gave the journalists something to unpack.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll talk about all of that. We'll talk about all of that in a second. Let me just blast off real quick, because this is a day of celebration, a day of joy. Zoran's donation page is featuring a photo with March in it. That's awesome. That's funny. There he is. There's our boy. He's right there. When March moved the camera to show all the journalists, chat collectively went, holy shit. Yeah, it was a chaotic environment. It was a chaotic environment, but you know, nevertheless, we persist, right? Whoo, goddamn, I am not doing all right. I'm not doing all right. Okay, folks, I'm not doing all right. I'm fucked up. Okay, hope restored. Dick is dead. We're lived up. Blue wave. Woke Sharia is here. Hogwatch. Absolute meltdown. And new ideology merch dropped. As you guys know, I'm wearing it right now. I was wearing it last night too. Some that you can wear when you go out and do your door knocking. Some you can wear when you go out and protest. You already know. The best protest merch, best door knocking merch that you could possibly get. Do we have a good blast off meme? Sunglasses ID. They're calling you the Pokemon of New York. Thank you. What is this? Okay. Shonda Black called it. What is this? Oh, the Mr. Beast thing. Is that real? I don't even know if that's real. Anyway, hold up. Is ideology your merch? Yes, is the name of my merch. Ideology. Bro, you slammed down drinks last night. Drink water, some electrolytes, get some bread and salt in you. Okay, calm down. All right, I know. Here it is. We're blowing it up. We're blowing it up big time. Transition team is fire. I know, I'm gonna talk about that. Lena, my girl, my lady, my queen, she did me dirty. I was trying to get the scoop. You know what I mean? I was trying to be on the ground floor there. Lena Khan, how are you gonna do me like that? Last night, she straight up looked me dead in the eyes and said, no, I don't have any ambitions of playing a role in politics further. I'm just educating the youth. Okay? Yeah. It was messed up. Messed up. She did me so dirty. Oh, man. I'm kidding. Yeah, I love her so much. She is so amazing. One of my favorites. And I'm glad that she's playing a role in Zoran's transition team. That's going to be awesome, I think. You need to have her back on? Oh, shit. I fucked up the link. Dude, that's how you know I'm fucked up. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Updated the link. Hold on now. That's how you know I'm hungover. Hold on. Here's the new link. I mean, it's the same link. I just edited it. God damn it, dude. More pics of you and AOC. Nice. Gonna talk about the interaction with Free Press. Yeah, I'm gonna get through all of it. You're gonna make a pit stop in Denver to see the once in a lifetime talent Jokic play. If you are not dumb and a bad person, well, Joke's on you, chatter. I am dumb and bad. I'm a dumb and bad person. I'm a dumb person and a bad person. Here's you on Spectrum News. Yeah, we got it all.
It's
We're gonna
impossible
talk about
not
all
to
of
feel
it.
a sense.
We're gonna talk about
It's
all of that.
it's
Baby.
impo-
We're gonna talk about all of that. Is this a desktop only stream today? Maybe. Okay. First of all, I just want to get started by saying welcome to Afghanistan. That's right. That's right. I told y'all. Can't wait for my mandated Quran to come in the mail. MashaAllah. I love New Yorkistan to Mecca and beyond. They gonna put this on Fox News, King. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Afghanistan. Welcome to New Yorkistan. The wokeness and the Sharia is in the air, right? It's palpable. You can feel it. You can experience it. It is electric. And I felt it last night. As you guys know, we traveled over to the Brooklyn Paramount. And on our travels there, I was legitimately anxious. As you guys know, you saw it. Not very good at hiding that sort of stuff. Not very good at hiding it at all. But the reason why I was nervous is because I've been burned before. I have been burned before, right? We've all been there. If you've been a socialist or a leftist for a long enough time, you've been there at the moment of seizing on glory, having it get ripped away from you. So I was not ready to celebrate until the ball dropped. Okay? Until the ball dropped. So, we walked in. And we locked in, right? And I think there were some incredible in my defense, I thought the Hasan Piker ad would work. Yeah, breaking. Someone just put $200K on Andrew Cuomo to win the New York City mayoral election. 1.6 million potential payout. Your best stream, hands down? Yeah, one of my better ones. We had like 90K. That was pretty cool in the chat. A lot of people going crazy. This is cool. HasanAbi swarmed by journalists at the New York City Zohar Mamdani watch party.
Things that I said. Yeah, like I regret things that I say, and I regret things that I will say in the future as well. I'm a human being, and I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a serious political operative by any metric. If Andrew Cuomo decides to present me as some sort of kingmaker, well, he's wrong. I'm just a regular ass dude. But that's probably the reason why I have 70,000 people watching right now, because people want to hear from regular ass dudes as opposed to more buttoned up commentary folk that don't actually represent the interests of everyday citizens. You say you were hoping for 55. Do I regret things that I said? Yeah, like
It was 85K, by the way. My bad. How hungover are you on a scale of 1 to 10? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's like, I'm like at a 5 or a 6. How many cameras do you think you said fuck Andrew Cuomo to? I don't know, but it's never enough. Hey, fuck you, Andrew Cuomo. Suck my dick. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. You bitch. You fucking bitch. You suck. Oh my God. I will keep saying that. Oh my God. Pause. How will I know if you regret what you said? We'll see. Why was Olivia Reingold hovering over you? So that was like a very funny moment as well. The Free Press's very own The lady who did the terrible John Oliver bit, most notoriously wrote that article about how the Gaza famine is not real, or how, like, you know, actually Israel isn't just starving able-bodied children. Israel is starving disabled children. Like, remember that banger article that Benjamin Netanyahu posted? Yeah, the lady that wrote that article for the Free Press was the one who was just like straight up following me around, trying to basically catch me slipping. I don't know. I mean, look at this. Look, and it's so funny that, like, a lot of people don't think that I'm, like, aware of this shit. Of course I'm aware of it, man. I'm not gonna, like, make a big deal out of it in the moment. But, like, of course, she was literally just, like, behind me, hovering around the whole time. Yeah, of course I knew who she was from the jump. You kidding me? But you have to be courteous to the best of your ability, right? But of course, like, there was a point where I think she brought up like another article that she had written about the millionaires leaving New York, and I was like, oh yeah, you like that article? Oh, you wrote that article? I was like, I'm familiar with your other article. Here's the moment.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Oh, okay.
I've seen your work on denying the Gaza famine.
Oh, how you doing?
Hi.
But you guys...
You did do that, though.
Okay, well, anyway, I would love to profile you. You know who I am?
From the Free Press?
Fine.
You already have profiled me. You called me the handsome face of terror apologia. Not you, but your outlet did. Which, by the way, I did not have an issue with at all, because they used a handsome photo. So it was cool.
Well, anyway.
I literally, I put that article on as one of my favorite articles anytime someone asks.
I love how familiar you are with the Free Press.
I'm a media demon. Of course I'm familiar with the Free Press. I do media.
Free Presser?
No, I'm not a free presser. I do media criticism as a part of my job. So of course I'm familiar with the Free Press. What?
I just heard a lot of love for your...
You said the pig was good, so she tried so hard to recover, but you completely broke it after that. You're so trashed in the mirror? No, I wasn't trashed. No. Totally snubbed Amani, who was hella judging the white girl law. That's Amani from Muslim Girl, I believe. Yes, I've known Amani for years. And it was just unfortunate timing for her to be there while that encounter was taking place. But it's so funny because, like, as I was saying hi to her, she immediately recognizes what's going on and she just, like, peels away. It's pretty funny. Amani's the one in the background. But hold on. Oh, shit. Am I fucking... Hold on.
Your outlet did. Which, by the way, I did not have an issue with at all, because they used a handsome photo. So it was cool.
Well, anyway.
I literally, I put that article on as one of my favorite articles anytime someone asks.
I love how familiar you are with the Free Press.
I'm a media demon. Of course I'm familiar with the Free Press. I do media...
Free Presser?
Shahani was literally fucking crying last night on camera. Love that. I love that. I will celebrate those tears. I will celebrate those tears. Those tears will give me the energy I need. Man, you are not allowed to say you're just some irrelevant Twitch streamer anymore. I don't want to hear that shit from you from now on. Brother, I will keep saying that, okay? I'm going to keep saying that. It don't matter. It don't matter if people don't see it that way, okay? I'll keep saying it. I'll let my work speak for itself. You understand? Yeah, I'll stay humble. Wait, what is the lore with this girl? She's the one who wrote the Gazan children are not starving article that Benjamin Netanyahu posted for the Free Press. You got to acknowledge at least you have political motion. Yeah, no shit. I mean, I do acknowledge it. Yeah, she had a crazy John Oliver crash out. It was funny. But yeah.
I do. No, I'm not a free presser. I do media criticism as a part of my job. So of course I'm familiar with the free press. What?
I just heard a lot of love for this press right there.
Yeah, only for that one specific article. But
Okay, well anyway.
nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh my God. Here's her video show chat. Yeah, this is the video that she did as well on top of the. I don't even want to show it. I don't want to show it. Deborah Messing reaction. Oh my God. Oh, that's so amazing. Oh, hell yeah. AOC, a possible future president, stream snipe you. That's motion. Oh yeah, that was dope. Oh God, I hate that the fucking mic was peaking so much. Yeah. It's just like people think I won't keep a similar energy when I'm in person. Like obviously I'll be more cordial, but like I'm still gonna keep a similar energy. Like I'm not gonna, you know, be fake nice. Right? Your mics were still better than Zateo's. The problem with the audio is that it's virtually impossible in that chaotic environment to have like decent audio. It's always gonna peak. You know? It's always gonna peak a little bit. We just have to eat it. More cordial. Oh, yeah, I mean. What is this new ticket for 2028? This ticket looks good. They're everything to me. Yeah, this was a great moment.
Always. These are, people don't understand. They keep telling me like, oh, have you seen these ladies? And I'm like, have I seen these ladies?
Our first fan.
I ride for them on my day one.
Hold on, I gotta grab mine. Oh. Oh my God. Do you like Zateo? Man, I love Zateo. Those are my goats. This is why the centrists and the right hate you, an actual straight shooter. I love Zateo. I love Dropsite. The amount of respect I have for all of the incredible journalism that those guys do. Are you kidding me? I will ride for them. Just like the I've had it ladies, you know? Had to get me a lifeline here. Yeah, I'm gonna have first things first. I'm gonna get a little autistic up in here, if you don't mind me. If you don't mind me cracking some autism pills. Okay? First things first, let's get a little autistic. Okay? It's not Tylenol, but it has the same, it's a dual action. So it's it contains both Advil, ibuprofen, and acetaminophen. So it's literally dual action. It's gonna have the autism component in it too. Because the Tylenol is the acetaminophen. This is a titty twister right here. Okay? So let's crack it. Oh, brother. Woo! God damn. God damn. Yeah, I'm candy flipping. Okay. I just got here. HasanAbi still wasted? No, I'm just fucking absolutely out of my mind hungover, and it comes and goes in waves. So, where were we? Yeah, so we did the whole thing. Oh yeah, New York Post cover today is a banger, and I think they can't even find it in circulation because people have been purchasing it like crazy. On your marks, get set, Zoe, Socialist Mamdani wins race for mayor, and yeah, it's apparently a banger cover. I need one. HasanAbi vindicated. What is this? Oh yeah. Yeah. Exit polling on young men 18 to 29. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, bitch. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh, plus 40? Plus 40? Oh, we're outside. We are outside, motherfucker. Let's go. Oh, the fucking utter vindication to all of my fucking haters, brother. Oh my Lord, the dudes are so back. Oh, the dudes are so back. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. Anyway. Where was I? Okay, so the conservative meltdown is happening. We're obviously going to take a look at that. And yes, we'll talk about Omar Fateh as well. Don't worry. We're obviously going to talk about that too. There's so much going on. And there's a lot of conservative tiers. There's a lot of reactionary tiers. There's going to be a hogwatch. And there's also a Zionist edition as well. Hogwatch Zionist edition. Oh God. Fucking spectacular. Fucking immaculate. Oh my God. It makes me so happy. Oh yeah, made a new homie last night. You guys might recognize him. His name is Bill. Old Bilbo Baggins. Was hanging out with Bill de Blasio quite a bit. Chopping it up. I'm not even kidding. We were chopping it the fuck up, dude. Plotting out where we go from here. Did you know who you were? Yeah. Okay. Speaking of no motion or low motion or high motion, I think in the political world, if you are former politician, current politician, you, especially if you're on the Democratic Party side, you know who I am. Okay? That's for sure. Like, obviously, like average New Yorkers, maybe not so much, but yeah, that's why. I mean, you saw it last night. There was mad people, elected representatives coming up, being like, "Yo, what's good?" You have at least one singular motion. Yeah. So I talked about the free press stuff. There were some very cool moments. Last night. You know, RIP to all the haters. I know seems like nobody at the event had watched the Context Nuke and wasn't familiar with like, you know, Dogtober 7, Shocktober 7. I guess, you know, I thought that was, because if you look at like Reddit, if you get your notes from Reddit, you think like, or all the fucking base boosted Twitter accounts, you would assume like, you know, the whole world despises this guy, but it turns out it's not the case.
We will mobilize. We will make sure that his agenda, his working class first agenda works. All right, here you go. Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Excuse me. Oh my God.
This is insane.
The amount of anxiety that has been lifted off my shoulders.
Yeah, 100%.
I was so fucking worried. I was so worried.
I know the nerves are peaking from the call.
It felt like February in Nevada, where you're like, oh my God, is this happening? And then you're like, oh no.
Yeah, is it gonna happen?
Yeah, so I'm so glad. I'm so glad it happened. But listen, you know this better than anybody else. The job is only beginning.
Oh yeah, this is step one.
And look, people keep asking me like, what do you think? Oh, will he be able to get his agenda across? And I'm saying like, look, there are people like myself. We are ready to mobilize to make sure that we apply pressure where pressure is necessary in terms of showing up, in terms of being loud, in terms of making sure that people understand that there are.
What do you mean by February in Nevada? The year is 2020. It's the month of February, and the Nevada caucus in the Democratic Party's primaries is taking place. The entirety of the media is coming off the first primary that was stolen from Bernie Sanders. And everyone's talking about how the union leaders are actually in support of Democratic establishment picks. There comes HasanAbi Piker. Ambitious, young upstart. For the first time ever, he's decided to take a dive into the streaming thing and basically do it as a full-time job. My goal was to trail Bernie around on the campaign trail, go to all of his spots, do some canvassing, as we did in Nevada and all around the country. The media is covering the Nevada primaries, saying that Bernie's going to lose. But those of us who actually talk to the rank and filers know that the union leadership is in the tank for establishment Democrats, but the rank and filers are not. The rank and filers are on the side of Bernard Sanders. A lot of leftist content creators are coming out saying, no, Nevada is Bernie territory. That night was a unique moment where there was a semblance of hope restored, especially in the aftermath of the 2016 primary debacle, where the establishment Democrats did everything in their power to take out Bernie Sanders, to rat fuck Bernie Sanders. That night was, until last night, the last time I ever felt hope. Because what came after that was an unstoppable wave of disappointment. When you say to any leftist, February, Nevada, they know exactly what that means. The last moment of optimism until it was robbed away. And it took years and years to try and restore it. But we slowly but surely chipped away at it, folks. And we're back at it. We didn't stop. Anyway, that's what I meant when I said February, Nevada.
Uncompromising values here at play in terms of doing right by the working class. Like, I think it's very important that he succeeds.
That's right.
So that, I mean, I know it makes your job a lot easier as well as mine, to be able to tell for you, your colleagues, to be like, no, it works, right? Because this is something I talked to Rashida about as well, where I was like, are politicians just like cynical, or are they stupid? Do they not see that these are like very popular policies?
Yeah, I mean, but we have to prove that we can overcome all of the special interests and all of the money that will pile in. I mean, it's one thing to say that these issues are popular with voters, but it's another thing to say that they are popular enough and strong enough that they can withstand billions of dollars in ads and in what
Oh, yeah.
we, put against you. We stand up for that.
Marsh was doing crazy work getting your acne side the whole night. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I haven't realized how dead I've been until yesterday. Solid decade of despair. Yeah. That time last night when you said you might have killed yourself, had Zoran lost, really concerns me. You may have meant it as a joke, but people don't joke like that typically unless they're holding some dark thoughts. Please consider talking to a professional. You deserve a life, bro. Just my take from a Gen X. Self-care, bro. Self-care. It's fine. I'm memeing. Anyway, listen. Never kill yourself. Suicide postponed. Okay? Come on now. But yeah, that was a cool moment. Linked up with some politics heads. Linked up with some politics heads out there, as you know. There's a generational cope happening in a subreddit right now. What, LSF? Brother, last night's events is unironically the proof that this shit don't matter. Okay? Who gives a fuck what a bunch of sweaty Redditors who never leave their goddamn basements think? Okay? Years and years of desperate attempts of manufacturing outrage, desperate attempts at smearing me and what I've been trying to do have amounted to obviously nothing. Like, it makes my life worse. It makes things harder. It makes things shittier. That's true. But ultimately, how can you look at yesterday being surrounded by you guys, a fuck ton of HasanAbi heads who went out and door knocked and canvassed and was able to play a formative role in successfully, what the hell is going on? My Chatterino's busted. And successfully bring about change. Like, literally, you have to understand something. This community, people in this community that are already a part of the DSA, that are already a part of DSA New York, they went in and they were a part of 100,000 other New Yorkers that phone banked, that canvassed, that door knocked for a Muslim socialist mayor, a Muslim socialist mayoral candidate that was, at the time of our first interaction, polling at 5% in a crowded primary field with no name recognition. Okay? You all played a part in history. And there's a reason why there was so much international attention on this as well. Okay? Like, there was an incredible amount of attention from other global leaders and shit. Like, this is huge. This is a huge deal. And you guys played a role in it. Every single person that went out and door knocked, every single person that canvassed, like, you did this. Okay? I need you to understand. This is why I always say, like, I am just one dude. I'm nothing, right? I am nothing without this community. I'm nothing without you guys. And I'm nothing without you guys actually going out and doing the work. Okay? I'm just one fucking dude. So don't let anybody take that away from you. We are always ready to fucking mobilize. And we did it. We played a role in this. We played a fucking role in history in the making. You did. Right? So we can have a brief moment of respite. And we can actually, breathe for a little bit and celebrate it. Bask in the glory for a brief moment. Obviously, the work is not done. And there are still many mountains to climb, many hurdles to overcome. How concerned were you that the 9/11 comments would negatively affect Zoran's campaign? Honest estimation, I didn't think it was going to work at all, as I told you guys. But you always still worry. You always still have to worry a little bit because I don't know how fucking racist people are, right? And look, it's not a secret, guys. Yes, now that the election is over, we can be open about it. Okay? Yes, of course, I am fairly well connected with not only Zoran, but also the campaign. Okay? And yes, of course, I was very deliberately, after the 9/11 stuff blew up, very deliberately standing on the sidelines. Okay? It's not, I was doing that on purpose because I was a little worried, no matter what. Okay? Unfortunately, there are a lot of very wealthy individuals who have, who clearly consider me to be a significant enough figure to try and disparage as aggressively as they did. I mean, think about it. Michael Bloomberg literally dumped $3.5 million into running that fucking ad. Okay? In the very last moment. In the very last moment. So, I didn't want to ever be a burden, right? Are you saying you were a part of the campaign behind the scenes? No. I wasn't a part of the campaign. I'm just saying that I was lending as much help as I can. Okay? It's crazy to me how much they fucking spent. How much they spent on that shit. The Fix the City stuff. The 22 billionaires that spent 26 million. It was actually fucking crazy. You're in Al Jazeera's new Zoran doc? Yeah, I know. We filmed that a long time ago too. But at the end, was he who you had a secret meeting with last week? No. And yes, we will have guests on today as well. But basically, I mean, Sean is right. It's impossible to quantify how badly associating Zoran with Hasan backfired. Literally, all he did was make Hasan more popular, and Zoran was completely unaffected. I don't understand. Why are these guys celebrating? They should be worried. They should be worried in my presence, right? They should be frustrated that I'm there. It's so weird. It's so crazy. is so strange. Yeah. Dave Jesus, I'm no great fan of Trump's, but if you're going to posture that saying someone is disgusting, ugly, nasty is the equivalent of calling for young children to die slow deaths in their mother's arms, then I've misjudged you. Yeah, he's talking about the Jay Jones story. And David says they're not equivalent, but you see why Dem got cynical. If Jones had texted that stuff about Mike Pence and protests on January 6th, he'd be walking around with a full pardon. The bar is low now for everybody. Same story in New York. Cuomo endlessly attacking Mamdani for appearing with Hassan Piker as if most people aren't desensitized to a politician going on a podcast who says offensive stuff. And I'd be willing to wager 98% of everyday New Yorkers who saw those attacks regarding Piker had never heard of him, rendering it pointless. People can relate to expensive housing and groceries and transit, not old comments made by a media personality. Only hardcore leftist New Yorkers know. Yeah. So that's it. It's just like, it was not going to work. I don't have enough, I'm not I am not a Nick Fuentes style figure, right? My national relevance, albeit limited, is not negative. And these guys can try, as they did for the past 2 years, with vicious smears, calling me a dangerous anti-Semite, a terrorist, all this stuff, right? Like, most people arrived at my position that I was at on Israel. The landscape has changed. The media environment has changed. People's attitude towards like past statements and how relevant they are has changed. Funniest thing I saw was people claiming that you were centering yourself as though Andrew Cuomo did not spend millions on attack ads against you. I know. It would have been much better if I got no mention whatsoever from the super PACs that were on Andrew Cuomo's side or Andrew Cuomo himself. It would have been awesome. I hated that. I don't like that kind of attention. I don't even want to have people feel like there could have been a negative impact. I don't want to feel like I could have had a negative impact. I didn't think that that was going to be the case. But having said that, it obviously didn't work. But yeah, it's so funny. Anytime something like marginally good happens, it's always so funny that like the dudes whose primary investment into this world is just like attacking me on Reddit and shit will try to find a way to turn it into something silly and stupid. This ain't about you, dog. No, it's not. It's not about me at all. It should have never been about me. That's my point. This is what I said to NBC News.
On next to imagery of the Twin Towers falling.
I mean, he's a racist. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he was. Not only is he incredibly racist for trying to associate his historically significant Muslim mayoral competition as somehow being affiliated with 9/11 in the most like sinister way, which he basically gave the game away on the Sid Rosenberg show when he straight up agreed with Sid Rosenberg that Zoran would cheer on another 9/11. Like this is an unacceptable form of bigotry. It's the type of
You and Zoran.
I even expanded on that. I said it's the type of bigotry that even Donald Trump, regardless of how much bigotry he traffics in, has not entertained. You were so drunk during all these interviews, Lamont? No, I wasn't. Sorry, dumb question. Are you disappointed that Cuomo got as many votes as he did? I wish it was a bigger landslide. We'll do a serious assessment of all that. But I do think that it was because they activated a lot of Republican voters in New York that normally wouldn't participate in the mayoral elections because it's an off year, and also because What is this? After October 7th, my two Norman coworkers brought you up without me saying anything and said they thought the story was bullshit and how you have crazy haters. They ain't deep in the politics hole. You have the coworker vote. Yeah. Seeing clips like that helps ground my mind. Like, oh, actually people who are employed and go outside or are involved in real world shit aren't cracked down on subreddit. Yeah. But because we spend so much time, online, like most normies do as well, it does have the capacity to change people's attitudes, which, you know, I don't appreciate. But yeah, no, most people are just going about their day, man. They're not as invested in this shit as those who constantly keep pressing it. It's all good. It is what it is. Hasan is slowly turning into Stavros. True. I'm gonna be sexy like him one day. Yeah, there was a really funny moment. Hold on, where is it? There's so many fucking media hits. Yeah, it's so funny that every Republican who hired 28-year-old groypers to run their social media are now just sort of stuck posting like this. Now launch the nuke. Representative Mike Collins. Jesus Christ. Was the score the one you expected? Yeah. I mean, it's great. You know, over 50%. A lot of fucking hog tears. A lot of Zionist tears. All that good stuff. But, you know, there were many moments like this one.
Always. These are, people don't understand. They keep telling me like, oh, have you seen these ladies? And I'm like, have I seen these ladies?
Our first fan.
I ride for them. I'm a day one.
Day one.
Always. These are
All right, what else? What is this?
possible not to feel a sense of hope for a better tomorrow for the first time in a long time, especially with the way things are going with the Trump administration.
Deborah Messing, always, forever in our hearts. Some cool photos from the victory rally, the victory party. Can we get the Spectrum News clip? I don't know where it is. But yeah, oh, this was the best one. This is my favorite. This is one of my favorite clips from the night. Streamer Hasan Piker appears on live news of the Cuomo election event as Take On Me plays. I love this song. Cinema. What happened? What happened? What happened? Also, I'm not noticing any movement in the fucking Cuomo crowd either. I thought they'd be scared of the dangerous terrorists. What happened? Will reacted to it?
There's no way. This isn't real. This is not real. This is AI. AI, there's no way. There's no day one. This has to be fake. And Take On Me was playing. This music is not added. You're telling me that at the Cuomo rally, ready day one, there was Hasan on screen and they were playing Take On Me. Take On Me.
They were having the worst time at that fucking party, man. It's awesome. It's so awesome. It's like that famous bar scene when they all cheer, but instead it's just a Cuomo rally, Lamau. Yeah, it's scripted. The life is scripted. Real life is scripted. Okay. Yeah, I also tweeted at Andrew Cuomo. You know, I know he's looking for a job. I can get him to, I don't know, clean my toilets or something maybe. And, you know, he'd get paid very handsomely for it. Probably more, I mean, definitely a more honorable profession than cleaning Benjamin Netanyahu's toilets. So I say, yo, Andrew Cuomo, I'm hiring. I know you don't have nothing else going on. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, baby. Pissing my pants at a bagel boss in Nassau County this morning, and everyone is watching ABC News 7 like... Yeah. That was fun. That was cool. Oh, this was a funny thing too. So yeah. Isn't he moving to Miami now or something? I know he's supposed to be, right? He's supposed to be moving to fucking Miami. Chop chop. Get to it.
Again, you've been a famous fixture in this election campaign.
I know.
How many new followers have you gotten because of Andrew Cuomo?
I don't know, but all the grandparents that are furiously Googling Hasan Piker 9/11, I hope you saw all my meat pics. I posted it for you, Grandma. All the grandmas out there.
Again, you've been a famous...
Meat pics for Grandma. You're on Telemundo, Hasan? Telemundo. Yeah, I did all of it. The alcohol was flowing. At that point, I might have been getting a little bit crazy with it. Saying meat pick on news is crazy. It's not that crazy. Pick of your presser farming aura. Hasan is holding a press conference at the Zoran victory rally. Yeah, so Jeff is my goat, okay? You know, he's a Politico. Maybe he's not, you know, I thought he would have been more hostile to someone like myself, but he just straight up defended me, if you guys remember. When the Cuomo, I talked to him after as well. When the Cuomo campaign or the PAC was like, he was at the, I can't believe he was invited to the Zoran rally as a special guest. And he was like, yeah, he did, as a member of the media. And, you know, he should be invited to other events as well as a fucking member of the media. Like, what are you talking about? Politico's actual Springer? No, I know. Freddie Hayward glazed you in the New Statesman. You got to be, listen, in the middle of the mass reporters at the Mamdani rally, Mamdani party answering questions, Hasan Piker. Dude, this was a gaggle.
What happened?
70,000 likes on this. Oh, we're so back. Woke is back. Woke Sharia law is back, boys. Woke Sharia law is back, even on Twitter. God damn.
Yo, what happened? Hey, what happened? I thought that 9/11, Hasan loves 9/11. What happened? What happened? I thought that was a successful campaign strategy. What happened? Bitch. Andrew Cuomo, fuck you. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. Bill, hey, Pac-Man, Bill Smokes Crackman, fuck you.
Connor is out destroying lies out here. Yeah, I saw this one. He said, you should have asked Cuomo over the press invite. You guys could bond over your shared reputation with women. And he's replying to, well, I can't even see the fucking post. But this is both lowbrow and highbrow political commentary. You get it both, okay? You get to experience both at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Funded by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Oh, I saw this. This is funny.
Who the hell is that? What is happening right now? You're from California.
Here's Zarm predicting the attack ads on stream, on your stream. Oh, you got the donuts right there?
Take a look at the guys that are going to be spent multi-million-dollar opposition pieces on.
Oh my God. Okay, someone needs to do a fucking aura edit off of that. That's crazy. He literally clocked. I mean, of course he knew it from afar, but wait, what were we? Do you want to bring out the donuts?
I'm just staring at my attack ads in the face.
Oh, you got the donuts right there?
Take a look at the guys that are going to be spent multi-million-dollar opposition pieces on. Thank you, man.
What do we got here, Ali?
These are Fairney donuts. Caramel custard, rosewater glaze, pistachios on top.
Three? You brought three for each. Well, so what are we doing?
This is abundance.
Are we
Not all for you.
are we gonna try to see who can eat it faster?
No, please.
All three. Do you work out?
Not for everybody. So
Do you work out?
Not really.
No.
No.
How do you stay in shape then?
Oh, come on.
You're in great
Can you say
shape.
that to the camera?
No, you're in
Come
great
on,
shape. I'm not glazing. I'm serious.
But if we were glazing, we'd be making these Fairney donuts.
Yeah.
Because they're
God, he
glazed.
is so fucking corny. I swear to God. Corny ass motherfucker, bro. I can't believe this dude is the mayor. I can't believe I got a fucking direct. It feels so surreal. It feels so insane that this dude is now the mayor of New York, brother. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? How is this possible, bro? I mean, yeah, the title of this interview was Talking with New York City's Future Mayor. Go back and watch the clips. I saw an earlier one where I'm actually making a joke about Eric Adams and how he like sicked the police on the pro-Palestinian protesters. I was actually kind of throwing him lobs. Basically, this post went crazy. I mean, it got only 3.7K likes. I don't know if it went crazy, but we already covered this. Yeah, yeah. This was a cool aura moment. Did you get to speak with him last night? No. I talked to him briefly today. Bro, I'm not gonna fucking be like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to? Are you up? The man is the mayor now. Yo, can we hang? Hey man, how you doing? Can we hang? I'm also not like that close with him. Dude, this literally predicted everything. Oh yeah, you're an eater. You're a feeder and an eater. You're a real ass eater.
Maybe you could have arranged those words a little differently.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. Man. You got to get the post game. You got to get the post game interview. I know. We will get there. We'll get there when we get there. Do you think he really knew they were going to spend all this money attacking you? No, brother, he is also, look, everything that they say about me, they can say about him. He knows that. Okay? That's it. So they were trying to do that to the best of their ability, to be like, see? Also, scary socialist Muslim running for mayor, scary socialist Muslim that's hyping up the scary socialist Muslim running for mayor. We are both 34-year-old Muslim socialists. Anything, and he has a long history of anti-Zionist activism as well. So obviously, that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to do the word association, basically. And I guess, like I said, the silver lining was that every moment that they spent attacking me is a moment that they didn't attack his dad, for example. Because, like, Mahmoud Mamdani has some bangers, okay? As an academic whose work revolves around Islam, whose work revolves around Orientalism, whose work revolves around resistance groups, colonialism, it was a target-rich environment, you know? Like, he has many different points of association. Another person that was not as prominently featured around the campaign is Linda Sarsour. Like, you just have to, you just have to kind of have to play ball, and there's not really much you can do. You just kind of have to eat it, right? As I've explained to you guys before, because if you don't eat it and you make that a primary focus of your campaign, then you're going to lose out on a lot of people who are trying to figure out what your goals are, right? But maybe that's just cope. I don't know. But nothing funnier than all the cope from people being like, your association with the campaign was bad. Yeah, totally, dude. It was so bad. Yeah. I was there when he first met him, and I knew it was a legendary moment. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. I didn't think it would get to this level, you know what I mean? Shabbos Kastenbaum. I don't care if there's Armand Downey's an anti-Semite. Wait, what? That's crazy. You probably should, if he is, right? He's the next mayor. I care that when the next mayor of New York City looked at this video, he decided to actively campaign with a guy who insists that America deserved 9/11. American deserved 9/11. He got so horny, he said American deserved 9/11. Mamdani is many things. A New Yorker, he is not. Nice, man. I think you got to give it up at this point, brother. High quality drop site clip from last night. Yeah, we'll look at that as well. That was another cool moment. But yeah, anyway, Jeff Colt says, leftist streamer commentator Hasan Piker is here at the Mamdani election night party, surrounded by press. Cuomo attacked Mamdani relentlessly for appearing on a stream ahead of the primary, given Piker's history of controversial comments.
Almost at 50%. Almost at 50%. Almost at 50%. Hasan Pike in the building. Hasan Pike is in the building. Hasan's been ducking me. I won a weightlifting contest. You're ducking me.
Oh, really? You're going to call me out like that? Really? That's crazy.
Hey,
that's crazy.
They was like, he won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit? Yeah. He won't condemn Hasan Piker.
Brought it up twice.
How do you feel about a socialist mayor of New York?
I feel electric. I feel amazing. I feel like being uncompromising in your values, whether it be about touching that third rail of speaking out against Israel, or primarily focusing on affordability in your campaign strategy, turns out very effective. It's something that I know you know. It's something that I have spoken to every fucking Democrat about. Can I curse on some? I'm sorry. It's something that I fucking talked about but every Democrat that's like, oh, why do we keep losing? I'm like, this is why. And now I can just point to Zoran and say, hey, he did it and he won.
A certain subset of Reddit realizing in real time last night that being chronically online is not the same as real life. Yeah. This is a reminder to all of you. Fuck the noise, okay? Fuck the noise. The noise that comes from Reddit or reactionary spaces online, but even fuck the noise that comes from the campaigns, right? Like, I mean, this became a fixture of Andrew Cuomo's like line of attack against Zohran Mamdani, and even then, it was nothing. It was nothing.
It's all on.
You know what they called it during the Cold War? The threat of a good example.
Yes.
Right? They don't want him to succeed. Now,
Yes.
Jamal, how worried are you that they're going to throw the kitchen sink at him now?
I'm always worried
Cut
about
funding,
Zohran because they've been throwing everything at him already. That's why we got to be there for him, surround him, uplift him, pray for him.
You're going to be in the administration?
Oh, I have no idea.
He's gonna start cracking his skull.
The funniest Reddit comment saying Zoran has the same view on Israel-Palestine as Ethan. Okay. Yeah. Whatever, dude. Let him celebrate the Zoran victory as well. It's good. There's definitely a shift there. Hold on.
Jamal, you are so big. You are so strong.
We have the big boy stream right now. That's true.
Just this scene right now is killing people around America.
It's crazy.
Right now, Bill Ackman is writing a very long tweet.
At Mamdani headquarters.
Hey,
Jamal Bowman.
smoking on the Bill Ackman pack tonight. Smoking on the Bill Crackman.
We're taking on all right-wing, fake MAGA tough guys. Hasan and Jamal coming to your town. Let's get on the bench press.
He's not even from
Let's
New
get it
York.
popping. It don't matter. We gonna make it
I
work.
illegally voted for Zohran Mamdani 65 times. Get at me. Get at me.
That's right.
No helping, bro.
That's
He's
right.
He's won now. He's won now. But now socialist is not a dirty word anymore.
What do you say?
Socialist is not a dirty word anymore.
Well, that's why they jumped to communists, right? You gotta be a communist.
Yeah, you got
Socialist. They immediately jumped to communist. Socialist not a dirty word anymore. Democrats, listen up. Take some lessons. Don't get on your Ezra Klein nonsense. Don't let Ezra Klein analyze what happened here.
They won't. What are you going to do tomorrow when people say, but Mikey Sherrill won in New Jersey and Abigail Spanberger won in Virginia? What are you going to say?
Well, this is the other pushback, right? This is all a referendum on Trump and fascism in America as well. Because Democrats across the Big Ten have won in different places all over the country. So that's something to celebrate as well.
Oh, yeah.
But let's not, we cannot undermine or play down what Zohran and his team have accomplished here. I mean, he's polling at 1%. No one thought he had a chance.
Not me.
Okay? And he ran an excellent campaign. He's obviously an exceptional
You
candidate.
believed in him, Jamal. I have a text from Jamal where he says, I fucking told you so.
That was primary.
Yeah.
Listen, hopefully this is.
Bro, I'm packing this moment up in my mind palace and going back here anytime I feel bad. Anytime I feel bad, I'm going back to this moment. Oh God, it is very important. It is very important to take the victories that you get. Okay? It is very, very important. Because I think that is a important part of maintaining that revolutionary optimism that I talk about all the time, right? That is a big part of it. Brother, you said smoking that Bill Crackman on Zeteo? Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude. What do you want me to lie? Did you think you'd be at this place post October 7th when 1/3 of the community, 1/3 of the people left the community? No. But to be fair, I never thought that I would even reach any level of political recognition. You don't think you're gonna get there. I didn't have like any sort of major aspirations. But that also helps me feel more excited. Like that helps me feel more optimistic. Who is Deborah? Why does she need to drink her lithium? Oh, Deborah Messing from Will and Grace. Why did you lose 1/3 of your community? Because people were not ready to hear. After what they saw on October 7th, they were not ready to hear someone be like, no, Israel is the reason why this happened. They were just not ready for it. You know? Remember, being left means you're right too early. Yeah, we're all premature anti-fascists. But, you know, let this be a reminder. Let this be a reminder that as long as you stay true to your message, as long as you know that you are on the right side, as long as you are trying to help others, just let all that fucking hatred wash over you and just dig in and keep pushing. And you never know what'll happen on the other side. And that's it.
It's all about a vision of a new democracy, new possibilities, hope and joy and humanity in our politics. That's what we need.
On the subject of humanity, Hasan, I've got to ask the question. You and I and others have been facing an explosion of Islamophobia in recent weeks.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know, no idea. Nobody wants to deport us.
Yeah.
Seriously though, a Muslim is the mayor of New York City. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel pretty good. I've never really cared much about like demographic representation until I saw a 34-year-old Muslim socialist run for office, and I was like, damn, that feels pretty fucking good. And then very quickly I realized, oh my God, it feels pretty bad, because when they're attacking him, it feels like they're attacking me. Yeah. And then they started attacking me.
They literally did. You were invoked at multiple debates.
How did you react when they said, do you condemn? Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah. I knew it was gonna happen because guess what? All these fucking dumbass billionaires are extremely online. This is the most Twitter fucking focused presidency of all time. Get the fuck off Twitter and start doing good governance is what I say to these dipshits, but they are so slammed into their fucking phones and they're just like, oh, I hate this guy. I hate this fucking guy. It's like, I'm a Twitch streamer. You shouldn't know me. You should not know what I represent. You shouldn't know what I represent. Look who it is.
Oh my God! Oh, now we're gonna cause some real trouble.
Look at that.
Did he vote 65 times? We got Mahmoud Khalil is here. Mahmoud Khalil is here, and he voted 5 times. He voted illegally 5 times.
I know you go away from these guys. It's too much. It's too controversial.
Mahmoud Khalil, how do you feel tonight?
I mean, I don't know how anyone feels today. Like this campaign proves what politics actually is. You know, rooted in justice.
We got the public advocate. Oh, congratulations. Giovanni Williams is here.
We shook up the world.
He shook up the world.
We shook up the world.
You were one of the earliest people to endorse.
What a fucking night, man. What a goddamn night. Yeah, this was the New Statesman that wrote about it as well. He cracked open his Sanusi. I saddled up to Hasan, and he said he wanted to grab a drink. He ordered a Johnny Walker Blue Label at the bar, cracked open his snus, nicotine pouches for the uninitiated, and said that he spoke to politicians all the time, and they ask, where do we go wrong? What's the problem? And I have to explain to them that you haven't centered the working class in your politics. You haven't centered affordability. Mamdani's campaign did not unite all of New York. Okay. It wasn't a snus, it was a zin, but it's fine. Of course, Ross Douthat came out, and we're going to talk about the centrist chirpers. We're going to talk about the centrist chirpers, and we're also going to talk about the right-wing tiers as well. I know this is New York Post, but it's kind of iconic. No, I know. This is literally impossible to find on the newsstands right now in New York. Okay? It is impossible to find on the newsstands out in New York because everyone is purchasing copies by the dozen. I'm not even joking. Like, this is such an iconic piece of newspaper that they are selling it on fucking eBay, dude. It's not an edit, that's real. It's even prettier in person. Oh, beautiful. Selling around $26 shipped on eBay right now. Bulwark says Zoran only won because of bad candidates in New York City and that we needed more CIA agents like Hamburger Law. The TikToks are golden.
See what happens when you listen to your mother and father, you love your mother and father. Yeah, see you think that Zoran is pretty going to the bar and drinking, yeah? That's what you think he's doing, huh?
Yeah.
No, he's not going to the bar. He's not like you got 4 a.m. wasting your bloody time going, I want an angel shot. Oh, I want a green tea shot. Ooh, I like a pickleback. That's not what Zoran is doing. He's listening to his mom and dad. All the Kumon lessons we wasted on you. And yeah, he went to Bronx Science, and you? Where did you go? Huh?
But Daddy went to Bowdoin and it's kind of like an art
Forget
school.
the bloody Bowdoin. You're supposed to go to Dartmouth and break the game. Your poor mother sitting every day in the kitchen, huh? Soaking the badam for you for the exam and all that. Look what you did. Look what you did with her. He's mayor of New York City. His mother.
All the Kumon lessons. Oh no.
Father could hold their head high with pride.
Yeah. I feel bad for the daisies, okay? I feel bad. Y'all are cooked, okay? The expectations were already high. You were probably not going to meet it. But now it's even worse. Now it's even fucking worse. I graded papers at Kumon, truly a hellhole. All right. We also have all right, let's get into it. So yeah, I talked about the Bill de Blasio thing. I talked about the vindication, the impressive numbers as far as young voters. Here's a couple other clips that we'll go through, and then we'll move into some of the other stuff, because like I got to talk about Van Jones, and I got to talk about the ADL's response, and I have to talk about Alan Dershowitz, who said he was going to kill himself, but I don't think he is. We'll talk about Sean Hannity crying, and the billionaires not leaving even though they promised. Here's my drunk BBC interview.
Because he did the thing that I've been telling people for years at this point, which is that he centered the working class and all of the issues that they were experiencing in his platform. And
damn, the bots are here too in the Blokes Broadcasting Corporation.
Lo and behold, it turns out the working class responds fairly positively to a platform that seeks to at least solve some of the issues around affordability that they're experiencing.
Was it the working class, though, or was it a group of people who were excited by him because of who he was? In other words, does identity still count? Did it still count? Or is affordability the single reason why he won?
This is a person who was relentlessly hounded in the last 2 weeks of his campaign about his background, being falsely tied to 9/11, a heinous act of terror that New Yorkers experienced in 2001, over and over again, simply due to his Muslim background. So I think, if anything, his identity was not a galvanizing factor, but instead a hurdle that he had to overcome. And I think he did a fantastic job with that, because he centered his issues, no matter what they threw him, back to the policies.
We must get the government back.
Yeah. What do you think about Psychot, Chakrabarti running to unseat Pelosi? I'm a fan. You'll see. We'll link up and build. Don't worry. Adam was there, but not Stavi, Cuomo supporter. No, Stavi was doing a Hollywood Halkia shit, and he has to fly out for a tour. I'll give you guys the rundown there. He wanted to come and he couldn't, unfortunately. I also unfortunately didn't get to see Mero there. He was trying to find me, but we couldn't figure out where people were. Oh, Hannah posted me. Hannah Einbinder, HasanAbi had Hannah Einbinder posted, said, "Me, good things are possible." Adam's still in the pocket of the Cuomo dynasty. Adam Friedland on the collapse of the Cuomo political dynasty.
Your favorite newscaster? Tough news for the Cuomo family.
It's a rough one, but we'll be back.
We'll be back?
This is the most you've ever smiled on stream. Happy Hasan, not used to seeing it. Yeah, because shit sucks. Okay? Shit normally sucks. Shit sucks dick and ass. What do you mean? If you're on the correct side of politics, if you want to do right by others, remember that you're going to eat a lot of shit. No matter what your background is. Okay? And you just have to keep pushing through it. And then hold on to these glimmers of hope. These exciting moments, you know? The problem is, by the way, Omar Fateh, in the final round he left. He lost. Fateh made up considerable ground, but needed to be ranked second for about 71% of the remainder, and it just wasn't enough. And he lost. And I do feel as though I could have done more there, and unfortunately, like that I do feel very bad about. I was a Fateh voter, and it mainly came down to everyone but policy. He didn't have the same charisma or perfect public speaking as Mamdani and Frey, while disliked, didn't have some crazy scandal. In the end, I think a lot of people thought Fry was good enough and not worth the risk, even though Fateh's policies were strong. Of course, there's racism too. Yeah. We'll get him next time, you know? You just got to come back from it. Think about Cori Bush. Think about Jamal Bowman. Two people that were right but too early and were attacked relentlessly with a unlimited faucet of AIPAC back attack ads, specifically because they were on the right side of history, but they were too early. They were loud, they were outspoken, and unfortunately, they were punished mercilessly, ruthlessly for that. Oh yeah, this is a fire photo. I saw this as well. This is dope. And you know, you just can't give up. You got to get back in. People make mistakes. Or sometimes people are not ready for it. It is what it is. Have you seen this Rudy Giuliani post? Fucking idiot. Yeah, the Democrat Farmer Labor Party cooked Omar. They really did. By forcibly pulling his endorsement after he secured it. That was crazy, man. And also Tim Walz. That was also a shitty thing that he did. Can't believe it. But let's hear from AOC on her assessment of what this night means. And then before we get to the transition team, I do want to bring up the fact that a lot of Democrats are refusing to talk about Zohran Mamdani, which has been interesting. Like, top Democrats are hyper focusing on Spanberger and Mickey Sherrill, which are significant victories, by the way. But it's kind of silly to not hype up the Zohran W here, because like it is an internationally relevant race. And I cannot believe that despite its international significance, these guys are just like trying to just be like, oh yeah, it's just another Democrat one. Who cares? Like, oh, it's just New York. And we'll talk about that. And we'll talk about what the significance of that is and how the establishment Democrats are using this as a way to avoid their left flank and talking about their left flank. But here's what AOC had to say last night, and then we'll talk about Van Jones.
He had to not just defeat a Republican. He had to defeat a Republican and the old guard of the Democratic Party at the same time. He was fighting a war on two fronts and not just one. And he still won resoundingly. And I think the message that sends is that the Democratic
Punjabi MC in the background is fire. That's so funny.
Party cannot last much longer by denying the future, by trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation of diverse and upcoming Democrats that have the parties, the actual party, that are actual electorate and voter support.
Yeah, it's true. It's a banger. And we'll talk about Zohran. I don't know how the fuck this dude is still out and about, by the way. He's still pushing. Psycho. Absolute psychopath, okay? Someone check for PEDs, okay? This is not normal. Check his computer. This is not normal. I genuinely don't understand how he is capable of this level of dynamism. He was doing an interview at 7 a.m. on Good Morning America with George Stephanopoulos. How is that possible? In Zohran Mamdani's first interview on Good Morning America, he says he has a mandate to enact his affordability agenda on President Trump. He says his threats are inevitable and they're about intimidation. How is that possible, bro? This dude was out. This dude was out late. We're not used to a young politician. Brother, I'm the same age as him. I cannot keep up with his ass. What are you saying? r/Democrats ban mentions or posts about Mamdani. Yeah, I saw that. It's Reddit. It's fucking Reddit, man. They're so delusional. You are mentally 55. I'm sorry. All right, well, we'll look at the exit polls in a second. Let's watch this.
Good morning, New York City. Thank you. Last night we made history, and today we begin the work of making a new administration. Welcome to the transition.
This is the period over the next few months where we build a city hall that delivers on the promises of our campaign, to make New York City affordable and to make government accountable to the people it serves. As we prepare to govern, we'll start announcing the leaders who will help implement our agenda. People like deputy mayors who oversee entire areas of government and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. These appointments will be driven by excellence, integrity, and hunger to solve old problems with new solutions. Talking to organizers on the front lines of the fight to improve our city, government veterans with proven track records, policy experts from around the country and the world, and working people who know better than anyone what our neighborhoods deserve. And this will be a period, like the campaign we ran and the city hall to come, defined by transparency. Because New Yorkers deserve a government they can trust. On January 1st, I will be your mayor. New Year's Day and a new era for this city. Oh, and one more thing. Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again. This transition requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can meet this moment. And it will be made possible by the people who built and believe in this movement. So I hope you'll make a donation at transition2025.com. Now let's get to work.
Fuck yeah. And boy, is that a beautiful transition. Does anyone have the clip of Van Jones hitting the anti-Zoran lines? Here is CNN's Van Jones. Not a fan of Mamdani's angry far-left rage-filled victory speech. Managing editor of Newsbusters is the one who's posting this, by the way. Newsbusters is a right-wing think tank, a right-wing oppo shop, and they're cutting Van Jones clips off of CNN. Let's take a look.
That we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think,
by the way, his acceptance speech is a historic one. Okay? It was his best speech so far. And not only was it his best speech so far, I can't remember a time where I have heard any politician, regardless of what level they're at, whether it be running for mayor, whether it be running for president, whether it be running for Senate, governor, whatever, I cannot recall a single time post-Obama where I have heard a politician deliver a speech and I'm listening to it and I'm thinking, this will be written about. Okay? It was his absolute best speech. Like, there were funny moments that turned the volume up. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. Coming out of the gate swinging with class first language. Okay? With a Eugene Debs quote. Like, I'm telling you, there was something there. It was electric. He did not pull punches. And I think the reason why Van Jones is behaving this way is because obviously he's a stooge for Israel. He quoted Mario Cuomo, which was incredible.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
As we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands.
Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor. Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars. Knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Man, I need that hoodie, Hasan. Well, you can get it at ideology.shop. You can get it at ideology.shop. Union made, US made. The back is even cooler. The front says disarm, but the back is even cooler. Yeah, here was Scott Jennings and Van Jones tag teaming this speech.
The White House should be listening?
I mean, look, these are blue states, and Democrats were supposed to win.
It is really interesting, though. The cope coming from the right and the center is identical. Oh, this victory is meaningless. Oh, they only spent like $100 million attacking the dude every second of the day and literally concocted a spoiler candidate. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, who cares? And you hear that from Matt Iglesias all the way to Van Jones and Scott Jennings. This is the reason why I showed you AOC's statement last night on Abby Phillips. Because Zoran didn't just fight back and win against the Republican in a city-wide election where 75% of the vote is usually going to go to the Democratic candidate. He fought back against the establishment Democrats as well. There is a real moment here There is a real moment here. This is a people-backed candidacy, a class-first politics going up against the forces of capital. Okay?
So I wouldn't overread it. Virginia, in particular, has never been a great bellwether. I don't think a lot of folks had a lot of confidence in the Virginia campaign that was run on the Republican side. And New Jersey is New Jersey. So I would hesitate to overread it. I don't think the concerns you raised are illegitimate political strategy concerns. You know, I think I just want to offer condolences to Chuck Schumer. Honestly, what I'm reading here in New York City is that AOC is going to be the next senator from New York after she gets done whooping his rear end in the 2028 Democratic primary. And for his Senate races in 2026, I see the energy in the Democratic Party tonight behind a socialist, and I see the energy in Virginia, Democrats looking the other way on a violent candidate for Attorney General who says he wants...
It's your boy Jesus. Why are you watching this Neo Baby Artard? Ha ha ha. What is a Neo Baby? Why are you so full of hate? What's happening? Did the Roach Master quit streaming or something? We're getting a... What's a Neo Baby?
To murder Republicans and their children. If you think you're getting rid of Graham Plattner in Maine now, think again. This is a terrible night
They
for
got new
national
types of
Democratic
babies.
image, given what is happening inside their party. Mamdani is an avowed socialist. It's not what people say that he is, it's what he says that he is. He's now the leader of their party. That's their energy, and Chuck Schumer's
He's
not
the
uh,
leader of the Democratic Party?
Let's swear. There is no. Who is the leader? Can someone tell me?
He's a life raft for Republicans who have to go on TV and get their asses kicked.
You own this now. You all own this now.
We've had progressive mayors. I don't think anybody thought that de Blasio.
He's the best actor you all have, is he not?
No disrespect to my new boy, Bilbo, okay? No disrespect to Bill de Blasio, but I think there is a difference here, right? There is a little bit of a difference here. Yes, New York has had progressive mayors in the past, okay? But New York in its history has only had 2 socialist mayors, and this is the only relevant contemporary historic example, okay? And that's precisely the reason why all of you dipshits sitting in your ivory tower are spending every waking moment attacking him. This is the most uniparty these guys have been in a long time, just openly saying the quiet part out loud over and over again. Make no mistake. If he was the same exact, like, regular progressive Democrat, there wouldn't be this level of angst and this level of animosity. Right? Let's be real. That's just the truth. Yeah, we'll get to the Ross Douthat video in a second.
Listen,
Mamdani.
Here's what I'll say. I'm a lot happier than you are sad. You're saying I'm happy. You know why? Buyer's remorse from independents. Independents gave Donald Trump a shot. Buyer's remorse. The Latin community gave him a shot. You see, buyer's remorse. Black men gave Trump a shot. They've come back home.
Didn't.
Buyer's remorse. Why?
They didn't. That's just bad. That's just bad commentary. Like, you can say that about the Hispanic vote. You can't even say that about black men. That's just bullshit. That's bullshit. The margins for black men were so narrow. It was nothing. It was nothing. Okay? God, it's just like, this is just wrong. This is just wrong. This is wrong analysis. I cannot believe it. Of course, Dems are going to take the wrong messaging from this and claim voters love their inaction this time. God.
Because people are sick of the status quo. That's why they voted for Trump the first time. That's why they voted him out the second time. That's why they voted him back in. People want change. And Donald Trump said he was going to do something about grocery prices. He's done everything, but he's putting in gold toilets in the White House. He's tearing up. He's gallivanting around the world. And you're seeing buyer's remorse in places where Republicans had some hope. This thing is starting to settle out now. This is about basic needs that people have and basic rights people expect. That's what seems to be under fire from this administration. And if they think they can spin and talk and spin and talk and nobody's going to notice that, they just got proven wrong tonight. People's basic needs are not being met. One of the things that I think people are seeing, not just from Mamdani, but from the moderates as well, this focus on kitchen table issues. We used to talk about this in weird ways. Income inequality, wealth disparity, economic justice. People who
didn't say it that way.
but we had a lot of syllables, man. It was people describing a problem they didn't have, okay? Now you got people who are talking like the people who have the problem. I can't afford nothing. And somebody who can talk that way, whether they're on the left of our party or the middle of our party, is going to have a big audience. And this buyer's remorse that's setting in now from other people is a big problem for Republicans.
I think two big takeaways. So listen, I think there's this divide within the Democratic Party. Is the future of the party Mamdani? Is it democratic socialism? Is it more in the likes of AOC and Bernie Sanders? He no doubt ran a good campaign. I interviewed him. He is a very formidable force in American politics. We had two female governors who were just elected, Democrats, who ran as consummate centrists. Both of them were talking about uniting the country, that there's more that unites us than divides us, both with very credible resumes. So what direction are you going to go? Because you guys need to focus on...
Rich Democrats are the reason why Democrat voters hate Democrats right now. And dude, I was a Republican who I'm proud to say I flipped to be a Democrat because of Zoran's views on normal politics. Dude, like, mashallah, hell yeah. That's crazy. What a fucking swing. I love that. I fucking hate Van Jones. He's basically saying the electorate is too dumb to understand the underlying social issues that stem from capitalism. Yes, he is saying that. I mean, he is a deeply, deeply cynical charlatan. And I'm so glad that Charlemagne the God, who has become like a woke warrior, okay? Look at what Charlemagne's take was on Van Jones's stupid ass criticisms, like silly ass criticisms. Once again, remember, when Van Jones is speaking, just understand, he's saying populist framework works, simplifying the messages is working. And yes, that is true. Okay, but I'm mostly referencing Van Jones's statements about how Zoran Mamdani was more aggressive than ever before. Okay? Like in his speech last night, which, by the way, was his best speech, I think. Okay? This is what I'm referencing. And I'm going to talk about Charlemagne the God's assessment after.
That Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going to be more of a class warrior, even in office? I think he missed a chance tonight to open up and bring more people.
There was one person I did want to meet last night that I didn't get a chance to. And that's Mahmoud Mamdani, the GOAT. I really, really wanted to meet him. And that was the I didn't have time. We didn't make it happen. But hopefully, inshallah, one day.
Into the tent. I think his tone.
His mom is cool too, but I'm not like a very big movie person.
I think he was using the microphone in a way that he was almost yelling.
Do you not realize how unoriginal you are? Elaborate. Explain what you mean.
And that's not the Mamdani that we've seen on TikTok and the great interviews and stuff like that. So I felt like there's a little bit of a character switch here, where the warm, open, embracing guy that's close to working people.
Slop Tubers made new videos, so the roaches are coming from that. What could they have possibly made videos on? We just saw last night, for those with eyes to see, that all of the attack ads amounted to nothing, and that people were steadfast in their approach, and that there was no, like, all of the endless amounts of shit, both on the campaign trail, okay, stash the glasses, your edgy trend, grabbing onto hold onto some sort of success. Wait, grabbing onto hold of some sort of success? Damn, brother, you can't even fucking celebrate when your team is winning? What's happening? Oh, they pretend now that Zoran hates you. Oh, that's what it is. Wait, that's what it is? That's awesome. Yes, it's true. You missed the LSF flooding the front page of Reddit with Hasan bad slander threads about you. There were more threads from there about you than there were about Zoran winning. I fucking love that. Hey, Cope Harder haters. Ooh. You have to remember. This is what I was saying. Like, brother, there were tens of millions of dollars in fucking attack ads. Tens of millions of dollars in attack ads. This is a totally different level. Okay? We're not talking about some fucking dumb, nonsensical Reddit thread. We're talking about, like, they think that the crowd cheered for you because they mistook you for Zoran. They were using the clip about you not being allowed upstairs to prove that Zoran hates him and he doesn't get let in. Yes, this is true. Yeah. Zoran, they said you begged to be in the VIP. I can't even make memes on this stream. Like, anytime I joke about anything, people just, like, take it seriously and turn it into, like, this massively consequential incident. You not being let into the after party was on the recommended page on Twitter. What are they talking about? Guys, I was streaming the entire time. The upstairs is obviously family. Would they be saying that if you went on stage after the DJ set, like the organizers asked you to? Yes, they would still say it. There was a 25K upvote thread about you getting declined from VIP. Okay. You guys watched the stream, okay? You watched the stream, so you saw what the truth is, what the reality is. Doesn't that, like, if you are in the margins, right? If you're one of these people that's like, oh, I've actually found myself believing these Reddit threads. Does that not surprise you at all when the truth is so different than the way it's been presented to you? Like, at some point, you got to fucking give up on this, right? At some point, you got to be like, yeah, we're hating, but, like, to what end? You were in the same area as the elected officials? This is a total hallucination? Yeah, like what? So what happens when people go, oh, you were not a part of the welcomed guests or anything like that, and then you turn around and you see me, you know, dabbing up AOC and shit. Like, how does that work? Magically, the thread of you and AOC was downvoted. Funny how that works. It's so strange. They edited a clip together to make it look like you were trying to flex your viewer count to get in. Dude, how do you spend that much time on something just to literally make whoever is like watching you be so far removed from the reality? I don't understand it. That's so crazy. I mean, there's no, this is a moment of excitement. So there's no reason to spend time on negative hate threads. But I think if you are in the margins, if you're like the type of person who is thinking like, oh, what's up with this Hasan guy? Like, what's up with this Hasan dude? Like, all these people are fucking hating on him, and you see threads like that, and then you see the reality, both reflected in mainstream reporting, and both reflected in just the footage that you can see from the actual entire experience. Doesn't that make you mistrust the people that deluded you into thinking this? They edited to make it sound different. It was an edited clip. It actually doesn't. I don't understand it. Lib hogs say you're an industry plant used to. What? I saw someone say AOC only hugged you because she was so scared of backlash from her audience. It's just sad, man. At some point, you gotta live in the real world, right? Like, you gotta live in the real world at some point. Get off Reddit, chat. It'll make you feel better. Yeah, I don't really touch Reddit at all. But it is pretty funny that they're just like in there fucking coping. That's awesome. It's on LSF. Hasan gets denied VIP seating at the Zoran Mamdani election party. Hasan shocked by crowd response to the Exit Zoran event. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately, Hasan. That's pretty nutty. You can get, I think this is a great example of how, I think, of how you can get people who are primarily invested. Were you telling people not to share details on stream because 70,000 people were watching? That's why they edited it? Yeah, probably. I don't even remember. The top clip skips a minute. They left the countdown in the editing. Knowing the truth, this feels like staring into a mental asylum. I know. How can people be so deluded? That actually is kind of remarkable. He's so fucking cringe, my God. That seems kind of low for him during election night. Why do you American teenagers like dog abuse is strange. That's shocking. Really jolted his confidence. He tried to rock the vote. Since they allowed videos instead of clips, the harassment has been tenfold with the edited footage. Love the cope. Damn, okay. I just wanted a drink. Yeah, okay, buddy. Bro thinks he's still in LA, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about YouTubers and streamers in the real world. Oh my God. The edit was when the guy asked if you were live, not you using your viewer account to get upstairs access. Doesn't matter anyways, because everyone's in the main floor anyways. Yeah. I swear to God, brother, I could save orphans out of a burning orphanage, and these guys would find a way to fucking clip it in front of like hundreds of thousands of people too. And everyone is like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy saved a bunch of orphans out of a burning orphanage. And these guys will find a way to clip it so that it's like Hasan lit a match on fire. Look at Hasan. They would reverse the footage and be like, look at Hasan bringing orphans back into a burning orphanage. And thousands of people on Reddit in this like very clearly botted pose will be like, yeah, I can't believe it. He loves throwing orphans inside of a burning orphanage. This is his favorite thing. Some of them think you got kicked out. If I weren't a fan, just on the outside looking in through Reddit, I would wonder why the extremely petty attacks on you were so consistent. Like, If I only saw the hate, I would think it's suspicious as fuck that they find that much. I think most people, they rely on most people. It's literally a cyber stalking subreddit. There's nothing of value on there outside of harassment. We're shining spotlights on the most unwell parts of the internet again. It's true. I mean, in case it isn't clear, people are paying for clips like this and probably the attention to. There's a whole economy around this. That's crazy. It blows my mind that it's like, it blows my mind that this is how devoted people are. You know what I mean? And it's like, they are devoted to crafting this alternative universe. And even in a moment where this should be a light shining on the falsehoods that these guys have presented as the truth, like objectively, right? Hundreds of people being like, oh yeah, dude, we canvassed, like, I'm so glad you got me tapped in with the Zoran campaign, all this stuff, like politicians, talking to them, media coverage surrounding this event. And this is what you care about? This is an internationally significant event that took place, an internationally significant election, and these guys are primarily invested in doing this stuff. That actually that makes me kind of sad. I know so many people who agree with your politics, but have fallen for the clips and believe you're crazy or some insane person. I'm always like, you got to watch the stream, man, please. And they're like, nah, stop being a fan. That guy's crazy, man. Admit it. It's all because they think a certain streamer would be in your position if he wasn't banned. Literally all that stems from that is so fucking bad. That's crazy. Wait until you see what E's take on the election was. Like, at a certain point, you got to realize that you are... At a certain point, you got to realize, like, you're probably not focused on the right stuff, right? Not as shocked as Kaya. Bro thinks he's him. Bet he's crashing out on Discord right now. Why would he be? His guy won. He got interviewed by a bunch of presidents, celebrated with the voters. This subreddit seems incredibly obsessed with Hasan. Well, yeah, this is where folks cannonball into their parasocial obsession. It's interesting to watch if you don't engage. Kind of. This is my first time really engaging. I've only heard of Hasan on podcasts, but goddamn, the comments in this subreddit are just annoying to read sometimes. Could be more fun, but it's a decent way to kill time. Dude, I despise Hasan, but this clip literally shows a crowd cheering for him and him just simply reacting to that. I can't believe I'm defending this dude right now, but comments like yours are just silly. How would you react in the same exact position? You would just duck and hide to not appear as him when a large crowd cheers for you? There's so much to criticize this dude for, but this is such a nothing burger. I do stay away from this stuff because I think it's brain poison for the most part. But it is kind of crazy that like these people do not exist in the real world. You go outside and you see he's beloved. There's no point in hyper focusing on the cyber stalking subreddit. It's crazy. I mean, who cares? These people don't matter. Go outside, chatters. Yeah, remember, all of this is just noise. And I think in some respects, like last night is proof, right? What is this? It's important to illustrate that this is entirely this person's community. Oh, yeah. Has Z Cohen Sanchez explained her thinking behind making this empath cham person part of the Unfuck America tour? Have they simply dropped all pretense of it just not being a huge money grab for racist grifters? Yeah, remember that like meth smoking blackface doing crackhead? Yeah, apparently that's like that's Sex Pestini's new girl. Anyway, that's a crazy thing to look at. I made a fake cancellation and right-wingers believed it. Hasan Piker caught bribing journalists with Johnny Walker Blue Label and Hot Mic moment.
Gentlemen, it's a drink.
No, it's fine.
No, it's the rule.
No, it's not
If this is Mamdani event,
for
why
you.
is
It's not for
food
you.
and drink free? Google Reddit user Therandrul, since his post history is hidden. He's a professional Hasan poster on 2 specific subreddits. You can guess which. The only IRL hater of yours I've ever met was at a college party, and after rambling for half an hour to me in a cocaine-fueled psychotic rant, he got pressed for harassing a girl at the party, then jumped out of the 3rd-story window to get away, breaking his leg and screaming in the front lawn until the ambulance came. That's awesome. Don't get comfortable, bro. The media hasn't gotten a hold of the content nuke yet. Count your days. Yeah. All right, let's keep going with
national
this.
election again. It's been a minute since that's happened, and I think you're going to get a lot farther with the Mikey Sherrill and with the Abigail Spanberger approach. But let me
Hold on. I got to go to. As soon as you're done.
we'll get to the Mamdani a bit later.
Caitlin Collins at the White House got some.
Why aren't you doing anything about that subreddit? It's just so fucking malicious. They purposely maliciously edited that clip. You need to reach out to Reddit and report how malicious they are. They don't give a shit, bro. Come on. It moves numbers. Even if it's like botted, it still moves numbers. They don't care. And also, I just spent the last fucking 30 minutes explaining to you how psychotic this framing is. And how little it has real world impact. At most, I genuinely believe that a lot of that stuff unironically causes at least some people in the margins who had never heard of me to know what my name is and maybe develop a negative attitude towards me, but at least like come in here and watch and see for themselves. And then they realize like, oh, this is just not true at all. Because obviously the greatest antidote to that kind of smear is just, you know, being true to yourself. What is this? I'm a fan from the other side in the real world, W. Unk. Okay, I look a lot cooler from this angle. The 9/11 shit was the biggest thing they could find, and it didn't work. They have nothing and they know it. It's why they're hyper focusing on the smallest details. It's so weird. Some of the comments are like, comments are on W. Glad he's distancing himself from Hasan. Like they have genuinely positive views towards yours/Zoran's type of politics. The only reason they have, no, those are that's the same principle behind people thinking like, oh, Zoran actually has my opinion on Israel and not Hasan's opinion on Israel. Like, there's no daylight between me and Zoran on Israel. There's the reason why they keep attacking him. In any case, Olivia Reingold wrote about her coverage of Zoran last night. Watching your stream yesterday made me rethink how much motion you actually have. Yeah. All right. Let's continue.
Back to all these wins. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Well, Anderson, actually, it's been pretty quiet here at the White House, which is telling in and of itself. The president himself has not posted on Truth Social in about 4 hours since earlier tonight when he was announcing a staffing decision. That is obviously something that you likely wouldn't hear had there been any major Republican victories tonight. But this is a key question of how the White House and how the president will be interpreting these big Democratic wins tonight in New Jersey and in Virginia and in the New York City mayor's race, all three of which the president was involved to some degree. Yes, he did not outright endorse in Virginia there for the Republican candidate in the gubernatorial race, but he certainly did there in New Jersey. He hosted multiple tele-rallies for Jack Ciattarelli. The Republican National Committee poured a lot of money into that race. And obviously, he got directly involved in the New York City's mayor's race last night when he endorsed Andrew Cuomo. And so it'll be really telling to see how the White House interprets these results tonight, because earlier when I had been speaking with officials is whether or not they saw this as a referendum on the president's first 9 months in office. Anderson, basically what they were saying is that they were in wait-and-see mode. They wanted to see how these results turned out tonight before they tied any of them closely to the president. We've seen some reaction coming in already tonight from former Trump campaign advisors saying that they believe this is a candidate quality issue and that Republicans need to run better candidates who are more in line with the president in order to secure victories. But we will be able to hear from the president himself tomorrow. He's actually hosting Republican lawmakers, Republican senators, to be exact here, Anderson, for breakfast at the White House. And reporters will be able to go into the room there and ask the president himself, what does he make of these victories by Democrats tonight?
All right, Kaylin, thanks very much. Is this a candidate quality issue?
Well, you know, I think that there were questions about the candidate in Virginia, and the president was sort of never really did officially endorse her, did he?
Nope.
But you know, in Jersey, he fully embraced the candidate and praised him as a great candidate, and now it was a candidate quality problem. I mean, that is sometimes the spin is so obvious that you shouldn't even bother, because people can recognize it for what it is. I mean, the fact is, there is a mood in this country of dissatisfaction. As Van said, they took a shot on Trump because they were unhappy with the conditions, the economic conditions under Biden. They felt he was ineffectual in dealing with them. Trump promised to focus on those, and that's not what he's done. And they're sending a message. So you can try and spin your way through that, or you can try and rearrange your priorities and focus more on the things that affect people's lives.
It's interesting, in New York, and this exit polling asks, is crime where you live a major problem, minor problem, not a problem? The majority, 51%, said a minor problem, which kind of surprises me.
Why? Why does it surprise you, Anderson? Why would that surprise you? Of course it's unsurprising. Edited like a snarker thumbnail. The Free Beacon having a totally normal one. That's awesome. Why would that be surprising? That is the most consistent thing. In the United States of America, everybody thinks, if you look at the polls, this is not new, okay? And Anderson Cooper is a nationally prominent political commentator, okay? This is consistent. Everybody thinks crime is happening just elsewhere. That's literally it. The crime panic is everywhere but where I live. That is the most common and consistent position. People always think that there is a shit ton of crime happening, just not in their neighborhood. So, of course, when they're asked directly, do you think there's crime in your neighborhood? They're going to say no, because crime is at historic lows again. There was a brief moment where it peaked during COVID, and now it's back to the same historical pattern.
And also given the attention that the president is putting.
Well, but that was part of Cuomo's problem, is that Eric Adams, whatever you want to say about him, had actually done a reasonably good job of bringing some of the crime down. You know, the subways were getting a little bit
the
safer.
police commissioner also, who Mamdani says he will keep on.
Will keep on.
Yeah, Glaze anybody but fucking Zohran Mamdani.
Is actually moving in the right direction. Cuomo comes out and he's going to do a campaign that's mainly about public safety, but it felt a little bit flat. And I think the other thing that you have to understand is not only did Mamdani run a campaign that's going to be studied forever, Cuomo could have been Mamdani's co-chair of Mamdani's campaign. He did a terrible job. He was bubble wrapped. I've talked to grassroots people who said that he would basically ghost grassroots groups. He would insist, if I come, you can't have your cell phones. It was like he was entitled to this, and he was going to deign to show up at the grassroots level. That actually does not work. You've got to be at the community level, and that's why he lost.
Fucking annoying. Here's what Charlemagne the God had to say about Van Jones.
Any of that divisive? I personally loved it. He covered all bases. He talked about working with police, helping people with mental health issues. He talked about helping the homeless, trans people, black women, Jewish people, the Muslim community. Most importantly, he spoke to the working class of all races. Van Jones didn't like that. He thought it was divisive.
But I think he missed an opportunity. The Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing.
Where the fuck does Jones get this analysis from? It's called $100 million from Jeff Bezos. Literally look it up. Jeff Bezos gave him straight up, no questions asked, $100 million. He also is one of Van Jones, despite his early beginnings as an activist and a movement builder, as a Maoist third worldist. This is real. You can also look that up as well. He is a massive AIPAC stooge, okay? He is deeply, deeply in the pockets of the Israel lobby. He is such a fucking annoying person. He is so goddamn annoying. He has notoriously the worst takes. For every like one good take he has 1,000 bad takes. I mean, this man fucking cried after Joe Biden dropped out, okay? That's all you need to say. You just make fun of him, point, laugh, and fucking move on. It's not even worth it.
Was not present in that speech. He was almost yelling. That said, he's very young, and he just pulled off something that's very, very difficult. But I think he missed an opportunity to open himself up tonight, and I think that will probably cost him going forward.
Van, shut the F up ever, okay? Damn. There was no opportunity missed. The man just won, and he deserved to take a victory lap. There's absolutely nothing divisive about calling out bad landlords who take advantage of tenants, calling out billionaires who are corrupt and don't pay their fair share of taxes, and administration trying to implement an authoritarian strategy on America. There is no...
I can't believe this man's political evolution. I can't believe it. This dude literally went from being a Pete Buttigieg booster to being a fucking Michael Bloomberg booster to whatever he has become now. Oh my God, Charlemagne the God. Actually, unironically, the God, okay? The actual God.
Nothing wrong with calling that out. See, the reason a lot of things don't change in this country is because you don't have enough politicians that are willing to challenge capitalism. And Zoran is doing that.
Very hard for me to get inside of Van Jones's head, but I would remind people that Van Jones in 2017 is the guy who gave us the most famous line of the first Trump administration. Van Jones on CNN said, tonight he became president of the United States. Van Jones thinks that Donald Trump gives unifying speeches that make him president, but thinks Zoran Mamdani, who's united a multiracial, multicultural, multi-income coalition, is divisive. That tells you more about Van Jones than it does tell you about Zoran Mamdani. I mean, Jared Kushner's pal wasn't a fan of Zoran Mamdani's anti-oligarchy, anti-Trump speech. I'm shocked.
Please give Van Jones the biggest hee-haw.
Damn. Donkey of the day. That's awesome. Respect. All right. Let's get to this this funny moment from Trump. Trump obviously is very telegenic. Okay, but some of his best moments are when he recognizes that he's kind of lost on an issue. This is one of those. I fucking love it.
Open soon and really immediately. Last night it was, not expected to be a victory. It was very Democrat areas, but I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening and we learned a lot. But I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know.
They say I wasn't on the ballot, that's why they lost. I'm so glad they said it, because I only care about myself. Fucking awesome.
About that, but I was honored that they said that. So as you know, we are in the midst of a disastrous Democrat-created government shutdown, and it is Democrat-created, but I don't think they're getting really the blame that they should.
Your media presence last night has inspired me to officially get political. Connor, what do you mean officially get political? You are the most consequential political commentator on this goddamn platform, brother. What are you talking about? You already are there. I look to you for notes. I look to you to learn from what must be done. You know what I mean? Do not undermine yourself, sir. Fortnite Fridays, baby. That was an accident. Yeah, I saw his response, the dick tone. That's very funny. Pretty fucking awesome. I wanted Vin Diesel and the guy from Holes.
The longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so.
Now to our other top story, a clean sweep for Democrats.
Fortunately for Democrats, Trump was on every ballot, and between Doge tariffs and his general economic mismanagement, it was enough to deliver a blowout. Yeah, it is maximum cope for him to say, oh, I wasn't on the ballot. Brother, everything you have done so far is the reason why even centrist Democrats won. Okay? Because people are understandably fucking pissed off. And this is a way to say, fuck you. Because the Democratic Party is at historic lows in popularity. And even then, people mobilized, people went out, and people voted against the Trump administration. And that actually is reflected in the exit polls as well. When you look at the exit polls in New Jersey and in Virginia, it's like people were openly saying they're voting against Donald Trump, right? There was one exception to the races last night, and that was Zohran Kwame Mamdani. People were voting for Zohran as opposed to voting against the Trump administration. Now, you might say it's partially because Curtis Lee was not exactly Curtis Lee was exactly like Trump aligned. There's truth to it, right? But I think it speaks to the success of the campaign in general. Hasan, I wasn't the biggest fan of you. As you come across streams and clips as a bit of a leftist frat bro, and as a Brit, it's not really my vibe. But after watching a podcast that with Zach, I changed my mind, and apologies. It's all good, brother. Thank you for being here. Enjoy. Matt Taibbi's not a fan of you. Yeah, I saw. Kind of makes me sad to see his fall off, but it is what it is. Anyway, let's continue.
In yesterday's key elections, New York City's next mayor will be Zohran Mamdani, a Democrat.
Oh, God, they still say his name wrong. Your haters on the internet are becoming more irrelevant. Your movement is our movement, not my movement. People are getting burned out on the fuck Hasan shit more quickly or swapping to our side. Only the psychos continue to scream into their Reddit and a smaller audience. Yeah, I agree. It's also just wrong. Like, it's just objectively, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Democratic Socialists who won a slim majority, but nonetheless a decisive victory over former Governor Andrew Cuomo in a 3-way race. In New Jersey, meanwhile, Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill was elected the state's next governor, and Virginia voters made history, choosing Democrat Abigail Spanberger as their first female governor. Ed O'Keefe is tracking it all, as he has been for days. Ed, good morning. What do you know?
Tony, good to see you here in New York. These off-year elections are a good indicator of the country's political mood, and last night's victories for Democrats could be an early sign of the party's strategy, or at least what it should be, going into next year's midterm elections. From California.
What a night for the Democratic Party.
To the New York Island.
Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive.
And in 2 key contests in New Jersey and Virginia, Democrats swept every big race on the ballot.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
34-year-old Zohran Mamdani is set to be New York's next mayor, the first Muslim to hold the job. The self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist focused on lowering costs, promising rent freezes and free buses. But he drew criticism from President Trump, who endorsed the former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who
I can't believe Abigail Spanberger made history. Not Zoran, though. He just had a marginal victory. Yeah. Abigail Spanberger made history last night as the first female governor. Zohran Mamdani is the first Indian, Muslim, second socialist mayor, youngest mayor. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, this is not a big deal. It's just like a slim majority, nothing to pay attention to at all. Right?
Independent. In response to Trump's threats, Mamdani struck back hard.
So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
He dismissed the president's threats to withhold federal funding or deploy National Guard to protect the city.
To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
While Mamdani's win will earn outsized attention, victories by 2 moderate Democratic congresswomen who were once roommates in Washington could also shape the party's direction.
Tonight, we sent a message.
In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger is set to be the Old Dominion's first female governor.
Adam said to our daughters, your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia. I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before.
While voters in New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill, a former Navy helicopter pilot.
I am incredibly honored to be your next governor.
In California, overwhelming approval for Governor Gavin Newsom's plan to redraw the state's congressional map to favor
Gruesome
Democrats.
Gav.
A response to what Republicans did in Texas at the request.
How are you not banned? Why would I be banned?
Of Trump.
This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts.
This was good. Dude, you were wasted last night? No, I wasn't. I was a little buzzed. This was good. The Prop 50 was good. I still can't believe Prop 50 passed. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It was a fucking, it was a blowout. Prop 50 is one of the best indications that Democrats want to fight. Okay? Like Democrat voters want a fight. They're demanding it. Okay? Straight up. If you thought that Prop 50 was going to be contested, you are not paying attention. State like California, where Democrats can farm out more congressional seats? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're gerrymaxing. Gerrymander maxing. Okay? That's the name of the game. Republicans should not have fucked around. I think they should go even harder. Fuck it. This is the same principle behind not abolishing the filibuster. This is the same principle behind not packing the Supreme Court with additional seats. If you don't do it, they will. And then you'll have to do it in a defensive posture. Okay? Yeah, the Delete Republican District Act is up by 14 points in the former heart of CA GOP. Orange County is the heart of the California GOP. This is like, you know, one of the few like densely packed areas, because the rest of the Californian state has plenty of red areas, but like Orange County is supposed to be like the heart of California's GOP stronghold, as like as a densely populated area, unlike, you know, Bakersfield or whatever. And even there, they're like, nope, Nope. This is good. They shouldn't have done it if they didn't want it. You know?
To rig the midterm election continue to this day.
So what does the president, who was a factor in all these races, make of the results? Well, in the social media posts overnight, he blamed the fact he wasn't on the ballot to boost Republican turnout, and he blamed the shutdown. And as Mayor-elect Mamdani was speaking last night here in New York and strongly criticizing the president's threats to meddle in city affairs, the president posted a 4-word message. And so it begins. We'll see if he explains what he means later today. Nate?
All right, Ed, thank you. CBS News Elections and Surveys Director, Anthony.
Yeah, you know what that means? He's kneeling. It's genuflection time. Trump on Mamdani will help him a little bit. Trump, I want New York City to be successful. That's what he meant, it turns out. That's right, baby. That's right. Bow down, bitch. Bow down. Woo, goddamn. Feels good. Fucking feels good. Take a knee. Take a knee. Take a bow. Okay? Meanwhile, there are still obviously entities that are not reading the room and stating that they will be an op every step of the way. Of course, my boldest op, perhaps even my boldest op, Jonathan Greenblatt is who I'm talking about. Many of you wanted me to cover this part of the story as well, which I, of course, will be doing. My boldest of ops, Jonathan Greenblatt, is obviously talking about how they want to put together a McCarthyist unit that will investigate the Zohran Mamdani teams to the best of their ability. What is this? At the start of this, you have it up for the young man. How about we give it up to the base of the Democratic Party, black people? Oh, yeah, of course. Always. Yeah, and this, both dipshits. What is this? Yeah. Inbox, the Anti-Defamation League announces launch of initiative to track and monitor policies and personnel appointments of the incoming Mamdani administration and protect Jewish residents across the 5 boroughs. Wow, sounds like the ADL is launching its own version of Canary Mission to try and prevent people who are critical of Israel from getting hired by city government. They will not get even a little bit of motion on this, okay? I can make you I'm making you a promise right now. I will fight back against this shit with the utmost severity that it deserves, okay? Suck my fucking dick, Jonathan Greenblatt, you fucking bitch. You expended all of the social capital you had trying to dunk on people like Zohran Mamdani, trying to dunk on people like myself, people who are anti-Zionist and not anti-Semitic, while simultaneously defending some of the most vicious anti-Semites. And yes, Morning Joe had Greenblatt on this morning to fucking complain. Like I said, my baldest op. This is so gross. Trump has actual neo-Nazis who have gone through Senate approval, but this is what this org is continuing to perpetuate after a historic night when a large percentage of the Jewish New Yorkers actually supported Zohran Mamdani. Just gross. The ADL is launching an initiative to track and monitor Mamdani administration policies and appointments, protect Jewish New Yorkers. Okay? I like this post-election, Hasan. You sound much more hopeful. Yeah, I mean, of course I sound more hopeful. Our boy won.
Tell you, I've gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers who are alarmed. Their kid was harassed in college. Their child was bullied in K through 12. Their synagogues vandalized. So here's what ADL is doing right now. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back, and we will hold Mamdani.
It's so cynical and so gross to use real fears and also hysteria. Let's be real, because while there are, I'm sure, real fears against actual anti-Semitic incidents that take place, okay, there is a metric ton of hysteria mostly as a consequence of the racialized animus that many pro-Israel people feel towards those who are Muslim, okay? But it is disgusting that Jonathan Greenblatt, head of the ADL, is cynically saying that he's actually tasked with defending Jews when we know he does not care at all. He only cares about defending Israel. Yeah, there was a swastika spray painted on a synagogue this morning. I saw that. Like, there are real instances of anti-Semitism, but he is the worst guy to map this out. Okay? That's it. That's it.
Elect Mamdani accountable. And I will tell you, I've gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers.
Fucking bullshit. As I said on Morning Show, I've already gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers who were concerned. It's just leading into this fucking dumbass hysteria, bro. What a fucking asshole. He tweeted about it 14 minutes before you accused him of not tweeting about it. Oh, crickets for mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, the Magen David Yeshiva in Brooklyn was one of the several Jewish sites defiled last night with spray-painted swastikas. I strongly condemn this hateful display of anti-Semitism. Zohran, of course, also immediately fucking condemned. He said, this is a disgusting and heartbreaking act of anti-Semitism, and it has no place in our beautiful city. As mayor, I will always stand steadfast with our Jewish neighbors to root the scourge of anti-Semitism in our city. So it wasn't crickets at all. He actually had tweeted about it. But these motherfuckers don't care. They don't care. I'm sorry. You are personally betraying the severity of the crisis if you are using this crisis to try to win political points. Okay? Because this is a real heinous act of bigotry. And when you see a real heinous act of bigotry, if your first inclination is not even to check whether or not Zohran Mamdani has said anything about it, but immediately fucking cry foul and act as though this is not something that he would worry about as mayor, and then lie and say that he hasn't said anything about it, you're a fucking piece of shit, and you obviously don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. And I'm sick and tired of acting like these guys give a single shred of a fuck about anti-Semitism outside of being able to weaponize it, both the real existing forms of bigotry and anti-Semitism, and also the fake made-up versions of it, okay? The fake made-up versions that are the associations with anti-Zionism. It's ridiculous. I see a man in Jonathan Greenblatt who has who has destroyed, who has eroded his reputation as someone who was supposed to be a defender of Jewish people, someone who was supposed to be combating anti-Semitism. He has eroded what remained of the reputation of the ADL because a lot of people were unfamiliar with the ADL and how they operated, for the record. It was always an institution that was primarily focused on defending Israel, right? That's why I call it the Apartheid Defense League. But they're going to try to rat fuck him. They're going to try to like Jeremy Corbyn him. And it's not going to work, okay? We can't let it work. I will do everything in my power to make sure that it doesn't fucking work.
I have not spoken to Jonathan Greenblatt. I take the issue of anti-Semitism incredibly seriously. And last night in my speech, I spoke about how my city hall will stand steadfast with Jewish New Yorkers in fighting the scourge of anti-Semitism across the city and making that clear in the actions that we deliver on from January 1st. And I look forward to working with Jewish leaders across this city, whether they be elected officials, whether they be rabbis, whether they be community leaders, to deliver on the promise of not just protecting Jewish New Yorkers, but celebrating and cherishing them in this same city. I think that anyone is free to catalog the actions of our administration. I have some doubts in Jonathan's ability to do so honestly, given that he previously said I had not visited any synagogues, only to have to correct himself. I have not spoken to Jonathan Greenblatt. I take...
So fucking annoying. It's just like, it's ridiculous, dude. It is so It is so fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe how insincere this shit is. Like, it's crazy. Taking a real act of an anti-Semitic hate crime only to instantly try and fucking weaponize it against the new Muslim mayor before he's even the fucking mayor. The ADL completely ignored the takeover of the GOP by literal Nazis, but is hysterical about a Muslim winning an election, almost like they are a hate group themselves. And that is true. The ADL is a hate group. It is not a civil rights organization, and they basically dropped all notion that they are a civil rights organization. They literally fired all the actual investigators and researchers that were tasked with at least legitimizing the reputation of the ADL by covering the genuine hate groups that exist in the country. They dropped it. It's just maximum Islamophobia and maximum defense of Israel. It's disgusting. If I'm Mamdani, I say I'm happy to sit down with the ADL and have an open dialogue with them, but only after they publicly condemn Randy Fine, Nancy Mace, Elise Stefanik, and Andy Ogus for their racist attacks on me. They will never do this, so there you go, problem solved. Or fucking turn around and say not just that, but Elon Musk, Donald Trump, the Republican administration. This is the guy MSNBC and CNN treat as an authority on hate and combating racism, by the way. By far, the most platform source on combating extremism. Yeah. Mazel tov to Elise Stefanik on her nomination to be the next U.S. ambassador to UN. Rep. Stefanik has been a critical partner and absolutely fearless in fighting campus anti-Semitism. This was under the Biden administration. He's giving credit to Elise Stefanik. I think it's so disgusting. It's so nasty the way these guys operate. Fucking bullshit. Straightforwardly a fucking Nazi operation. I can't believe it. I can't believe they just like have any sort of like the very fact that the media still has Jonathan Greenblatt on as like a sincere person is crazy to me. And it goes to show how little executives care about who they're platforming and why they're doing it. But yeah, they will use this cynical framework to engage in their own version of McCarthyism. It's very clear. Very, very clear. Yeah, DMFI also had their version of this as well. Remember, Democratic Majority for Israel. This is an AIPAC subsidiary. Fascinating message. The first paragraph praises some pro-Israel Democratic governors. The second paragraph urges Mamdani not to prioritize foreign policy issues that are unrelated to the lives of most New Yorkers. What did the friendly woman from the Free Press write about you? I didn't see it, but I'm sure it wasn't great. Yeah. We are thrilled that tonight voters in Virginia and New Jersey elected strong mainstream Democratic pro-Israel governors, Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, to lead their states. Across the country, Democratic led efforts prevailed. In Pennsylvania, judicial retention votes succeeded. In California, Prop 50 is likely to pass. These victories were guided by capable leaders Governor Josh Shapiro and Governor Gavin Newsom, underscoring voters' confidence in the Democratic leadership. At the same time, while we congratulate Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, we urge him to prioritize fulfilling his campaign promises to bring down costs, not foreign policy issues. I love that the first paragraph literally is like, these are pro-Israel candidates, and it was awesome. Also, second paragraph, hey, if you're pro-Palestine, fuck you. Maybe you should not focus on that. Maybe you should focus on your own shit. So fucking stupid. Yeah. Sorry, Jewish New Yorkers, but the foreign country of Israel is more important than the fire in your home. I can no longer protect New Yorkers from fires because the mayor criticized the foreign country of Israel. NYC Fire Commissioner is resigning over disagreements with Mamdani on Israel is another very funny moment because you would expect like Jessica Tisch to do that. but not like the NYPD or the fire commissioner in the fire department. And it turns out, you know, first of all, good riddance. Okay, R.I.P. Bozo. Also, the NYPD fire commissioner, I suspect, is the corrupt one, right? Yeah, remaining in his administration will be against his principles. The principles in question. Fire one. That's the one, right? I was thinking of that. Yeah, Eric Adams appointee. That's his car, chat. Are you hungover? You were popping off yesterday? Yeah, I feel a lot better now. Now that I slammed my autism pills and also am on my second zero sugar Monster Energy Bev, I'm in a much better headspace. This motherfucker has a Grand Theft Auto online car, bro. God damn it. We are such a fucking fake ass country. The fakest of all time. Melissa Bronstein, it says nothing good about the state of the country that both Ben Shapiro and Barry Weiss have security details. Bray says, yup, revoke now. Pink or a white Monster, which one's better? I go with both. I do both. I had white before, and now I'm having the pink one. He was putting out a lot of fires to that car. Yeah, he had to get to the fires fast with the Lambo. How else are you going to do that? Tucker is owner of the Israel-based TNM Israel Group. Huh. You got guests coming soon? Yes, I have food coming, and I have Felix Biederman coming up as well. Okay, we talked about Trump bending the knee. All right, let's get back to it. Here.
Tonto is with us right now. Good morning. So what stood out to you in these results?
Good morning. First thing, turnout, big turnout. For example, in New York City, more than 2 million ballots. That is historically very high. The other part is Democrats win back voters and places that they had slippage with in 2024. Mamdani certainly did. These blue areas, all the neighborhoods in New York City that he won. And the other big thing here, affordability, the cost of living. It's by far the #1 issue for New York City voters, and he won them handily. I'm going to show you a similar story. I'm going to go across the river here and pull up the map from New Jersey. Now, the governor's race here, Mikey Sherrill outperformed what Kamala Harris did in 2024. We were watching that last night. I'm going to show you the comparison here. You see she did better. But in particular, let me show you the map here. These upper area, these suburbs across from New York City, if I compare that to 2024, you see it had gotten a little redder. Democrats win back, make those areas bluer. That's another common theme. It was also in Virginia. And I'm going to pull up another exit poll slide from Virginia to talk about the economy again. Here, a majority of voters said that the cuts to the federal government were impacting their family finances. Again, affordability, cost of living, another theme throughout.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much.
Zohran Mamdani's victory is extraordinary by so many measures.
Thank you, my friends.
Not least in the simple numbers. Polling at 1% in February, he built and rode a wave of momentum all the way to one of the most powerful offices in U.S. politics.
Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor.
I love these lines, man.
Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars. Knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater.
A 34-year-old former state assembly member, an immigrant, a socialist, who appealed to a city where the affordability of everyday life has become the pressing political issue.
We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim.
a message that resonated through the campaign, sparking hope among his supporters last night.
New Yorkers needed a win. It's been a long year. We didn't get the World Series, but we got the best mayor possible.
This was a campaign ran on hope, and I think...
Oh, this was the ending of the Zoran speech here. I'll show you this too.
Thank you.
Fucking awesome. How can you not feel excited, man?
all of us felt it tonight.
We're going to make the city affordable. We're going to have free buses. We're going to have free childcare. It actually feels like somebody who lives here and feels our struggle.
New Yorkers मुश्किल से afford कर रहे हैं रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान. मैं ये सब बदलने के लिए लड़ रहा.
Mamdani's campaign fused old-fashioned shoe leather and FaceTime with a slick but authentic use of social media. It focused on key messages: free childcare, free fast buses, and a freeze on rents for nearly 2 million New Yorkers. And it was aided by the lack of a...
Why are we pretending like historically didn't teach us anything about Western democratic socialists to prevent actual change, mainly in Europe, who just calm people down? Are we just going to ignore history and pretend this is not going to end in disappointment? Yeah, no, I think you guys are... I mean, you got it. That's all I got to say. You got it. You're building the Marxist-Leninist vanguard. And if it wasn't for a democratic socialist that became mayor in New York, like, you were literally right there, right? You know, copy of Das Kapital, the Red Book in every pocket, right? Armed with AK-47 Kalashnikovs, refurbished. And yet, like, everybody was ready, right? And the moment was now. And, you know, you've already unlocked class consciousness. You have fomented revolutionary sentiment amongst the working class. You have built a disciplined and organized movement. And then this fucking guy comes around and is smiling, okay? And is talking about, like, modest increases in the welfare state. And as obviously every card-carrying Marxist knows, you know, this is social fascism, right? Social democracy is social fascism. And he is here to actually smile and to make sure that you and the rest of the revolutionary vanguard actually go back to being shepherded into the Democratic Party, a bourgeois party. And that's where we're at. Yes, an incredibly sinister way. They did it. We were right there. We were right there, you know, right there. It was imminent. The organizational tools were there, the structure was there, and you got defeated by a fucking 34-year-old social fascist. Bro, he is going to say, he's going to agree with you. You need to say you were joking. No, it's fine. If you can't capture my sarcasm, especially in the beginning stages of that argument, which is that this is the heart of empire where it is utterly devoid of class consciousness, even before we think about the perspective of, like, labor aristocracy. If you can't contend with that, if you can't comprehend that you're unfortunately an utterly unserious person, okay? Strawman the Chatter Classic, HasanAbi. How about you actually respond to the concerns instead of strawmanning? I just did. If you couldn't figure out that I responded to the concern, albeit in a humorous way and in a sarcastic tone, that's your problem. Right? Could you give an honest answer? Because I'm seriously curious how you think this will end. I mean, he is going to be, he's going to have to deal with a metric ton of fucking hurdles while trying to modestly improve the material conditions of working class New Yorkers. And there are going to be a lot of failures along the way. Having said that, however, this is movement building. Use this as an opportunity to get people on board. Okay? That's the problem. A lot of you don't realize that because you don't recognize the initial issue here. This is a country utterly devoid of class consciousness. This is a country where the mass movement is liberalism by and large, self-identifying liberals who don't realize that they might have revolutionary tendencies or socialist tendencies. This is a country that has been propagandized heavily against socialism. There's tremendous antagonism towards this ideology. It's not like a simple delineation. It's just a straightforward anxiety. And that is precisely the reason why, you have to continue building a movement, right? You have to keep organizing. You have to keep mobilizing. You have to create the networks. It's not just about labor unions. It's also about education. And when we don't have that, at all, and when we have no fucking movement whatsoever, there's nothing we can do. If it weren't for politicians like Bernie 10 years ago, I don't know, I would have figured out if I'm a leftist. Yes. I think there is an interesting tendency that some people have where they immediately run to perhaps the most cynical approach they can get. Like they see something good in an otherwise sea of awfulness, and they think to themselves, no, this is awful too. This is duping me as well. Well, it's duping you if you don't know how to use it, right? I don't think that Zohran Mamdani, controversial opinion here, I don't think that Zohran Mamdani is going to bring about a Marxist-Leninist revolution. I don't think that he's going to bring about a socialist revolution. I do, however, think that running as many people who are self-identifying socialists as a strong alternative to the existing establishment neoliberal centrist Democrats is a good thing, especially at a time when there is a historic level of unpopularity amongst the Democrats. They're weak. And it's interesting because a lot of you that refuse to recognize the opportunity here don't realize that our enemies do recognize it. Okay? You don't. Because you're sitting around in your fucking reading group, jerking off. They do. The billionaires and the capital owning class are unimaginably organized, okay? They are class conscious. They are organized. That's why they do everything in their fucking power to stamp out any sort of hope that the working class could possibly have. So yeah, I'm going to fucking celebrate this, okay? If you want to complain about it, if you want to instantly go, oh, well, it's going to suck. He's not going to be able to do any socialism. Yeah, he's not. He's not. We're unfortunately not there yet. Okay? But it's upon all of us to make sure that we use this good example and this moment of hope to bring more people on board. That's it. That's it. Bro, you are part of the capital groups. I am not entertaining this level of delusion. I think you need to start reading books. For some of you, I say maybe read less theory or maybe apply theory to the current existing material conditions. But for him, for you, the J Reed, you have to actually read theory. Okay? Number one, you're wrong. Number two, even if I was, there are historic examples of capital owners who are class traders. Engels, obviously, is a fantastic example of such. You should want people who are capital owners to be real class traders. There are some. But in any case, I'm not even a part of the owner class. Unless, yes, like that chatter said, I own the libs and the hogs in the marketplace of ideas, in which case I am. Do you think you would have supported FDR and the New Deal if you lived in the early 1930s? Yes. The fuck? You know who supported the FDR and the New Deal in the early 1930s? Communists did. The active and real movement of communism in this country and socialism in this country was the pressure point that forced FDR to do the New Deal.
Opponent from the mainstream of the Democratic Party.
I'm Andrew Cuomo, and one of the things I love about New Yorkers is that you always know what's on their minds.
The man he beat in the Democratic primary, Andrew Cuomo, stood against him as an independent this time, well beaten into second place.
Congratulations to Zoran Mandami. No.
But the former New York governor, forced from office over sexual harassment accusations, didn't stint in putting the case against the new mayor.
Almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. And we will not tolerate any behavior.
He's like, I'm leaving and going to Miami. I'm done doing sexual harassment in the state of New York, and I will instead take my talents to South Beach, where I will engage in Olympic levels of sexual harassment in South Beach, Florida.
That fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks.
During the campaign, Mamdani called Israel's assault on Gaza a genocide, said he would arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu if he came to New York, and has long sought to penalize charities linked to Israeli settlements. Mamdani was accused of being a jihadist candidate by one New York Republican. He said Cuomo had laughed along to the suggestion Mamdani would celebrate a second 9/11.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
So what lessons from last night for a Democratic Party looking to win midterm congressional elections next year? In Virginia and New Jersey, the governor's races were won by moderate Democrats, who also put affordability at the center of their campaigns. Donald Trump is keen to make Mamdani the new national Democratic brand, calling him a communist, threatening to cut federal funding to New York. But first, offering an explanation for Mamdani's win, at once centering himself and sidestepping blame. Trump wasn't on the ballot and shut down were the 2 reasons that Republicans lost elections tonight, according to pollsters he posted on his Truth Social site. Mamdani himself, though, clear. His agenda points the way for his party.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Zoran Mamdani will have to show he can lead a workforce of 300,000 that he can implement and pay for his ambitious agenda, and he'll have to fight a president determined to make an example of him. For all the drama of his campaign and his victory, much more is to come when he takes office on New Year's Day. Well, we're joined now by the political analyst Galen Druke, host of the GD Politics podcast. Thanks very much for your time after a long night, I'm sure. Firstly, top level, why did Zoran Mamdani win and win so well last night?
Zoran Mamdani started his campaign in the parts of New York City in the Bronx and Queens during the Democratic primary that swung significantly towards Trump over the past, I would say, 5 to 7 years. These are Latino and Asian communities largely, and he was out in the street asking folks, what's the most important issue to you? And what he heard time and time again was the cost of living and affordability. And so he really laser focused on those issues during both his primary and general election campaign. And so he was able to sort of stem the bleeding for the Democratic Party amongst some of the voters that have swung the furthest to the right in recent years. Now, of course, that's only part of the story. We also know from his primary victory that he was able to turn out young voters at a very high rate, particularly for a mayoral primary. And he did that again last night. We saw throughout the city that young voters turned out in droves. And in other parts of the city that you might not have expected to traditionally vote for a Democratic socialist, he was either able to keep the margins pretty thin between himself and Cuomo, or even win some parts of the city that are generally thought of as establishment aligned within the Democratic Party. And so he was able to piece together a coalition that I actually don't think we've seen a Democratic socialist piece together before in American politics. I will say New York City is sui generis. It is a very Democratic city that does not represent the nation as a whole, but still, of course, a significant feat for that part of the Democratic Party.
And to fulfill the pledges he's making, he's talking about this flat tax on the wealthiest. How realistic do you think it is that the governor might approve that?
If he seems to be really popular and have the wind at his back, I think it is likelier that the Democratic governor of New York will want to work with him. Now, will she be willing to work with him to the extent that she will raise taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations? I still think that's relatively unlikely because she has been so adamant about keeping taxes down. New York State is already one of the highest tax states in the nation, but perhaps they come to some sort of agreement or compromise there. I mean, I think the other thing to be watching is to what extent does Zoran Mamdani moderate once he's in office, or at least try to build alliances across the different parts of the city, including big business, Wall Street, the real estate developers. Because look, this is going to be the most high-profile opportunity that Democratic socialists and the progressive left part of the Democratic Party have to govern ever since Bernie Sanders burst onto the scene and made this an ascendant part of the Democratic Party.
And looking at the national picture, I mean, we saw in Virginia and in New Jersey, we saw these moderate Democrats with national security backgrounds charting a very different course from Mamdani on that front, if not on the affordability issue, winning with larger margins than he did. So what do Democrats take from that nationally? And is it more really about Trump's own standing than their strategy?
I do think it's worth looking at those gubernatorial races in New Jersey and Virginia because, I mean, they were blowouts to a certain extent. These are states that Harris won, both New Jersey and Virginia, by 6 percentage points in 2024. Last night, the gubernatorial candidate, Democratic candidate in Virginia, Spanberger, won by 15 percentage points, and it looks like the Democratic candidate.
How are you not a capital owner? Your Twitch channel, YouTube channel, merchandise lines, and intellectual property all constitute capital that generates ongoing income? Really? So if I were to stop streaming, I could engage in the act of capital accumulation? How would that work? Like at the end of the day, the overwhelming majority of my revenue comes from, if not the damn near entirety of my revenue actually comes from voluntary subscriptions to the Piker Broadcasting service. Now, obviously, we don't have the same assembly line structure that used to exist that made the class boundary better defined. We do live in a world of finance capital. There's global domination there. But how does that work? How would that work if I were to stop making content? You know, being on stream. How would capital accumulation work of that sort? Am I a stock? It would only work if I had someone else that would take my place, and I would basically hire them to do what I'm doing, and then take a cut, or rather, engage in the act of generating profits. Your YouTube videos and Twitch vlogs will keep earning ad revenue for a while. Wait, what? What you're describing is not capital. That isn't capital. But it doesn't even matter. You think it's the case because you're wrong, or maybe you have a disagreement with me. I think it's because you're wrong, but who cares? Because the reality of the matter is, even if I was, okay, even if I was, that would at most make me a class traitor. All three are actually capital, and you know that? No. At most, you could say that I have a practice where I contract or have people that work with me, work alongside me. This is true. Okay? That's not wrong. But capital accumulation is not what I am doing. Capital accumulation is when you don't actually work, and instead your capital is what's working for you. Your money is what's working for you. If I were to take the earnings from what I've done here and dump it into the stock market or purchase real estate and become a landlord, that is when I would become a capital owning, a part of the capital owning class. You can't just say, oh, all three are actually capital and you know that, and move on. That's not how that works. Because at the end of the day, if I did not labor in some sort, and you could say it's not productive labor because it's true, it's not. But at the end of the day, if I were to stop doing this, then there's no more revenue. You're just trying to fit it into a very narrowly focused argument because I think you're just too predisposed with trying to get an own over me. So here's the thing. Here's the situation. From my assessment, and people might even disagree with me, I think in this day and age, because of the heavily financialized structure that exists with finance capital, that I like my standard for it, and it's not like a black or white standard, but my standard is if the majority of your revenue generation is coming from actually your wage labor, if the overwhelming majority of your revenue is coming from your actual wage labor, whether you are a contractor, whether you're a part of the gig economy, doesn't matter, whether you are doing what I'm doing. In that circumstance, even if you do have, you know, like a 401k, for example, because I do, right? Because I want to be able to retire one day. That was still, I think, put you firmly in the parole side of the argument. You are a capital owner, yes. You're not engaged in significant capital accumulation unless your asset, real estate, investment, or business entities with employees produce income without your ongoing work. Oh, okay, so you do understand. You're just a fucking moron. Never mind. I love when guys come in here and they're like, no, actually, I do understand where you're coming from. I just wanted to be fucking annoying. So why did we do this back and forth then? You just wanted to like autistically argue on the semantics? Because that's an entirely separate thing that you're describing. It's so dumb. I don't know why people do this. I genuinely don't understand it. Maybe you felt like lonely in your home and you wanted to be heard or something. But thank you. Chatter thinks owning anything is capital. Yeah, no, you have a car, dude. Yeah.
In New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill is going to win by 13 percentage points. And what that tells me is that the backlash to Trump is building, and it is evidenced in a couple different ways. Yes, in terms of persuasion, more people wanting to vote for Democrats, but especially in terms of turnout. You know, we did an analysis looking at the precincts across Virginia. We saw that in the rural parts of the state, voters were not very engaged in this election, whereas in Northern Virginia, close to D.C., they were incredibly engaged. These are people who have been amongst the most affected in the country by the Doge cut.
Getting butthurt because you can't understand the frustration of actual middle to low class people because you've never known struggle is absolutely crazy. Yeah. What do you have to say to the 42,556 people here who are all... Also, what is a fucking low class or middle class? That immediately betrays any sort of Marxist analysis here. Just so you know, this is not a real class designation. It's liberalism. Because if we're going to have a conversation around orthodox or Marxist orthodoxy, instead of trying to farm clips like this, I need you to understand you are being a liberal. But the notion that every single other person in here is actually also just as wealthy as I am, just as fortunate financially as I am, and then trying to slam this argument as though I'm like angry at the working poor because I've lived a very privileged life, which I readily admit for the record, is just a silly way to try to do identity politics, but also slamming a bastardized version of class into it. What do you say to all the other people who think you're being a fucking moron, Chatter? You called him a pro, though, so that's weird? What? A pro? I said proletariat. And I call myself, or anyone who makes the overwhelming majority of their revenue from... Brother, you don't even know what these terms mean. Okay, shh. Hey, shh. Shh. Okay? We're going to shush now. Sometimes it's okay not to fucking respond if you don't know what you're talking about. Sometimes it's okay to just sit back and listen. All right? It's all good. Not everything needs a reaction, baby. Sometimes it's okay. You can just sit back, maybe learn a few things, you know? Pro, shortened for proletariat, is not a slur.
We saw earlier this year, and of course the government shutdown that still remains in action right now. However, an electorate that looks like this is not applicable to a presidential election. Turnout will be much, much higher. The parts of states that reliably vote for Republicans will turn out as well. And so, you know, Virginia did not all of a sudden become a plus 15 Democratic state last night.
And what does Trump do now? Because both men have made it clear that they're up for something of a battle between City Hall, New York, and the White House. And Trump has threatened to withdraw federal funding from New York. So how does that all play out?
There also seems to be some hinting towards calling in the National Guard to New York City. So the stakes are incredibly high for New York City. I think that what Republicans see in Zohran Mamdani, and Trump in particular, is a foil that they would like to highlight. Zohran Mamdani, of course, was able to win in New York City, but New York City is, for example, in the last presidential.
Someone in the chat repeated what Zohran said, which I think is a great way to look at it. Stop saying Trump's statements or his illegal threats are law. This is a real problem with the current standard in the media. Okay? They just literally listen to what Trump is saying, and it's just a ridiculous threat. Oftentimes an illegal threat. Oftentimes doubly illegal because it's happening in the backdrop of an election taking place where he's like trying to manipulate the outcome of an election. And we just look at it as like, oh, that's a promise. He's going to do that. We have completely dropped all notion of legality here. It's crazy. Don't do that.
Voted for Harris at about 70%. Obviously, that is not what the nation looks like. And we've already seen messaging from, the RNC, the Republican political group, and some of the congressional campaigns trying to tie Democrats throughout the rest of the country to Zohran Mamdani by, calling them socialists, calling them even communist. So there's a fork in the road, and we will see which path Zohran Mamdani ends up taking if he is able to try to maintain some relationship with Donald Trump. It doesn't seem likely that Trump wants that. But of course, it will greatly affect New York City. And I do think behind all of this, Republicans would really like to create a foil out of Zohran Mamdani.
Well, Galen Drew, thank you very much for your time
today. Did you just have one of the ACP theorist guys on once and be charitable so these kinds of guys leave you alone? Are you fucking kidding me? They will never leave me alone. You think that is gonna make them leave me alone? Were you crazy?
But right now, the mayor-elect of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, is speaking. I want to listen in.
Class isn't a moral classification. It's about your relationship to the means of production. If you're selling your label to a capitalist for wages to purchase the means of subsistence, you are proletarian. If you are self-employed, you are technically petty bourgeois artisan. Not a bad thing. Frida Kahlo was a communist artist who was also admittedly a petty bourgeois artisan. True. Petty bourgeois is an appropriate assessment of my circumstances. Also, Frida Kahlo was, I think she hooked up with Trotsky, right? Is that real? In any case, I think the assessments that we make on this stuff is not as clear cut in this day and age, but especially because so much of commodity production and services have, or people that are a part of it have basically been brought in to a false sense of being or playing a role in owning capital themselves. Like 401ks are one of the greatest examples of this, right? People always say like, oh, I have a 401k, so I fucking need the stock market to be good. Oh, was the paper too loud? Sorry.
What he's saying.
Campaigning may have come to a close last night at 9, but the beautiful prose of governing has only just begun. The hard work of improving New Yorkers' lives starts now. That process begins with transition. In the coming months, I and my team will build a city hall capable of delivering on the promises of this campaign. We will form an administration that is in equal parts capable and compassionate, driven by integrity, and willing to work just as hard as the millions of New Yorkers who call this city home. And central to that effort is a transition team that is defined by the excellence New Yorkers will soon come to expect from government. Our team will be directed by Ilana Leopold, whose roots in this city extend back to her grandmother running the trams on Roosevelt Island. She has extensive experience in city government and has been a key part of our campaign to become the next mayor of this city. And it will be led by our formidable co-chairs, former Federal Trade Commissioner Chair Lina Khan, former First Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer.
Can you believe it? Lina Khan. Lina Khan looked me dead in the eyes last night and in front of 80,000 people straight up lied to me when I was like, oh, do you have any ambitions of doing anything beyond what you're currently doing as a teacher at Columbia? How could you, Lena? How could you do that to me, Lena? I thought we had something. That was crazy. No, I mean, I get it. I thought she said she would help Zoran. I know, but that's not enough. She was like, oh, no, I'm just helping the kids. I'm teaching the kids. That's what she said. She said no congressional run. She didn't rule out Senate. Senate is a part of Congress. You mean no local position?
Way President and CEO Grace Bonilla, and former Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Melanie Hartzog. Over the coming days, we'll start announcing the leaders who will implement our agenda. People like deputy mayors, who oversee entire areas of government, and the commissioners who carry out the critical work of city agencies. Some of these people will have familiar names, others will not. What will unite them will be a commitment to solving old problems with new solutions. We will cast a wide net. We will speak to the organizers on the front lines of the fight to improve our city, government veterans with proven track records, policy experts from around the country and the world, and working people who...
What am I eating? Chicken cutlet. Half of an Italian sandwich and half of a chicken cutlet with pesto. The Italian sandwich wasn't as good, but the chicken cutlet pesto is.
Know better than anyone what their neighborhoods need. Throughout this campaign, I have worked hard to be accessible and transparent with New Yorkers. That same spirit will animate this transition and the city hall we build, because New Yorkers deserve a government that they can trust. And on January 1st, when our city celebrates the inauguration of a new administration, let us also celebrate a new era for our city. One that we all feel invested in and whose success we all work to achieve. Now, it is my pleasure to invite Ilana Leopold to deliver a few words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two social mayors were Dinkins and LaGuardia, and that de Blasio was a normal liberal progressive who didn't run as a socialist or social democrat. Yeah, I know. And I think LaGuardia wasn't a socialist when he was running, right? Or he didn't run it as a socialist, right? He is, but he didn't run as a socialist. Dinkins is the only one before Zoran that has run as a socialist. LaGuardia was a socialist, though. Like his policies, his advocacy, his work. He wasn't a socialist. He's an airport. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Ilana Leopold, and I'm very honored to serve as the executive director of Mayor-elect Mamdani's leadership team. I want to thank Zoran for his faith in me, both on the campaign trail and in this next exciting chapter of his movement. As a third-generation New Yorker raised in Mitchell-Alma housing...
All right, we were just listening to Mayor-elect of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, day one here on the job, Jamie Gangel.
So, you know, one of the things I was thinking about as we were listening...
Bro, someone in the chat said he did the Gaddafi strat, and it's so true. All female team. I see you, bro. I see what you're doing, Zoran. That is the Gaddafi strat. Straight up. Hillary jumped on the Zoran train. Oh, well, thank God she didn't beforehand, because that would have been the kiss of death, you know?
To him, he talked about the hard work of improving New Yorkers' lives, delivering. Now that he has won, it reminds me of the movie The Candidate with Robert Redford, where he unexpectedly wins.
Bro. Zoran's PR team here, please stop comparing him to Middle Eastern authoritarians. Oh, if you don't like that, you're really not gonna like what I'm about to say. Zoran said women don't hold up half the sky, they hold up the entire sky. He's outwoking Mao. He said women don't hold up half the sky. That's bullshit. They hold up 100% of the sky, actually. That's my goat, Maoist right there. He's more Maoist than Mao himself.
And gets into the car and says, what do we do now? Everybody knows that Mamdani was charismatic, struck a chord, got people to vote who had, normally don't vote. The question now is, can he manage? And I think that's what you heard in those words
Let's
today.
not forget, this is the transition.
Right.
He's not going to be the mayor of New York City until, January 1st?
Correct.
He's the mayor-elect right now, putting together his not only his team, but his portfolio at the same time.
And I think people are really going to be watching closely who he surrounds himself with. Are these people with experience who know how to manage? And that will be the first test.
And Eva, what are your thoughts on this? Because that was one of the big questions. Will he be able to implement some of these sweeping promises he made?
Yeah, woke Sharia. Will he be able to implement it? That's the question I have on my mind. That was what was promised to me in backdoor dealings in exchange for my unconditional support. And hopefully it'll happen. I mean, it seems like we're moving in that direction. There is perhaps no clearer indication of woke Sharia taking place than having an all-female transition team. How come you couldn't get into the dinner party? What are you talking about? There is no dinner party. There was never a dinner party. Chatter, if you're a 21-month subscriber, you can't get duped by Reddit posts. Please. We can't be doing that. Especially, no, don't have my name. We can't be doing that, Chatter. That's because you don't know about it. That's true. This is actually so funny if you actually watch the VOD. Please, this is a very unique opportunity for you guys to actually 100% conclusively explain to some of your brain-broken friends. Just literally show them the full VOD and they'll be like, oh my God, this is what these guys have been lying about all along. This is your opportunity to straight up show exactly what happened and the way that people framed it and what they hyper-focused on, to literally, with the maximum amount of evidence, you can probably shake people away from their stupor by showing how silly this manufactured drama looks like. No, but why didn't you get it accepted in the upstairs bit? I must have missed what you explained earlier. Guys, there are different parts in a fucking in a campaign event that you can't fucking live stream. I can't believe that this is something that I have to describe to people. Okay? I can't live stream at every part of a campaign event for security reasons. Are you guys babies? Do you have baby brains? Do you have the brain of a baby? The brain of a child? Okay? What's next? Will you also say, well, you couldn't stream inside of the bathroom? Hasan is lying. I was upstairs last night, and it was just because I said I condemn Hasan Piker's 9/11 comments to the organizers. Yeah, it was Zoran. Zoran's in the chat as a 12-month subscriber. Would you guys like uppies? What do you think is more likely? That I was a welcomed guest of the campaign at the campaign victory event, where I streamed myself alongside all of the other welcomed guests of the campaign, including many of the field organizers that are from this community, or that there is a secret conspiracy where they were like, oh man, we just gotta invite him, I guess. Like, I somehow have unimaginable power. Yeah. Like, it's such a fucking stupid thing, because like, from the leaders of every single team, from social media, from the video production side, to all of the different engagements, including the piece that they filmed for the celebration party for whatever social media thing that they're going to do, where they requested that I give a quote. Like, all of those things combined should probably help you understand that maybe you are getting duped by a fucking Reddit thread made by a bunch of weirdos. Why is he saying folks? It doesn't make sense. Either you're washed and have no motion to get in, or you have so much motion they're scared of you. Yeah, that's what it is. They're both scared of me, including AOC. As you can see, the fear in her eyes as she comes up to me. She's like, she's so afraid, because I will use my influence for evil. Stop getting clip farmed. Oh, you're right. You are actually right about this. I thought you were saying stop getting clip farmed like you did yesterday or something. And I was about to yell at you. And then I realized, oh no, people are baiting you to talk about it so they can clip farm it further and post it on LSF. Stop addressing fake shit. It only makes it real. Yeah. I mean, the only reason why I did it is because I saw a fucking 27-month subscriber say it. That's the only reason why I was like, that's so dumb that you got duped by that. It's crazy. Oh, dude, yeah. Underrated dark woke moment. Underrated dark woke moment is that the person who leaked Jay Jones's text messages lost her fucking delegate seat, and Jay Jones won. People are so salty, it's sad. Dude. My thing is like, I think in this moment, you are personally choosing to find something to be upset about, when this should be a moment of happiness and excitement, right? Because, like, this is good for everybody. Like, it doesn't matter. Unless you were just like a straightforward, unless you are a straightforward Trump supporter, right, who thinks Trump is doing awesome or whatever, like, you should be happy. And there are a lot of like liberals who still, or self-identifying liberals who like still find themselves so invested in like online beef that instead of being like, damn, this was an incredible moment, this was an incredible movement, how fucking exciting, you spend your time trying to find a fucking alternative reason. Like, one of the greatest unifying factors, right? One of the greatest unifying factors from liberals all the way to like literal fucking Maoists is always owning the hogs, like hog tiers, right? Conservative tiers are our sustenance, right? This is what we look forward to. And this is a moment where there's tremendous conservative tiers taking place. And if you still find it in your heart to, instead of enjoy the moment, enjoy the show, enjoy making fun of the Republicans for being like, oh, communist, tequila, socialist, enchiladas happening in New York, they're doing it. Like, instead of just like making fun of those guys, or even like with the J. Jones stuff, like conservatives just talking about how incredibly scary it is that the new Attorney General of Virginia has like said some crazy stuff, and the liberal voters like clearly didn't care about that. Instead of focusing on that kind of stuff, it's always shocking to me that there are still people who like self-ID as liberals who are like, well, actually, it's you fucking Hasan, I hate you. like you just chose to be angry in a moment where you should, like, it's kind of hard for you not to feel hopeful. Doesn't that show that you're probably invested in something that's like deeply unhealthy for your mental health? Like deeply bad for your mental health? Yeah, we're getting fucking glazed by Mike Cernovich. I had to bookmark this and send it to fucking Mehdi. This is a rowdy masculine moment. You can feel the energy. As the Heritage Foundation is putting members through a struggle session and demanding a DEI dean, the left is winning. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Cernovich, and he is not a big fan of mine. But it is pretty crazy that he's just glazing the boys. Because this is a moment of absolute joy. This is a moment of utter domination, not only over the Republicans, not only over the reactionary forces, but also the damn near entirety of the forces of capital that set many hurdles in front of the Zoran campaign.
Hasan Pike is in the building. Hasan's been ducking me. I want a weightlifting contest. You're ducking me.
Oh, really? You're gonna call me out like that? Really? That's crazy.
Hey,
that's crazy.
They was like, he won't condemn Hasan Pike. Remember that shit? Yeah. He won't condemn Hasan Pike. He brought it up twice.
How do you feel about a socialist mayor of New York?
You're ignoring the absolute fruitcake holding the camera behind them. And I say the crowd in the background is about a 50-50 male-female mix, but point taken. You look like a twink. First of all, that is Marchie Poo in the backdrop, okay? How fucking dare you call him a goddamn fruitcake? How dare you? He has more swag in his fucking pinky finger nail than you will ever have in your entire familial lineage, okay? What a ridiculous fucking line of attack. That is crazy. He might look like a fruitcake, but he's our fruitcake. No, I'm kidding. Bowman throws around 405 on the bench dude is a fucking house. I know. I actually was trying to say that to him, but yeah, you couldn't hear it in the microphone. I did say that. You could probably hear it on my stream where I was like, there is no shot that I can engage in any sort of lifting competition with you. You are a house. Jamal Bowman is unironically the most brolic congressperson, I guess, like with the exception of like most brolic politician, I would say, with the exception of like maybe Arnold. But even then, I don't know. Yes, he can bench press like 4 plates. That's not even a joke. We heard it on stream. You are so fucking big, man. What the fuck? He is so yoked, dude. The quote Mehdi chose to use, smoking on that Bill Crackman tonight. What's your problem with Jamal Bowman? What are you talking about? I love Jamal Bowman. What? My problem is he fucking outlifts me by, I mean, he basically fucking 2X's me on the bench press. He bench presses my deadlift reps, okay? That is insane. Like, look at it. Look at this shit.
Good. I got it. Come on, get there. Squeeze. All right.
Brother, how is that man supposed to even spot him? He did 4 plates, 4-3. Okay? That guy behind him is like, how are you supposed to spot 405 from that elevated position? Randy Fine can lift 6 plates and go back for seconds? True. Yeah, that was also barely any leg drive. It's like pure raw upper body strength. He is out of control, bro. Do you guys understand how insanely impressive this is? This is literally top 1% of 1%. This is a top 1% of 1% lift. Okay? Like, there are basically like, I don't know, 1,000 to maximum 10,000 people on the planet that can lift that much. No, it's not close grip. You're going crazy. NFL player shit? Brother, this is a tough lift for NFL players. Dude, the NFL Combine, you hit reps for 2 plates. This is double, okay? Double the amount of plates. This is 4 plates. And he hit it for 3. Do you know what the drop-off is? 2 plates is 225 pounds. The journey from 225 pounds to 300 pounds takes years for some people. Okay? I think a lot of people don't understand how unimaginably impressive this lift is. Yeah, and he's also 40 plus years old. It's just like not, I don't know. I can talk about this for hours. I can talk about this for days, dude. Yeah. I think it's like 5% of men in the world can lift over 225 pounds. Probably even a smaller percentage than that. What is the fucking weightlifter meta? That there are less people who can bench press 225 pounds than there are millionaires or something in America, right? Yeah, 183 kilograms in real units that the rest of the world uses. My dad maxed out at 405 on bench, and now his rotator cuffs are basically gone. Yeah. Aaron Donald, the strongest ever NFL player only, in air quotes, benches 500 pounds. Yes, Jamal Bowman is probably the only American politician that can bench press Randy Fine. No exaggeration. Like, we're talking industrial forklift capabilities, okay? That's not normal. That's abnormal. He is superhuman. What about RFK? RFK is fucking bitch made, dude. What are you talking about? RFK is also very old. To be fair, he's even older. He's much older than...
on the campaign trail to lower the cost of living for the everyday American under the socialist ideology.
Yeah, the greatest test is if he is going to be able to deliver, but it will be really a boost for progressives across the country if he can, in fact, deliver on these policy promises. But he stepped to the podium today really looking like an executive. Last night was about the excitement and the momentum. And I think today is sort of a reflection on where he goes from here. But so much, Pam and Wolf, of how he got to where he did was this affordability and economic populism message. And I think that we're going to see this sort of mom-donification of so many candidates that pivot and adopt that structure.
Oh, yeah.
As I was covering the campaigns, so much of the Republican messaging was steeped in sort of the culture wars. And I think that those are kind of over. I think that last night sort of proved that the conversation around trans children and how they're governed in public schools and that entire debate has kind of like lost its momentum. And that really now, I think there's more of a focus on affordability, the cost of living, and we're going to see that from candidates.
And that wasn't just for Mamdani as well. That was quite literally also another example of like culture war issues taking a complete backstep to actual material issues, because one, affordability has not been solved at all. It's only worsened, and that has created a lot of anger and a lot of buyer's remorse from many voters that may have even voted for Donald Trump. And two, yeah, it took a backseat, sorry. Because the on the gubernatorial race in VA, the Republican was literally still trying to do the transgenders in school shit. And people did not fuck with that at all. They were like, I don't give a shit. Put a trans person in every school, motherfucker. Make things cheaper, okay? Make things cheaper. I don't give a fuck how many trans athletes are competing in the swim competition. Make the groceries cheaper. Make the rent cheaper. So y'all are admitting you need to see a Muslim socialist do it before you thought maybe you should talk about affordability? I mean, it wasn't just that. I think it's there is some truth to that, right? But I will fucking say that basically the Democrats, even the centrist ones, have been locked into the position of affordability, or at least are eating good off of the affordability crisis. Because whoever is in charge is now responsible for the affordability crisis and not solving it, right? So automatically people are going to go, okay, Trump, it's been 10 months, bitch. Why are the prices not going down? Right? So even if Abigail Spanberger or Mickey did not run on affordability as aggressively as Mamdani did, even though they did actually run on it quite a bit in different ways, right? I think Cheryl was talking about energy prices pretty early on. I think she had like an anti-data center take that I personally liked. Ultimately, that is the conversation, Okay, in late August, Sheriff rolled out the freeze utility bills policy 2 months after the New York City mayoral election demonstrated the power to freeze the rent. Okay? That's good. It's true. Polls badly undercounted her support. I'm very glad she leaned into economic populist policies, including attacking monopolies for driving up prices. It worked for her. So let this then be the end of the argument. We all agree that economic populism is a path forward and poll-tested platitudes are not. So what are we arguing about? People are yelling at Ryan Grimm because he had said the Democratic establishment loves to say back in September, the party needs to move to the center as if they're not already there. The New Jersey and Virginia deep blue states, they managed to nominate 2 national security Dems who aggressively stand for nothing beyond poll-tested platitudes. Oh, by the way, there were a couple socialists running for Jersey City Council last night that I was helping out. Both of them made it to the runoff that will be held on December 2nd. Joel Brooks and Jake Efros. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good shit. Central_Committee, also known as Michael from Pennsylvania. Can you break down why hardline commies are against Iran? No, I don't care to do so. It's fine. All right, let's continue.
Across the board. You know, I have to say that he's going to spend the next couple months preparing for litigation. Litigation and I don't mean this to be tongue-in-cheek, but he already knows he has an attorney general in New York who has been battling with President Trump and this DOJ, a lawsuit totally unrelated to his own candidacy. He knows the litigious nature of Donald Trump and New York City. He also knows there's already a threat being made about withholding funding from the federal government if the people of New York chose Mamdani as their mayor. It's one of the reasons that Andrew Cuomo was somebody that he was saying you have to go with him because he wouldn't have those same challenges. Now, the people did not buy it, and it was their right to vote for whom they want. We have voting rights in this country for that reason, and a democracy. But now I have to think about strategically, what will that mean litigation-wise? Will I have to try to fend off or proactively try to ensure that I get the funding as a part of my city and state? Governor Hochul will look at the same things as well. So the next couple months are going to be the transition. Normally it's like maybe curtains in your office. Maybe it's the idea of who you want as your staff. Yeah. The legal team surrounding this mayor will have to be worth their weight in platinum, not just gold, because there's going to be so many things thrown at them. And that's an unfortunate reality of where we are right now in politics, where every move you make as an elected official, you have to pay the political piper here in Washington, D.C., which is one of the reasons you've got the Supreme Court looking at things right now and protests happening, et cetera. So I'll be curious to see what his approach will be to that threat that was made from the President of the United States about that funding, what litigation he will do to try to proactively fend that off, and then, of course, the reality of all you've described, how to get the job done.
But the political pressure will be there, though, for people to get in line, because Mamdani has won the affection of so many voters on these issues. And so I think it's no longer going to be sufficient for maybe more centrist Democrats or Republicans to stick their head in the sand and try to block him at every turn. They're going to have to work with him because of the demands of the people.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit and say in New York that may happen. I don't think this reflects throughout the country. Certainly we saw the races in Virginia and New Jersey. The, Spanberger and Sherrill, they are moderate with national security.
Yeah.
When you're talking about...
Of course, guys. Internationally relevant, historic candidacy, utterly irrelevant. Please, look at how well these wonderful moderates did. Well, we'll never know. We'll never know what it would have looked like if there was a fucking, I guess, Democrat spoiler in those races. And an unimaginable amount of bipartisan attacks from numerous powerful advocacy groups, from the Israel lobby all the way to the real estate developers and virtually every other powerful entity in this country. And it's not an accident that both Pete Buttigieg and Cory Booker and all of these other Democrats, like I see it, we see it, They're not talking about New York, or at least they're like barely alluding to the New York victory. This is interesting, and I think it's foolish. Okay? It is fucking foolish. I cannot believe that the most exciting story that the Democrats have right now are being actively suppressed by top level Dems. They're just refusing to lean into it. It's crazy. It's so dumb. Yeah, Eric had a good take on this. Eric Hovagim, my Chinese emissary that I sent out there to Shanghai ahead of my visit, like I'm a goddamn vizier, okay? I sent them out there ahead of time to go. He is my Armenian emissary that I sent to China ahead of time to scout it out, you know? We are going to do great diplomacy. The Ottoman Sultan is going to come in and do great diplomacy with the emperor. Anyway, he said, he went all the way out there on horseback. Dems have shifted so far right that neither Pete nor Cory Booker could congratulate Zoran, but fucking Hillary Clinton did. Classic bad at GeoGuessr. Did you see posts about Mamdani are banned on the r/Democrat subreddit? I did. I don't really care about subreddit. Free Beacon denied entry at the Zoran event. They're so mad. I was not allowed into Mamdani's event for obvious reasons, but Al Jazeera was standing behind me, and I overheard them crowing that we had no trouble getting in. They like us. Aw, well, damn, John. That sucks, huh? I mean, you have to be like, I guess, exceptionally bad with the vibes if fucking the free press was allowed in. You're literally quoted on dead white staffer. What is this? Bumping that. Zoran has proved that Democrats can stand for something and win. It's possible to take real positions and make good policies. I'm not Trump. Is and was never good enough. We must not succumb to nihilism. Me yearning for Zoran's New York. Me yearning for public transportation. How it feels seeing Zoran win while in Texas. Me waiting for the races to flee their brownstone so I can take their spot. The entire country was so locked in on the New York City mayoral race. Not because it's New York City, but because Zoran Mamdani represented so much of what we have been screaming for. Affordable housing, healthcare, childcare, trans rights, inclusivity, not to mention young, non-white, educated, and not a fucking rapist. Democrats, take notes. New York City just proved that centrism is not a winning strategy. Candidates who embrace socialist, progressive, anti-war, anti-corporatist values are the future of the party. Get on board or keep losing elections. Simple. Which one was it? I got you baited. Taylor Lorenz quoted that tweet with another quote of a reporter that said he was in line with the Free Beacon guy and said he didn't RSVP. That's funny. You just created 1 million Michael Rappaports. I did this in The Sims once. Yeah, this is true. Let 1 million Michael Rappaports bloom, but let it said that you had no access. Let it. Do you think it's true that Zoran voted on the workers' family ticket and not the Dems one? I mean, it doesn't matter. Jessica Tarkov is throwing heaters on the 5.
Story is that moderate candidates won all over this country.
Oh, God. I hate when there's like an actual left flank candidate because Jessica Tarkov reveals that she is like an annoying centrist. And I can't maintain the meme that she is my queen. That's when I do want to escape from Tarkov, you know? It makes me sad. Whenever there's any sort of like left flank candidacy, she immediately dials back. She immediately hits the fucking centrist lines. And that makes me so sad. As a lifelong Jessica escape from Tarkov fan, okay? You guys know this. Did anyone record Michael Rappaport? No, unfortunately, he has no friends that ever want to be around him. So there was no one to record him.
That Donald Trump and Mike Johnson have their heads in the sand, still telling us, Donald Trump today, grocery prices are down. Literally millions of people told you last night that that is not the case. Greg, but the story is that moderate candidates won.
AOC seems like she wants to help with leftist primaries.
Action next.
Yeah. I mean, that is the movement, right? Like, that's what we want to do. I think it's more so about physical safety and survival. She's literally less than a foot away from Jesse Waters 5 times a week. Brother, Jesse Waters is gonna do sexual harassment whether she takes the leftmost position or not. You know what I mean? That's irrelevant to whatever Jessica is saying. He just can't stop himself from doing that. He is Mr. Molestation.
I think it's very focused on New York. I also don't think the culture wars are over yet. I think that President Trump sees Mamdani as a foil that he will take advantage of, and you may see other Republicans do it.
Dude, it's so awesome. Culture wars are over if you let it be over. The moment that Democrats establish a foothold in improving the material conditions of the working class and start presenting universality on their policy platforms, they start centering working class issues, okay? It's over. There is no more culture war shit because then Republicans have to be responsive. Then they'll still try to turn around and say, well, black people. What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. I just got a fucking... Hello? What is this? Is it a calendar invite? What the hell is this? Oh. Sorry. Establishment's already announcing it's going to make moves. The DCCC isn't ruling out playing in the Democratic primaries. The DCCC isn't ruling out playing in the Democratic primaries. Oh, wow. The chair of the House Democrats campaign arm on Wednesday didn't rule out putting her finger on the scale in key battleground district primaries next year. Oh, that makes sense. No, I got a calendar invite for the thing that I'm doing for Crooked Con. That's what I was looking at. Anyway, let's continue.
And I think a big question about his success will be, can he now deliver? If he can deliver, if he can manage, if he can improve the lives of New Yorkers every day, yes, those things, may be true in New York. But New York is a very tough city to run. And so he has a big challenge. And I think Laura's point about these legal cases, this can become both all-consuming, but it's also going to take a lot of time.
Which is not to say that he can't be successful. And I think people of New York have elected him because they want him to be successful. And It's their right to want it, and it's his job to try to carry it off. But I will say the blueprint that Trump has used about being unapologetically rejecting of the status quo and the normal vehicles to get things done, he might be able to employ it in New York, and they might have more in common than he thinks.
Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani in New York City answering questions. Let's listen.
All right, let's get to fucking Ross Douthat and copium. Mamdani's victory is less significant than you think. New York's next mayor won't save the Democrats. Of course.
Hola, Nueva York!
This should not come as a surprise to you. Ross Douthat is back to doing some fuck shit, okay?
Zohran Mamdani
Mamdani
has been elected mayor of New York City, raising the flag of the far left over Gotham.
Zohran Mamdani is the winner. Zohran Mamdani is the winner.
And if you
Gotham is actually, maybe Chicago, isn't it? Isn't it Arkham? I don't know.
You believe the hype or the fears of his critics, then the 34-year-old Ugandan-born Muslim democratic socialist is poised to remake the Democratic Party, thrilling young voters, mainstreaming socialism.
There has to be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country.
And anti-Zionism.
What's happening in Gaza as a genocide.
And offering himself as the starkest possible contrast to that other New Yorker in the White House.
We're sending in our National Guard.
We do not need the National Guard.
But I'm skeptical.
Does it say anything about our
Bro, his Wikipedia page is so fucking funny. Classic Nepo baby media guy. Why the fuck is anyone listening to this loser? Because he's hot. Duh. Why the fuck does anybody listen to me? Because we're both sexy. What kind of fucking question is this?
national politics?
This would be a message, actually, I think, to Democrats nationally as well.
The odds are that Mamdani's victory is actually less significant than you think. In part, that's because the media, still New York-centric, tends to hype New York.
The only part about this that is correct is that the media is New York-centric, and shit that happens in New York gets elevated quite a bit. I mean, look no further than like all the Barry Weiss movements that have taken place in CBS News. Like, that is a byproduct of New York media being super self-interested and hyper focusing on New York media related shit, right? That's it. That's the real reason. That's a thing that happens. Okay. There is some truth out of that. Okay. This race was definitely base boosted for sure. There is truth to that. Having said that, however, everything else he's gonna say here is like, oh, it's just New York politics are different than, you know, the rest of the country. All this shit is like, doesn't matter. The footprint and the skeleton of a successful campaign that can successfully overcome great odds is right there.
Mayoral politics beyond its real significance.
Everyone's now treating New York's mayoral race as if it were a presidential one.
Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
And it's also because the office of mayor of New York City has tended to be a political springboard to nowhere. We've repeatedly seen New York City mayors, from John Lindsay to Rudy Giuliani to Michael Bloomberg.
Okay, low-key, that's also true. Never mind. He's right about that. But once again, this has nothing to do. This is a bait and switch, okay? What he's doing here is a bait and switch off the main premise, okay? Because no one thinks that the Zohran Mamdani campaign was significant and possibly a footprint for like what the national party could do to save its reputation, because they think, oh, Zohran Mamdani is going to be the fucking president. First of all, he's an immigrant, okay? He is a naturalized citizen. He's not legally capable of becoming the president. So that's number one anyway. It would be as stupid as bringing that up to be like, well, this doesn't make for a national party because, you know, no one after being the mayor of New York ever becomes anything, even if they have aspirations of higher office, ever end up achieving it. It's like, yeah, okay, that doesn't mean anything. The national, or rather international, relevance of this movement and of this campaign is because of what the campaign represented and who the campaign was able to successfully activate with what policies. That's it.
Hyped as national political influencers, only to flop outside the 5 boroughs. When Eric Adams was elected just 4 years ago, there was a lot of talk about how his distinctive branding as a tough-on-crime African-American moderate
This is not going to be a city of violence.
might make him a leader for the national.
Yeah, dumb people said that because they're stupid. Actually, Ross Douthat, I don't know if you said it personally, but many of your fucking dumbass colleagues certainly did. The people that you hail as like champions, intellectual giants of analyses were all eating this dude's dick. We didn't say that. I thought, what a ridiculous thing. And guess what? I didn't point to the fact that a mayor is never going to have aspirations of higher office that they can achieve. That's not my, that wasn't my analysis. I was saying that's dumb because Eric Adams is a bad is a bad campaigner. His policies weren't good. And he won because it was a crowded primary once again. And there wasn't any there was a lot of leftist infighting taking place last time around. And there wasn't like a significant left flank candidate there. Yeah. It was Nate Silver who said that. It's probably foolish to think a New York City mayor will successfully translate into being a national political figure. But I still think Eric Adams would be in my top 5 for who will be the next Democratic presidential nominee after Joe Biden. I need your seed. Okay. Okay, chatter. Dial it back now. We're talking politics.
Democratic Party.
Look at me. You're seeing the future of the Democratic Party.
Obviously, that didn't work out. And all of those figures were at least trying to be centrists or moderates, whereas Mamdani has been elected as the left-wing mayor of a left-wing city. And imagining that that makes him a model for how the Democratic Party should compete nationwide is a little bit like imagining that a far-right Republican elected in Alabama or Idaho is likely to offer a template for how Republicans should compete in swing states. That's likely to be a fantasy.
Will the Democratic leadership learn from his campaign? I doubt it.
I'll say this for Mamdani, though. He's come on the scene at a moment when the leftward wing of the Democratic Party is looking for a national leader because Bernie Sanders can't live forever, and it's not clear that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or any other figure is quite ready to fill Sanders' shoes. So there might be a future where Mamdani ends up getting elected as a governor or a senator and becomes an important factional leader on the left, if not a leader of the Democratic Party as a whole. And that could happen, I suppose, if he governs absolutely brilliantly, maybe even by imitating Sanders' own successful turn as the pragmatic, sewer socialist mayor of the somewhat smaller city of Burlington, Vermont. I think that's the best case for his long-term.
Ross Douthat is the worst kind of right-wing figure because he actually is a well-read one, right? Like, sewer socialism, what the fuck? No, he's right. God, you guys are literally less well-read than fucking Ross Douthat. He's right. He's right. God damn, some of you motherfuckers do not listen to Michael from Pennsylvania at all, for the record, okay? But he isn't wrong about this analysis. It's just he's misdirecting. He is misdirecting the fucking attention of the viewership, the readership, with like accurate assessment, accurate analysis, but leading you in an inaccurate direction by presenting this alternative argument that like the mayor of New York is a tough job, which is true. But like the mayor of New York's performance in this tough job is going to make it impossible for this to be a nationally relevant campaign. When in fact, you are supposed to be looking at the performance of the campaign against the odds. And from that perspective, it's a banger. The campaign outperformed expectations, 1% recognition, 1% approval rating, only a couple months prior to beating out this crowded primary field, and then also destroying the dynastic name of Cuomo once and for all, And doing so while having to combat these forces of capital that were pretty fucking aggressively attacking him.
Political significance. But I still think that it's more likely that 4 years of actually governing New York City will demonstrate yet again why getting elected mayor is so often a career peak.
He's a classic conservative in a lot of ways, completely elitist and not at all anti-intellectual. That's why he's so annoying, and also why MAGA is not a fan of his. Yeah. What is this? Speaking of super socialism, there's a candidate in Wisconsin running for governor by the name of Francesca Hong. Yeah, I've heard of her. She was on my stream last month. She's very cool. Current state rep there in Wisconsin. I raised $20K for her. Let me know if you're interested in meeting her. Midwest Mamdani. Yeah, for sure. I will never forget how he thought adventurism meant going on adventures. That is true. Although he is relatively well-read enough to know what sewer socialism is, he did genuinely think adventurism means just going on fucking fun little events with your friends where you go and assassinate people. Like, he did think that. That was pretty funny. Are you sure he wasn't playing dumb? No. I wasn't. I'm sure he wasn't playing dumb. I think he was just being dumb. All right, let's get back to this.
With the Mamdani win last night, the historic milestones set are significant.
And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election.
New York City's first South Asian mayor, the first Muslim mayor, the youngest mayor since the 1890s. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani with me in studio this morning. You were fired up last night.
Yes, I was. It's a pleasure to be on.
Good to have you here. Congratulations. I know you were ahead in the polls, but talk to me about the conversations with your wife and your parents when you saw those first numbers come in.
You know, it was a moment of anticipation, also a moment of anxiety, of waiting until we could actually get a glimpse of what the election would look like. But it was a joy to be sitting there with my wife and with close members of my team as we started to take in what more than a year of work has looked like for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
You know, you've been so busy with the campaign, but some thoughts have to go to transition. You've got good people working with you as well. What will the next 2 months look like?
You know, we have 57 days, and those are 57 days to start to do the work of preparing for January 1st, to hit the ground running, because New Yorkers deserve a city hall that is not only dedicated, but is also going to deliver on actually addressing the cost of living crisis. And so for me, the directive here has to be one of ensuring that it is excellence that characterizes the people I surround myself with, both in the appointments, in the team, and in the general expectation that is being set for my city hall.
You were criticized in the campaign by your opponent as being someone who was campaigning on slogans, that these were things that were not attainable. And I think by any analysis, you would have to look at them and say that some of them will be difficult to obtain. Fast and free buses isn't as simple as announcing that it's fast and free buses. You've got to get the support of the governor, the support of the legislature, the support of the MTA. What happens next on those initiatives to make sure that if they can't be completely implemented, at least the spirit of the will of the voters is incorporated into policy?
You know, we get to work on delivering them. That's what has to be the next steps here. And I think many have also asked what happens next for the 100,000 volunteers of the campaign who brought us to this point. And I've told so many of those New Yorkers that this is now a struggle that they are a part of beyond just the ballot box, but also in organizing to deliver these things. And I'm proud to have the endorsement of Governor Hochul.
Was his election a mandate? Yes, no shit. Yes. Of course it is, dude. You have to match it up against the forces, right? It wasn't a mandate, it was a mandate, yes. But like, the reason why it was a mandate is because of the insane hurdles that he had to fucking clear. That is the reason. Like, the thing is, we can just chalk it up to everybody caring about what happens in New York, or the hyper focus on New York because the New York media loves to jerk itself off or whatever the fuck. But the reality of the matter is, the reason why it's a historic fucking election is because of how aggressively they went after him, because of the policies that he represents, because of his ideology. That's it. And because of how he was able to get so many people on board. What does a mandate mean? Like a popular mandate. If you like had a, like Ronald Reagan had a mandate, right? He won so overwhelmingly. Whereas Donald Trump did not have a popular mandate because he had a marginal victory over Kamala Harris. Yeah. Mandate is essentially a fancy word for clearing 50%. If he won with 49%, technically speaking, 51% would have voted against him. He just cleared that. But it doesn't matter. No, people don't even talk about it as like a marginal victory over 50%. They mean like you wiped it. You fucking wiped the table. You got everything. Okay, so it's when you win convincingly, so people got to listen? No, when you win so convincingly that it's obvious that you have a fuck ton of people setting their expectations on whatever you promised being achieved.
Had the endorsement of Assembly Speaker Carl Hastie, Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins of the state Senate. These are also endorsements of an agenda of affordability, and I'm confident in delivering these same policies that we ran on for more than the last year.
I want to talk.
One of the things that I think we should say is that Cuomo was actually really able to get people to turn out for him. The only reason Mamdani won is because he was able to win more votes for mayor in modern history. Yeah, it is true. That's what I was trying to describe to people. Like, the reason why this one got more votes than any other fucking mayoral election since like 1965 is because Cuomo did actually pump turnout for virtually every right-wing person in the city. Okay? Normally, the reason why the previous New York mayoral races don't get as many votes is because it's kind of established. The Democrats going to fucking win. It's just everybody knows, right? It's not usually a popular shake-up contest. And the reason why they were able to do this, the reason why Cuomo was able to do this was because they spent so much money. This news anchor was famously on air for his regular morning program during 9/11. He was live for 15 hours that day. Oh, damn. The more you know. 9/11 facts on the HasanAbi broadcast.
About this campaign and the way it played out. I have a clip from your speech last night when you were talking about your rival. I'll play it now.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
It got personal.
You know, this was a race which I think was too often about the other candidates in it and not enough about the people who are looking to struggle to survive in the city. And
But were you angry with him for the way that his side made it personal?
You know, I was quite disappointed in the nature of...
Good response. Instead of saying he was angry, he's saying like he's fucked up, that's what he wanted to focus, because he disrespected the voters by doing that.
The bigotry and the racism that we saw in the final weeks. I'm also looking forward to delivering a city
disgraceful, absolute disgrace, by the way. It was so fucking
where
nasty.
New Yorkers can expect more from their leaders, where they can expect to focus on what keeps those New Yorkers up at night. And no matter how much, millions of dollars were spent in trying to make it seem as if I was the person who would keep New Yorkers up at night, what I found from New Yorkers that it was cost of rent, groceries, childcare, again and again. That's what we're going to focus on.
Did you speak to either the former governor or the current mayor yesterday?
The former governor did not call, did speak to Curtis Sliwa, however.
And what about Mayor Adams?
No, Mayor Adams I have not spoken.
Have there been conversations in terms of how they'll accommodate you in the transition?
I look forward to speaking with Mayor Adams and his administration about this next period of 57 days because we owe it to this city to be ready on January 1st, start delivering.
In our political coverage last night, Stu Lozer was doing some analysis and said that he saw that there was a significant amount of anti-Mamdani vote as opposed to a pro-Cuomo vote. It still resulted in votes for Andrew Cuomo. How do you connect with those voters now who had, for whatever reason, fear or trepidation about you being elected mayor?
Easy. Deliver on the promises. A lot of people have been fucking propagandizing and thinking that this guy and his worldview spells trouble for New York. Now he has to be the best possible mayor he could be and show those people that they were lied to. This is not only important for Zohran Mamdani, but this is also important for the left movement in general. And I think that a lot of people are going to try to offer additional hurdles, place additional hurdles beyond the epic hurdles he must climb as a person going in against the interests of capital to begin with, as a socialist mayor. He will have to go after the forces of capital, the real estate developers, finance capital, the police force. There's going to be unimaginable amounts of sabotage. And on top of that, you have fucking the Israel lobby too, which is disastrous. They've already started.
I don't begrudge New Yorkers who were skeptical, and I don't begrudge them because they were subjected to around $40 million in attack ads. So for many New Yorkers, if they opened their mailbox, turned on their TV, or put on their radio, they would hear something or the other about why they should fear me. My job now is to lead the entirety of the city, and I'm looking forward to it because no matter what your political party is, no matter what your politics, you are facing the same affordability crisis. You are having to pay the same kind of rent, the same kind of groceries, the same kind of childcare, the same fare to get on the bus. And that's where City Hall can actually be a partner in making life easier in the city.
You have passion for those issues, the childcare theme, the grocery theme, the fast and free buses, the freeze the rent. I've got them all burned into my head as well, which says something about the success of your campaign themes. But there are so many other issues you didn't get into. The administration for children's services or for senior services, really not much talk about the Department of Health or the Department of Sanitation. Now you've got to keep a handle on all of that. How do you get up to speed?
I think the key thing here is hiring people who are excellent and have shown a track record of results in their field. And I'm going to be looking to putting together an administration that is able to deliver on any issue, no matter if it's been considered by government to be too big of a crisis to contend with or too small of an issue to actually care about. We're going to show New Yorkers that we can.
I followed this race quite closely. I still don't know what Cuomo ran on. What do you mean? Hasan Piker and Zohran Mamdani did 9/11. He's going to make Zohran Mamdani no longer be eligible to live in a rent-adjusted house, which I guess he is getting that wish because now he's going to be living in Gracie Manor. And then 5,000 new cops. That's it. Those were his literal fucking key policies. Zohran would love a 9/11 to happen and may or may not have conducted the previous 9/11 that did happen. $5,000 cops.
Both.
There was so much national attention, international attention. We saw that with the number of reporters assembled at your big event at the Brooklyn Paramount last night.
Very different from the beginning of the campaign.
Oh, but that's what I wanted to talk about now, because suddenly this has gone from one guy trying to make a name for himself in the primary to what some people are describing as a playbook for a struggling Democratic Party that has the Democratic Party underestimated the power of younger voters to get on and propel them to victory. Tell me about that national phenomenon and how much weight is on you because.
Does this guy live in Canada? Like, I've never seen a more Canadian-coded New York local news host. He just keeps saying a boot, bro. What is happening? What is a boot, dog? A boot is what you have on your foot. Does this motherfucker live in Albany or like Buffalo or some shit? Is he actually crossing the border? Huh? Is he a border crosser? Tell me the truth. Snow, Mexico. I'm suspicious on you. Are you coming? Are you coming from the northern border? We're gonna build the wall over there now. Pat has been on NY1 for 20 years.
You know, I try to keep my horizons looking like that cover of the New Yorker where
We don't actually say a boot, you dingus. Yes, you do. And you also say bag. Bag. Those are the two ways you can figure out if someone's Canadian. If they say a boot or if they say bag. Have you guys ever heard Canadians say the word bag? It's crazy. And also, we already clocked him. He is Canadian. He moved to another Edmonton television station. Bag. They put like a fucking E in there, maybe a Y. Sorry.
In New Jersey. But I do think that, you know, about a year ago when President Trump won the general election, there were a lot of obituaries that were written about the Democratic Party's ability to connect with young voters, with young men, especially with Asian voters. There were many, you know, opinion pieces put out that these were voters that were now forever being lost.
Have you ever heard Northern Line say pasta? It's so fucked up. Wait, how does he say pasta?
Republican Party. And what we've showed in our...
I'm kind of bored.
I am here with the mayor-elect.
I'm kind of bored of hearing from fucking Zoran. I'm gonna skip it. All right, we did enough. We did enough. All right, let's see what the Karnaki Khaki man has to say. I'd rather see hog tears, right? Am I wrong? Don't you want to see fucking hog tears? Fair weather fan alert? No, fair weather fan is gonna be on his side in his best moments. People who are going, oh my God, I love Zoran now after he fucking won. Those are the fair weather fans. We were there at the beginning. Now that he's popping off, I'm a hipster. I'm a gatekeeper. I'm a hipster. I'm like, ugh, Zoran reached national prominence. I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm one of those guys. Oh, Zoran was better when you had fucking 1% recognition. That's me. Pseudo hog tears. Oh, yes. So Andrew Cuomo obviously had an event, and I know I had some friends who wanted to attend the Andrew Cuomo events, but they couldn't figure out where they were. But one of the things that's awesome about the Andrew Cuomo events that took place around the city, especially this main one, was how much anger and resentment these fucking hogs and hogalinas have for Curtis Lewa.
And Madami, he threw the election. Curtis Lewa threw this election. Wake up, New York.
I do need to say something here, but like, I think if you're at that age, it's a little crazy that you're just like running around all sorts of fucked up, being like this mentally ill. Like, stay at home, do knitting, you know what I mean? Take on a hobby, do the fucking crossword puzzle, go to a retirement home and literally fuck your brains out. You know what I mean? That's what old people do. They go to a retirement facility and they just bone, okay? They bone until their hips turn to dust. You should be doing that. Not being a mentally ill QAnon supporter at the fucking Andrew Cuomo rally. It is far past your bedtime, lady. You should be at home Googling Hasan Piker 9/11 and flicking the bean. Okay? That's what you should be doing. Looking up my meat pics going, this is Andrew Cuomo. I wanted to vote for you, but I couldn't because I was too busy flicking my bean. Because I saw the Hasan Piker meat pics. But here you are at the fucking rally being a nuisance.
Shame on you, Curtis Lewa! You threw the election! You're a scumbag! You will never...
Less bean than a raisin at that age, am I right? True. Flicking the raisin.
Never be loved in New York City ever again! You are a scumbag! Fucking Thomas Lewa's a scumbag! Shame on Curtis Lewa! You fucked the whole fucking thing up! New York City!
You want to know what one of the funniest parts about this is that with the way that the votes actually went, even if Sliwa dropped out, Andrew Cuomo still would have lost. Like, I know it's not these guys' strong suit. Matt, thinking, being a normal human being, like not their strong suit, right? But like, yeah, Adam Carlson is right. I do enjoy the commitment to their Sliwa was a spoiler argument, even though a fifth grader could tell you that even if you magically shifted all of Sliwa's votes to Cuomo, he still would have lost by 1.7 points. And what's really funny is, like, they're still doing this thing. They're still doing this thing where they're like, no, you're supposed to drop out for me. I'm the establishment Democrat, which I love. I love that now the establishment Democrats are doing the I'm entitled to your votes, but this time to the fucking Republicans. Dude, is there a less democratic force out there than these fucking annoying centrists, dude? Seriously. They have one fucking note and it's just I'm entitled to your vote. Give it to me. The fuck's wrong with you? Isn't that crazy? I kind of love seeing that, though. At least they're not doing it to us at least they're not doing it to us for once, right? Because normally we're used to that shit. This is what we have to eat on a daily basis. Like, oh, what do you mean you're not going to vote for Kamala Harris? Like, what do you think? This is a fucking democracy? No, you got two shots. You got two options. And if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then you fucking suck. And you love Donald Trump. And it's like, okay, sure. But a lot of people don't work that way. They don't look at the situation and go, okay, I'm going to go vote for Kamala Harris. Otherwise, it's going to be Donald Trump. And it's evidenced by the fact that you see a bunch of people that did vote for Donald Trump who were like, oh my God, that was a terrible decision, right? It shouldn't get to that point for people to realize that Donald Trump is bad. But unfortunately, you have to work within the electorate you have, not the one that you invented in your fucking mind, where everyone is like, well, I'm certainly convinced by harm reduction voting narratives. Okay? Just as I tell all of my revolutionary vanguardist chatters that you have to work within the electorate you have and not the one that you envision or the one that you dreamed that magically has unlocked class consciousness, but instead one that self-identifies as liberal. To the Democrats, I always say, work within the electorate you have instead of assuming that the harm reduction narratives are going to work. You have to literally make an argument as to why they should vote for you. Okay? They don't. They don't do it. They don't do it. They just don't. You just keep repeating it over and over again. But it's very fucking annoying. Very fucking annoying that the Democrats are like, nope, didn't learn from those lessons the last time around. Gonna do that again. And it's pretty funny to me that they still have this parasitic attitude, this arrogant entitlement that somehow people owe them and that they have to get the votes. It's not going to work, especially when you got a real one like fucking Curtis Lewa out there. My goat. This one's for him. Shouts out to my main man, Curtis.
Fuck New York City! You fuck New York City! By Soros!
Yeah. Oh my God. Get a cat in his honor? Maybe. But yeah, there's more. There's even funnier versions of this. There's Michael Treacy. Michael Treacy interviewed a bunch of these people. Do you have this? Oh, John Rocker. Taxis will be replaced by camels. Women will be forced to cover themselves head to toe. NYPD will be replaced with religious police. All hot dog stands will be replaced with goat meat stands. This is what you voted for, this guy says. It's like, dude, you can't even do racism in an interesting way. At that point, you gotta fucking give up, dude. Honestly. Oh, this was funny too. Speaking of racism in an interesting way. Here's a look at who was at Mamdani's election night party. It says Alexis McAdams, the Fox News national correspondent. That's Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia grad student who led anti-Israel protests for months. He was supposed to be deported by the Trump administration. Also, Hasan Piker, the streamer who said America deserved 9/11. I like that Mehdi gets no play here, by the way. That's pretty chill. Come on, make something up for him too. What the fuck? It's bullshit. Ted Cruz. This is what happiness. This is what happens when communists win. Oh, Ted Cruz just posted me. Wait. That's from fucking. That's from today, from 11. It only got 2.4 thousand likes. Oh my God. Oh, he is so fucking washed. Oh, God. You're fucking washed, dude. You're also reposting Drew fucking Pavlov. Ugh. These guys are... Mamdani meltdown montage? Oh, let's go.
Imagine how disappointed I am. This is a horrible blow.
I honestly feel bad. I have friends of mine in New York. My phone is blowing up. They are officially depressed and scared.
And this was also a hostile takeover by the Democratic Socialists of America.
And this is a crazy situation. Yes! It's a very, very sad night.
Okay, I'm literally in tears. I'm having a hard time keeping a straight face. And my funny friends are sending me, one is a meme of the Statue of Liberty, you know, sitting down, smoking a cigarette. Yes! I'm going to move to Florida.
Inshallah, brothers, the Ummah is finally on top.
Congratulations to Zoran Mamdani.
Let's go! That's right. Allah is the greatest and works in mysterious ways. Reply thread, a hog Twitter meltdowns courtesy of Ken Liegenstein. Reply with the funniest New Yorkers following type post you've seen. Greg Abbott, join me for a moment of silence for New York City thoughts and prayers. White smoke, New York City has a new mayor. Okay, that one's kind of funny. That's also, that one's literally... That's from... I don't know who this is, but... You're a liberal? What is this? Reporters and cameras swarmed Hasan Piker, a liberal commentator and online streamer wearing a plaid jacket, pearl necklace, and Adidas sneakers like moss to a flame. He delivered soundbite after soundbite. Wait, where is this fucking article from? Who the fuck called me a liberal? Oh, it's probably the New York Magazine or New Yorker, right? God, still? I thought we moved past this shit, bro. What the fuck? Is Vanity Fair? Why do they do that? Why do you do that? Why do they always talk about how you're dressed? Because I'm fucking hot, dude. I don't know. Because they puts you in the scene, I guess. I saw you in the Swedish newspaper Aftonbladet. That sounds like I'm no disrespect to the Swedes, but that literally to me, to my American ears, sounds like a neo-Nazi contingency that actually recruits exclusively from the special forces part of the military. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the Aftonbladet. It means afternoon news? Okay, well, it fucking sounds like the afternoon news is about white supremacy. It's actually a social democratic newspaper. Okay, social democratic in Sweden. Are we talking OG social democracy or the current version of it? Because the current version of it isn't that far removed from the fucking thing that I was talking about as far as like Atomwaffen equivalency. Yeah. Like, which version of Swedish social democracy? Okay, if it's the current versions, then I wasn't that off base with my assessment. Europeans sometimes when they see a migrant, yeah. Yeah, I got billed as a fucking liberal on this thing. God damn it. Reporters and cameras swarmed Hasan Piker, a liberal commentator and online streamer wearing a plaid jacket and pearl necklace. They call my ass a libtard, dude. Soundbite after soundbite. To Vanity Fair specifically, maybe I was a little worried that the 9/11 stuff was sticking, Piker said, alluding to the pro-Cuomo super PAC who ran an attack ad of Mamdani in the front of the Twin Towers along with footage from 2019 in Piker saying America deserves September 11. No, I'm kidding. I didn't care about that at all. I didn't think that was actually a serious or sincere line of attack. I think it was a failure that demonstrated how extremely online a lot of advisors of Andrew Cuomo were. Everyone checked out each other's merch, and there was so much different merch. Zoran baseball caps, Zoran buttons, Zoran bandanas, Zoran berets, Zoran scarves. Someone even had on a Zoran pimple patch. It's true. The power of memes, merch, and vibes did not work for Kamala Harris. They did, however, work for Zoran Mamdani. Yeah, I wonder why. Hey, Fox News. Thanks for highlighting clips from the Zeteo election night live stream. If people want to hear what Hasan Piker and Mahmoud Khalil, U.S. citizen and green card holder, respectively, had to say, they can watch the actual video. Let's go. Oh, God. Oh, God. Don't tell the Fox News audience to watch the actual video. They're going to watch the actual video and then plaster my statements about how I was smoking on that Bill Crackman. They wrote of you like this in Aftonbladet. One of the familiar faces is world-renowned streamer and left-wing activist Hasan Piker, 34, who describes the atmosphere as electric. He tells Aftonbladet that the election results show that Democratic voters have had enough of the status quo and empty promises. Today, a Palestinian member of the Israeli Knesset was kicked off the podium for congratulating Mamdani. Yeah. Yeah, I will take that one step further. It's what's his name? Odeh and Dr. Ofer Kasif, who were the two Israeli Knesset members, one Palestinian, one Jewish, that actually congratulated Zoran Mamdani before Cory fucking Booker did. Think about that. Think about that. Anti-Zionist Israeli Knesset members in a fascist ethno-state like Israel, who not only are going to be receiving reputational damage, but possibly physical harm or censorship, are still able to congratulate Zohran Mamdani as opposed to Cory fucking Booker, who is in the same party as Zohran Mamdani and is fairly close in proximity to New York City, right across the water. We already know Chuck Schumer, who is a senator from the state and lives in New York City, not only refused to endorse Zohran Mamdani, but as a matter of fact, voted for Andrew Cuomo and then sheepishly refused to say that he voted for Andrew Cuomo when asked. And here on the New York Times, sources close to Chuck Schumer basically revealed to the New York Times that he is just eating shit on a daily basis for lunch and dinner. According to people close to him, Chuck Schumer didn't endorse Mamdani because of his self-conception as a guardian of Israel. The Senate Democratic leader has more loyalty to a foreign apartheid state than his own constituents and his own party. What a pathetic man. We must rid him of his position. 100%. They're going after Jennifer Welsh too for saying the truth. This is true and it's good. If you don't like it, you can leave. Jennifer Welsh to Mehdi Hasan at Zohran's victory party. Americans have no culture except for multiculturalism. Crusty white people need to learn how to embrace it. It's true. God damn, their fucking mics are worse than mine. Cernovich is struggling. Photo of you last night. Yeah, I saw that. The Manosphere bros are freaking out. If you didn't know anything about politics, you would say, this is the side I want to be on. Conservative ink is joyless. It's a house of scolding nags. It offers young men nothing beyond moralizing and a hypocritical lecture. This is a rowdy, masculine environment. You can feel the energy. Let's go. Brocialism. That is the name of the game. Boys. Brocialism. Let's fucking go, baby. We're bringing back joy, but like actual joy. Of course, Blue Sky literally have no idea what he is even talking about. But why the fuck would you openly admit it? Just lie and make something up? That's literally all Cerno does. Wasn't this the right-wing influencer stance on Dems just a year ago? Huh? What these guys don't get is every movement has scolds who take it on themselves to enforce values and or aesthetics of the vision of their movement, but they can only see it as a pervasive when they become the targets. Seeing Zohran's smiling strategy on the media, never getting angry, I give me some serious doubt about the LFI leader Mélenchon communication. He always explodes in anger on TV. Right now, the polls are terrible for us. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I've heard that a lot. Melon Chad, also known as Melon Goat around these parts, is a king among kings. Make no mistake. I love him. And I love France Unbowed. But I have heard this criticism from a lot of French folk. They say Mélenchon is far too angry, far too rowdy. I don't know what the overall vibes are in French culture and in French elections, but I have heard this quite a bit. But I think there is a lot to be angry about. And I think Zohran, if he was a white boy, could also represent that anger. The reason why he had to smile and dial the entire time and just white knuckle through it all is because he's Muslim. You can't be angry if you're Muslim because they already assume that there's already like racialized fears, right? But yeah, it's probably always good to take things gracefully. Oh, Fartlo. How can I forget Eve fucking Fartlo? Jews of New York, take a leaf out of the pages of the Jews of London. Protect your buildings, safeguard your schools, train your own security teams, organize your own grassroots campaigns. This is serious. And it's time to learn from your scrappier cousins. But that wasn't enough from Eve Fartlo. Eve fucking Fartlo. Again, we have been telling you what's going on. The war in Gaza was a golden opportunity for the Islamic Republic of Iran and Muslim Brotherhood. Prolonging the war and denying the release of the hostages was for the sole purpose of capturing the West's attention to proliferate propaganda for jihad and to multiply suicidal empathy among Western fools. Any dissenters were challenged by the gaslighting concept of Islamophobia, while middle-class liberal white fragility was weaponized to gain political power. It's all unfolding as predicted. Now, for those of you who think I am exaggerating this natural, fair trade, homegrown Israeli accent, because a lot of people are like, oh, you're doing Shrek. Oh, you're doing a Scottish accent and it's bad. Like, no, I'm just doing the honest to God Israeli accent that E. Fartlow has. Okay, this is a natural, found in the wild, MENA region Israeli accent. It just happens to be E. Fartlow and how she sounds. Okay? It's a traditional accent from the Levant. Someone's at the door. Hold on. I can't believe it. Brianna Wu, you're so stupid. A lot of Americans about to learn the hard way what takia is. Wait, wasn't she literally as recently as like 2 days ago being like, trans sisters, I was wrong for hanging with every transphobic person, thinking that they would be nice to me, and they just kept being transphobic to me, and now I'm scared and I have no allies. Is that, she's still like, but I still hate Muslims and I still love Israel? Is that what it is? We will prove that there is no problem too large for the government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. I love that quote. It was so good. Genuinely one of the most horrifying quotes I've ever heard from a politician, says Jason Howerton. A streamer said someone at the door and I heard kill the boar. The Afrikaners are tired. That's another classic. When is Felix coming on? He's supposed to be here soon. His taping went a little bit longer than expected. The NYPD officer will be restationed from my city of Kfar Saba. We will be left exposed. Oh no. Israel is compromised. One. Israeli chatter. You are down one officer playing Candy Crush. You are down one officer playing Candy Crush now under the Islamic Caliphate rules of Zohran Mamdani. NYPD, one of the best. Oh, for those of you who don't know, I assume this chatter is actually from Kfar Saba, but yes, there is a NYPD branch in Kfar Saba. It's a liaison office for cooperation purposes. This is true. It's so funny how little people know about this shit. Like, it's fucking crazy. Felix already being hassled by, I didn't know about him before you said it. It's like 5 minutes from my house. Shut the fuck up. I taught an Israeli chatter that there's an NYPD liaison office 5 minutes away. Oh shit, Felix has been here. Fuck. He asked me what my room is. Oh, what my room number is. Fuck. Yeah. He's gonna be mad? No, he's probably sitting in the fucking lobby vaping. Oh, never mind. He's actually still, he asked, he's still on the way here. Israeli chatter, what's the vibes in Israel about Zohran Mamdani? Are they pissed off? We haven't heard from Time Without a... I'm also from Kfar Saba too, one of the 11. People hate him here. Wait, what the fuck? We have 2 Israeli chatters on the same city? What the fuck? We haven't heard from Time Without a OWO in a minute, so I don't even know. He's been gone. He's like, my work is done. There's like 4 places in Israel. Yeah. Are you still in New York? Yes. Also known as the Tel Aviv of America until recently. New York, now known as the Islamabad of America. But instead of Islamabad, New York City, the Islamagud of America. That's right. Sliwa would have turned New York City into Istanbul with his cats. That's also kind of true. Oh my God, I met Julian from Recess Therapy. So cool. What is this? How fun would it be to have little kids ask us on questions? Nick Offerman starts a mustache revolution, Recess Therapy. Channel 13. Correspondent for Israel's far-right Channel 14 is bizarrely claiming that Zoran's victory means October 7th could happen tomorrow morning in Brooklyn, and that Jewish people in New York have started buying weapons to protect themselves. Bro, Israel is like the meme of there's always 2 crazy bitches talking to each other going, exactly, just tuning one another up. That's just Israel in a nutshell, okay? Just a bunch of schizos going on television and just freaking each other out. They're like, oh, I'll take it one step further, actually. It's October 7 plus 9/11 at the same time. That's what I've heard. Yeah, I heard that the Zohran Mamdani is purchasing a bunch of those like paragliders for the NYPD, the Muslim division, and they're gonna paraglide into Brooklyn. Yeah. October 7/11. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I asked one of my family members if they would feel safer as a Jew in New York City or in Tel Aviv with bombs flying overhead, and they said Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's also a fucking cap, okay? Because they would already be in Tel Aviv if that was the case. Like, I love the big game that ultra-Zionist American Jews play, where they're just like, oh, dude, you don't understand, like, I'm going to Israel any day now. It's like, okay, bitch, go then. But you're not going because you like living here. Shut the fuck up. I hate that shit. It's always like, oh, any day now. It's like Israel literally incentivizes Jews living in the Western world to go and live in Israel. It is a fucking ethno-state. That's kind of the whole goal, okay? If you really wanted it bad enough, you would have fucked off and went to Israel a million years ago, okay? You would have gone a long ass time ago. You get fucking free healthcare, for example, but you don't want to live there for what they think New York City is like. This article from Channel 13 is accurate of the general sentiment. Article on Channel 12 inferred that the Jews that voted for him are mentally ill. Oh, that's awesome. Channel 12 News hinted in the primetime news that Jews that voted for him are mentally ill. Oh my God. It's so funny, dude. It's just, yeah. Jews that think Zoran is just like a normal candidate are the mentally ill ones, and not the ones who think Zoran is going to do unlimited genocide of the Jews, like pogroms. They said, have good health. That's so funny. Yeah. I mean, look, Bill Smokes Crackman, Bill A. Packman, is the #1 guy that is demonstrative of the mania and the fakery, right? Isn't that super anti-Semitic? Yes, of course. Of course it's super anti-Semitic. And it's also a very commonly held position by a lot of people who are super pro-Israel. I mean, or someone who is actually not Jewish at all, but is the anti-Semitism czar, Leo fucking Terrell. Which is awesome. Did you guys see that one? Leo Terrell was like, what are Jews doing? He tweeted out like, 30% of New York Jews voted for Zoran. What are you guys doing? Oh, it's so awesome. It's so funny. I'm also an Israeli chatter, but I live in the Israeli city of Boca Raton, not Kfar Saba. We do not have NYPD pizza, though. Shitty pizza chain in WPB. Will we ever get a crosstab for Jews that voted for Zoran? Yes. I can already tell you what it is. It's the overwhelming majority of Jews in New York that are under the age of 35, and then like the very cool older, sometimes even like Holocaust survivor Jews that are like that have maintained a revolutionary attitude, like the Bundists and whatnot. Like, I don't even need to see it. I don't even need to see the crosstabs, but I'm sure that is what will reflect in the crosstabs. But didn't see the Wabo poll had crosstabs. 62% of Jews of no religion said Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. There was a 27% of Jews left out of the exit poll numbers. Anyway. Back to E. Fatlo for a sec. Isn't she supposed to be a music reviewer? I don't even think she is that anymore. I think she's just like lost all of her jobs because she got fucking so insane. She said this too. If you don't already see it, this is what the war in Gaza was about. Yeah, so I saw a bunch of this stuff too. And what I thought was very interesting about this statement is that, doesn't that mean that Benjamin Netanyahu was actually in the tank for Zoran Mamdani? because he was the one who wanted to keep the hostages. Like, he was literally the primary force that kept all of the Israeli captives in Gaza for far beyond what Hamas was willing to entertain. So doesn't that mean that Benjamin Netanyahu, in a weird, twisted way, he was the one who wanted Zohran Mamdani to be the mayor, if that was the real goal here? Huh. Speaking of which,
Joe Mujali,
Hasidic Jews help Palestinian store owner cat shoplifter in New York. You guys are invited anytime. I'll have to give him some kosher on me.
Here with Five here.
Yeah,
Five.
see, now we're brothers,
Joe,
man. They came to the rescue. They
who
helped us out.
Catch your shoplifter, Joe.
Yeah, man, they came. They helped us on the scene.
Jewish neighborhood.
Yeah, bro. They came on the scene. They said, "What's up?" We're like, "This guy stole from us," and they all just booked it on him, and they got him,
They
man.
caught him?
Yeah, they got him.
You know what we say in Yiddish? Chapsem. Say chapsem.
Chapsem, bro.
Joe Mujali, Palestinian.
Now you guys gotta
American.
come through, man. I gotta take care of you.
Together with, who is this? Bedside volunteer? Bedside volunteer.
They were there, man. They were there.
Crew here to help our Palestinian brothers here.
They were
Fine
there, bro.
here, Kingston Avenue, right?
Sick. Yes.
Sure,
Come
look
through,
at
man.
that. They come through.
Yeah, no, that was amazing. That's why I said you guys are invited anytime. I gotta give you guys something on me, man. For real, we gotta give them something kosher, bro, on me.
They have kosher milk now. Joe,
Yeah, we have the kosher milk, kosher meats now. We got everything now.
Mujali family.
I know the engine is giving. Yeah.
Here. And they caught the guy.
Everyday people over there.
Take Shmir.
New York City, baby. You can have a store opening in the morning and another 9/11 can happen at any moment. It was based to see those Orthodox dudes putting their hands out to you last night as you left the party, bro. Based as fuck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, those guys have been pro-Palestine for a minute. That's like that is way before October 7. I mean, it depends on which sect we're talking about, but like if you're talking like Neturei Karta, they've been on that point. I have Felix Biederman in the building. I'm gonna bring him in here right now. Hold on one second. Chair.
Gotcha.
Do you want lumbar support for your back?
No, my back's actually fine now.
This chair's fucking ass. Unfortunately, hold on. Let me. I wonder if
I mean, these are shockingly uncomfortable chairs.
Yeah, no, it's
like,
very bad.
What are you
It
gonna
is
do?
very, very bad. Unfortunately. Okay, you can come in a little bit closer. Get in on the.
I've sat on better chairs in my life.
Yeah, there's a more comfy one over there if you want to pull that one instead. But you'll be
fine.
leaning back. Can you guys hear Felix well, or should I take off the noise gate?
Testing 1 2.
Yeah. By the way, the main push notification on N12 was immigrant rapper wins the mayoral race, as if that's why he's known. This chatter.
I always forget that he did have like a fledgling like 2012, 2013 rap career.
Yeah, but who wasn't doing that back then? You know?
That was huge back then.
Yeah, this chatter found out from me that there's an NYPD bureau 5 minutes away from his house in Kfar, Kfar Saba. He's worried. He's worried that Zoran's gonna pull him back and he's gonna feel less safe without the one NYPD liaison officer in his neighborhood.
I looked that up about the NYPD liaison office locations because I was arguing with someone about it, and there's one in fucking Jordan. Like, what's going on in Jordan? Like, the biggest, like, most subservient U.S. client state. How many people even live in Jordan?
Okay, that's probably also for Israel, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is to keep an eye on the Palestinians there.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the story about when Mossad tried to assassinate some guy in Hamas's political wing in Jordan? And there were like 5 Mossad guys, and they went up. They like found out his headquarters in Amman.
Khaled Mashal?
Yeah, it was Mashal. And they were like, hey, we're tourists, we're lost. And then like went up to Mashal when his back was turned and like just jabbed him in the ear with this weird like syringe thing. And obviously Mashal's bodyguards were like, what the fuck? like tackled them, and all these guys got arrested. But Mashal was like out, and he basically, they like strong-armed Netanyahu into giving them the antidote, which turned out to be like, it turned out that they like jabbed him with like fentanyl.
Oh, did they think he was a cop? Like, why would that kill him?
Well, I mean,
probably had a great high that day.
Well, a lot of like tranquilizer darts or attempted tranquilizer darts are like, it'll be like fentanyl and some other stuff. And like, obviously, if someone has, you know, they could have a higher sensitivity to it, they could have a lower tolerance. It's easy to overdose. You know, it's easy to kill someone.
It was spray, not syringe.
I thought, oh right, they sprayed it in his ear. That's even weirder.
That's so. It's like licking your finger and shoving it into someone's ear.
And it's like, what? How did they not? Like, they were surprised they got caught. And it's like, what was your plan? And if you're close enough to spray him in the ear, like, why not just shoot him? Like, what? In their ideal like situation, like, how does that go? Hey, did you just spray something weird in our boss's ear and now he's convulsing? No, you're fucking imagining it. Like,
so Felix Biederman is in the building, everybody, and we're obviously going through the motions here, looking at all of the people reacting to the new caliphate being established in New York City. And people are definitely coping with it in the most normal ways. But I think there is a sense of honesty with what like Eve Fartlow has been saying. You know, if you don't already see it, this is what the war in Gaza was about. You know, like when she says that, like there's at least like, I mean, she's hysterical. Like Deborah Messing, I'm hearing reports that Deborah Messing has killed herself. In a very public suicide.
She reached the limit on Instagram stories. I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah.
Like,
that's like when they automatically 5150 you. Like, yeah, they do a welfare. Instagram sends a welfare check to your house.
I'm sure all of us, you, everyone in chat, we've all known people who are like, they're a little nuts, and sometimes you click on their story and it's like, it looks like ellipses.
Yeah.
It's like 50 of them, and it's all like, it's like what Nancy Mace's...
Yeah, Ethan Klein.
Yeah, Ethan Klein.
Ethan Klein is a perfect example of like, now that I said this, actually, he will do that.
Oh, no, yeah. He will do like a flip book of you saying that on his story.
Yeah.
I was more meaning like Nancy...
And be like, why does nobody care?
I was thinking more like, you know, what Nancy Mace posted, where she's like, it was her transcript of like whatever fucking idiotic dispute she was having in TSA.
Yeah.
Crazy people like that, where they're like, this is me arguing with my subletter for like 30 pages. And even though like none of those people ever get dinged for posting too many stories, but Deborah Messing did, and the type of stuff she was it was alternatively like her, like pictures of her crying, and then like Israel wins first pickleball championship.
Well, that's a moment of respite for her.
Yeah.
She's just thinking about like the good things. She's holding on to a little bit of hope in a sea of devastation. I love that Deborah Messing went from like, I'm a progressive Jewish person. In this house, we care about Black Lives Matter, to like being a follower of Meyer Kahan in 2 years. Like, she literally was just like, oh, actually, the Goyim are cattle, and they should know their place.
There's so much of that. And
It's so funny.
I always thought it was such a ticking time bomb too. During like Trump won, I think we both talked about it. How it was like this irreconcilable thing that you could be like, immigrants are welcome here, blah blah blah, like the famous liberal sign, and then still be like a fervent Zionist.
Yeah.
And
immigrants are welcome here, except for Palestinians in Israel.
Yeah.
They're not welcome there.
Yeah, it's like for some people it may, like there are a lot of like resist libs that became actually like wholeheartedly moved to the left because they couldn't reconcile like being super Democrats and then having like a normal human reaction.
Oh, it got a fucking article, bro. It got a Fast Company article.
What does
like,
this have to do with companies?
This is a... Bro, what do you mean? She reached the max limit.
I guess
no one has ever done it before.
History. Yeah.
They're like, no, we have to cover it. This is an industry paper. We have to cover it because this is new from a social media perspective. No one has ever done that before.
I've literally never heard of it happening.
Yeah. That's amazing.
I've gotten auto-modded on Instagram so many times and I've never had that happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got sometimes Instagram will randomly ding me. And the last time I did that, it was because I had it was like a Christmas post from like 2 years ago or something, where I posted about Jeremy Corbyn wishing Hezbollah like a happy Christmas or something. And then they it was just a meme that they were like, this is, promotion of terror.
Oh my God, they're crazy with it. I posted like a Nasrallah quote 2 years ago. I was going... In like 2019, I would get dinged like every day, and I don't know how I didn't get banned. And after a while, I think I was just tempting fate. Like I did post Goatsy a few times.
Okay.
But I don't think that's that bad.
Oh yeah, you used to do Naked Barber all the time too.
I posted.
I remember.
It was so sad for me when I realized that I couldn't post Naked Barber on my stories because I would do that like once a week.
Yeah.
And that, the one they wouldn't even let me post this. It gets auto-modded so quickly. It's not the nude barber, but it's a companion image. It's the one where it's like, have you ever wanted to grab your barber stick?
A companion image.
Well, it's of a theme.
Yeah. How jealous are you that Olivia Reingold of the Free Press chased me around the Mamdani Victory Night event for an hour on camera in front of 80,000 live viewers and was doing like the fucking iPhone in her hand hunch, like she was just like, yeah, come on, give me a quote.
I saw that. Like, what did she think she was gonna get out of you?
I don't know.
Like, okay, we did it. We're opening up the camps.
Yeah, I just I didn't. Yeah. I was like, yeah. She was like, no, she was trying to get something out of me about like division between anti-Zionists and Zoran or something, because she kept being like, so what do you not like about Zoran's opinions?
Very smooth.
What do you disagree with Zoran on Israel? What do you disagree with Zoran on Israel? And I was like, listen, I was like, I don't really know what I would disagree with him on, but like, there might be stuff down the line. Oh, and then she kept wanting to profile me too for the Free Press.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there'd be a very fair profile.
Which by the way, to which I said, you already did profile me. Hold on. This is this was the I think the funniest interaction that we had after like the end. Basically at the end of it all, I turned around and was like, okay, enough. Here are some of the images. Olivia Reingold of the Free Press is glued to Hasan Piker, the Zoran Mamdani Victory Party, itching to write a hit piece.
Oh, she was wearing her reporter glasses.
Yeah.
That was her disguise.
She's like right there in the back.
Or do you think she didn't come with the glasses and then she saw you
took
had
them
them
off.
on and she was like mirroring you?
Yeah,
like
she didn't have it on her. She had it on her head here. But then she basically went and I gave in. I was like, because I knew who she was from the start, right? But I was just like acting a bit aloof until this very moment.
I wouldn't have been able to do that. I would have been like,
no, I was
my favorite reporter.
You would have to be truthful to her.
I would.
Yeah.
I would. I would be like, I shared that John Oliver video.
Yeah.
The hour it was up.
Her fumble was thinking you weren't aware of her or the Free Press. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, I know who you are. Oh, okay. I've seen your work on denying the Gaza famine.
Oh, how are you doing?
Hi.
But you
You did do that though.
Okay, well, anyway, I would love to profile you.
For the Free Press?
Fine.
You already.
She says, I want to profile you. I say, for the Free Press? You already did.
You already have profiled me. You called me the handsome face of terror apologia. Not you, but your outlet did. Which, by the way, I did not have an issue with at all because they used a handsome photo. So
have you seen this
cool.
one?
I actually haven't.
I literally, I put that article on as one of my favorite articles anytime someone asks.
I love how familiar you are with the Free Press.
And then she's like, oh, are you a free presser? I love how familiar you are with the Free Press. Like she's trying to be like, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. But yeah, I thought this was kind of cool.
No,
it's a good photo.
I have a special place in my heart for people who use good photos of me.
Yeah.
No, I don't care where it's coming from, why they're posting it. Yeah, I don't care. Like if Ynet posted an article about me and like I can't read Hebrew, but the article was like, you know, the smallest dick in America or whatever. but I wouldn't care if it was a good photo.
Yeah,
I'd be like,
I feel that. Yeah. What is this? Serious post. My kid is having anxiety that Mamdani won. I'm trying to calm him down and saying it's going to be fine, but he doesn't believe me. I have no idea what to do.
Does he say how old his kid is? Because like
his kid's 23.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if his kid's like 7, that's like tragic because you know he was just scaring the shit out of his kid this entire time. But if his kid's like 23, which is incredibly possible.
Yes. Like Curtis Lewa. Like remember Curtis Lewa tried to pull that shit on the debates. He was like, you know, my children are afraid of anti-Semitism. I was married to a Jewish wife, and I have 2 kids, and they're afraid of anti-Semitism. And it was like, bro, they're probably more afraid of you, dude. Like,
his kids are probably what, like 43.
I also I also assume like when I think of Curtis Lewa, I think like his children probably also have that like ape-like structure that he has.
Yeah. Do you remember what he said?
They also wear berets to school.
Do you remember when he or I actually don't remember when he said this, but it was in an article we read where he went, we all have a little anti-Semitism.
Oh, that's one of my favorites.
So good.
He goes, what did he say? He's like, I'm Polish.
I'm Polish.
We blame everything on the Jews.
He's very honest.
No, but that was him. That was back when he was married to a Jewish woman. I remember reading the article. And I think that was his way of being like, you know, we always, it's accidentally do this. Like it's a bad thing. He wasn't trying to be like, yeah, I blame the Jew all the time.
No, I know, but it's fun. It's so fun. He was doing like unconscious bias stuff.
Yeah,
he was doing like white fragility.
Because he's woke.
He is like pretty woke.
Yeah.
He like, God, I don't like. I think every national Republican pre like 2014, 2012 maybe, is like intolerably woke now. And Sliwa, you can only do that act in New York as a Republican.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like the thing that I think is completely it just not allowed. Like you cannot do this is if you're based Mike Lee. Cause now he's doing it. And I'm like, but you're based Mike Lee.
Yeah.
Like that is very unbased, Mike Lee. If you're gonna be like, oh, so much for the tolerant left, it's like, dude, what are you talking about?
That's all of them though. It's like the White House account that's like, you know, like oh, we're gonna do fucking the Studio Ghibli filter over people we're deporting, and then the next post is like, really sad day when you have to explain anti-Semitism to a 5-year-old. And it's like, okay, so what is it? Like, what type of person are you? Like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, I love that. It's so good. It's so awesome. But even then, that's coming to a close. Okay, the Heritage Foundation is taking a firm, committed stance that they are a big tent party, and that tent, yes, does definitely include not just like, you know, people who are kind of teetering along the edges of anti-Semitism, but people who are just straight up like Holocaust deniers.
It's so. Did you see that? I don't even know his name. That Brilwin Hallward or whatever.
Oh, Brian. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is his name? What is his name?
Brillen Hollander.
I knew it was a B and an H.
Yeah. It's one of those like new age white people names, like one of the new age wasp names.
It's crazy. Like what happened to white people being named John? That's a great one. But
yeah, you don't need to fucking literally reinvent the wheel, man. You had a pretty solid run.
It's really great, but he's trying to synthesize like a anti-woke, sort of critical on Israel, but not really. He's basically trying to invent like
they tried that already with like all the fucking neo-Nazis that were like pro-Palantir, where they were like, oh, it's brownoid behavior to hate the Jews. It's like, you can't say brownoid and then not hate the Jews.
Yeah.
It's the most like anti-Semitic people that are fucking sitting around inventing new ways to say brown people.
It's so weird. Like his thing specifically was so weird because it was like, you know, what Mark Pocan is to Bernie in 2016, perhaps. That's what he's trying to do.
I have no way how to spell Brililin or whatever the fuck his name is.
It's like
chat, find me the brilliant Howard, the fucking white boy, the one that is like the Charlie Kirk replacement, the industry plant Charlie Kirk replacement.
In his video, he said we should still call out corruption in AIPAC. Like it's literally Warrenism. They're doing like right Warrenism.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is gonna be like after Trump. That is gonna be the party split. It's gonna be like Josh Hallway will finally self-actualize as Elizabeth Warren. And his thing will be like, look, we have to call out corruption in AIPAC, and you guys know I hate Netanyahu, but blah, 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 blah. And he'll be with the Brilwin Hallway, whatever the
Brilliant
Hallway. And then there will be like, and that will be like the JD branch. And then there will be the Fuentes people.
Dude, my goat Kyle has been on a tear.
He really has. Yeah.
This is like, he brought back the same energy of the hungry tweets. You know what I mean? but this time in like the woke direction, if you know what I mean, like the super woke direction.
I would even argue he was woke then.
Oh yeah, no, he was.
In
a way where white guys were allowed to be.
Yeah. No one in the world thinks those posts are hateful. They're raising awareness of hunger is what they are.
Yeah. But I love his posting.
He's awesome.
Because it's like a very, like, I wish Cenk was like this. Do you know what I mean? Where I wish he had that same like aggressive energy towards the right, where he's just like, but it's like kind of boomerish as well. Yeah.
Do you think like?
Oh, you found the Brililin Holland tweet.
He is shameless, Brilwin Hallard. He is. Yeah, like look how crazy it is.
I love it.
Like try to think of a coherent political identity based on this shit.
Yeah. Let's see.
There's a cancerous ideology spreading on the right from a small but
This is woke. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
You're woke. You're woke.
They had like 10 years to prepare for this moment.
Yeah.
They had 10 years.
I just don't know how you just have to constantly hit the Islamophobia line, right? Like you just have to be like, yeah, Muslims are really bad though. Like, yeah, sure, Jews are, they do usury, but also the Muslims. Like,
that's what I think it's gonna be. Like they're going to invent like a sort of like id-poly like the shit that Kamala was doing in 2019.
Yeah.
That's what they're gonna do. Where they're like
Medicare for all, just for Jews.
Kind of like where it's gonna be like they're gonna try to go like maximalist on like religious stuff where they're like they did kill the Lord, they're going to hell, blah blah blah, but like we need Israel to like put all the immigrants in a Palantir database. That will be.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that will be them trying to reconcile those two things.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't think about it like that. Let's see.
Let's
see what he's doing though.
They scream hate and pretend it's courage. Here's the problem though. The left didn't disavow their cancerous ideology years ago, when the squad was just a radical fringe having press conferences. And now that loud minority grew into their base, and that movement is about to elect a...
Yeah, AOC and Elon Musk, the Nick Fuentes of the left. Yeah. Like what? No, that would be like, what would be the Nick Fuentes equivalent of the left? Like fucking bad empanada. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Which even then there's like no moral equivalence. I'm not making that argument at all. I'm just saying like what would be like a fringe, like you would have to be like a crusty Maoist third worldist LARPer, which would still be a million times better than being a fucking neo-Nazi LARPer, of course. No moral equivalence whatsoever. But like it would be akin to that. Like as though that gained like a foothold in the party. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh my god! Imagine if Kamala followed Bad Empanada. I would have voted for her.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, okay.
Oh my god, that would be
shit.
so sick.
I'd be like, okay.
That would be so sick. That actually, yeah. I wish they did that.
That would have been the perfect thing, right? Because you can't. It's too weird to explain to people.
Yeah.
Like the people that would be turned off by it, you have to give them like reams of backstory.
Yeah,
they're just not.
No,
like
not,
yeah, they're
Pete
not picking it
Buttigieg.
up.
Pete Buttigieg is in the chat rooms with like Edinger Mentum, and like all of those people who call themselves social democrats, but seemingly have weird Nazi style opinions on European supremacy.
Yeah,
like that are all like, I'm just an urbanist, and then you hear what their opinion is about like, I don't know, fucking Albanians, and they're like they should be purged.
I am interested because clearly like they know who their guy is, that they know the battle lines are drawn. They want the JD Imperium after Trump. Do you think that story that people have been whispering about forever, the thing about JD being in group chats,
in racial chat rooms showing feet?
Well, in child racial chat rooms.
That's true.
That is the rumor. And the rumor is not that he's doing
Sean
anything.
P. McCarthy. Yes, that's a perfect.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, Sean McCarthy. Yeah.
All of a sudden, which JD Vance was following, I think. Until
it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me. Someone had a great joke that was like, when you have like 20 mutuals in common with someone plus Sean McCarthy, it's like, great guy, super nice, super helpful, hilarious. Funny replies, always helpful in DMs. One follower in common, it's Sean P. McCarthy. The worst, lowest of the lowest. Comment.
just like the most heinous, esoteric, like psychopathic bullshit.
I love Sean, but he really does like. I've asked a million people have asked him like, how the fuck do you like look at your timeline?
Yeah.
I mean, joke's on us. He was ready for Elon Twitter.
Yeah, I was about to say, his following Twitter is the same as everyone else's For You Twitter for years. He's like, I don't even understand what changed.
He's the only guy who...
The algorithm looks the same.
He's the only guy who, when he goes to For You, it gets less racist.
Yeah. He's like, I click on the For You to see less Hitler posts.
I will find, like, the most, like, single issue, marginal, like, crank... Like, not even right. Like, it's so far removed from any like coherent ideology that it isn't even like, you couldn't even really call it like right. It'll be like a guy who specifically is mad at like lesbian adoptions. Like, that's his number one issue.
Gays are fine, just not lesbians.
Yeah, like he's against that too, but he thinks like the lesbians are like, that's the biggest issue.
Two women cannot engage in child rearing. Two men, I don't like it either, but at least like that's more fine.
Yeah,
at least there's a positive male masculine role model in there.
It'll be something crazy like that, and it's Sean's the only follower you know.
Yeah.
I don't even know he finds this shit.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, let's see what Brilliant has to say.
America's biggest city. If we don't call out our own in the name of winning elections, this fringe will drag our party off a cliff like the squad did to the left. I refuse to let that happen to us. You can be a bold conservative.
Who are you? What do you mean you us? You're like 12.
You just showed up.
What the fuck?
The day that Charlie Kirk died, you were like, "Hey, everybody,
I'm the new, call me Charlie." Like, I'm gonna do his thing now.
It was one of the most cynical things I've ever seen.
No, oh my God, the right is such amoral charlatans. Like, with the exception of Candace Owens, no one grieved for Charlie Kirk. Erica Kirk did not grieve for Charlie Kirk. Everyone was like, "Oh, I'm sitting on top of this franchise now. Like, this is my opportunity to fucking shine." They're piranhas, dude.
The only right wingers I respect, Candace for being like Charlie's true friend.
Yeah.
And then the greatest organizer in history, Scott Pressler.
Oh yeah.
Scott Pressler, the king.
I saw someone. I saw a trans Twitter poster be like, I was scrolling and I thought, wait, that's the one that's like the skinny with the long hair.
Yeah, the long hair.
Yeah. Someone, I saw a trans Twitter poster be like, I thought this was like, this is one of ours on a scroll, quick scroll, because he was just like standing in the corner talking. His hair is beautiful. You can't get that hair without HRT. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no way.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
He just has a good attitude. And like, when it looked like he might get federally indicted for like saying he registered like 12 billion Amish people or whatever, I was so nervous.
Yeah.
Thank God he's safe.
I mean, look, come on.
This guy's lovely.
Yes.
This is like
New York City with Fox and Friends first. So, New Jersey, today's the day. I ask for your vote for Jack.
12K likes. I mean,
that's kind of bricking on Elon's Twitter.
But even then, I think for how fucking nutty this guy is, like I would expect it to be even less than that. I was gonna say he's overperforming.
No, he is like well loved among that crowd.
Okay.
Every time he goes on Fox News, every time he's about to, he's like, "I'm getting picked up in an unmarked car, y'all." Like he's so like old fashioned that he still thinks it's like crazy to go on TV.
They're doing a whole piece on you on Newsmax right now. Wait, the Cuomos are still angry.
Wait, Newsmax or News is
wait? Oh, is Newsmax different?
Newsnight's a different one. Newsmax is like Greg Kelly. It's like right. It had a sort of shot in the arm when Trump was mad at Fox News.
Oh, Newsmax is the right wing one.
Yeah, Newsnight is the
News Nation.
I can't even. I thought I knew the most about Chris Cuomo's bullshit network.
Yeah, no,
but I don't even know the name.
Yeah, we fucked up.
News Nation is like I have never heard of anyone.
What could
tuning in.
What could Newsmax be saying? Can you link it to me? Is it live? Are you watching Newsmax on the television? What's going on?
Is Greg Kelly still on Newsmax?
Yeah.
I have to go to the bathroom, but I have to see what I used to
Newsmax
Greg
is the
Kelly every day.
Newsmax is the one that like all the people who raped too much for Fox News went to, right?
Bowling.
Yeah. They were like, you have gone over the threshold of permissible amounts of rape for Fox News. You now have to go to Newsmax. Bro, you're watching Newsmax live? That is crazy. I hope you were in the close proximity of your grandparents, because if you, on your own volition, turned on fucking Newsmax, that is crazy. You should know this about Hog Media. I'm so disappointed. No, I sometimes get the news ones mixed up. Did you see Chris Cuomo's tweet talking about how anti-time racism is the only accepted racism? Oh, that's so funny. He's right. My goat. Not talking about you right now.
And the balance of powers.
This might be delayed.
A whole 6 ends.
Do you have
The fuck? Maybe it's delayed.
Kentucky last night. Breaking tonight, federal officials have raised.
Are they blaming me for this? I don't know.
Many others still missing.
Oh, this is Newsmax 2. There's 2 Newsmaxes? Is this where you go if you rape too much for Newsmax 1? If you go above the rape threshold for Fox News, you go to Newsmax 1. And if you still keep raping, then you go to Newsmax 2. You don't even want to know about Newsmax 3, okay? Here's Newsmax Maine. I can't watch Newsmax Maine.
Grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks.
Evade taxation because it's the
What the
government's
fuck?
money, right? We just borrow it.
Cardone goes on Newsmax? That is so crazy. They're Newsmaxing. Newsmax 3 is on OnlyFans. Okay. All right, well, we can't scroll back on Newsmax 2 or Newsmax 1. Bro, my mom wanted to get cable again to get Newsmax, and I told her that it wasn't available in the US. Saved her ass, bro. Oh my God. What is this? Please ask Felix's thoughts on the developments coming out of Toronto. We're gonna break him. Let's finish this Brylan Holland one.
We can call out bad things the Israeli government does without blaming the Jews for every minor inconvenience in our life. Just like we can call out AIPAC for bankrolling American politicians and say that should be banned. Just like we can demand secure borders while getting only the best and brightest in America without banning all legal immigration. I mean, I didn't fight to end the old establishment of the Grand Old.
When did you do that? You're like 12. You weren't even alive for Mitt Romney.
You put no work into fighting the establishment. When he talks about that, he means bedtime, okay?
Yeah.
Like, he's like, oh, yeah, you don't understand. I said, you have nothing to lose but your chains to my mom. When she said, it's nap time, Brilliland. I said, no.
He got his mom fired as his homeschool teacher.
Yeah.
Replaced with his dad. I took on the establishment.
Yeah.
Party and kick out the neocons just to replace it with hate. We're supposed to be the party of faith and freedom, not anger and chaos. If we sit on our hands and allow the mainstreaming of people fantasizing rape, idealizing Stalin, and proudly saying they're Team Hitler.
Dude, I love that. When Nick Fuentes said that in the Tucker Carlson interview, like, he just spends most of the interview being like, yeah, you know, these Jews, am I right? Yeah. And then, like, the one time where he's like, yeah, I idolize Stalin. Everyone's like, can you believe he said that?
I saw this.
That's the first woke cancellation from the right.
I saw this this clip where someone donated to his stream to a theory that no one has heard since 1952 about Stalin being a Jew. And he was like, no, he was actually Georgian, and he said his name in Georgian and shit.
Oh,
he
is.
Yeah.
So he's
he's a true fan.
Yeah, he's like a doctor's plot defender.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys don't understand. Stalin was based.
It just, going back to Brylan, it's like, it actually reminds me of Cuomo. We were talking today about the central arrogance of Cuomo's campaign. This Brylan kid, or probably his parents, because I don't like to bag on children like this. This idea that you could just plop someone out who no one has ever seen or heard of and be like, I've been fighting the establishment this whole time. I was I was 3 years old in 2016. But
everyone believes you when you say that, for sure. I was thinking of more Stalin was based moments. It's like he actually took revenge on Trotsky for killing all the goyim. he took revenge. He took revenge on Trotsky by killing him because Trotsky was annihilating the Christians.
And he employed a base Latino in doing it.
Yeah,
he was ahead of his time.
Yeah. That's why Stalin is based from Nick Fuentes' perspective. Oh, Jesus. This kid is acting like Liquid Charlie Kirk.
He really is. He is. There has never been a more flat-footed industry plant. This is really,
Yeah.
This is tough.
This is like, this is like Somber or whatever. Any number of those like different TikTok musicians you hear about. You're like, who the fuck is this guy?
It's sort of, you know what it's like? It's the same problem that the UFC has, where like the heavyweight division and light heavyweight division are kind of always like sort of bad because it's like, okay, if you're an athletic like guy who your natural body weight is over like 230 pounds when you're in shape and you want to play sports, you're going into the NFL. Like you're going or the NBA or in any event, a sport that is going to pay you exponentially more than the UFC unless you are like the greatest fighter of your generation. Even then, who knows? If you are like a kid this age and you have like any talent or charisma, you aren't going, oh my God, I think I have a future in fucking the Heritage Foundation.
Kids with this
build,
you're
doing your own stream. Like,
or kids with this build are going into like Broadway musicals. You know what I mean? Like he looks out of place. Or going on a mission if he's Mormon.
Is he Mormon?
I don't know.
I think he lacks some of the know-how. Like a Mormon would be having an easier go of these things. He would at least a Mormon would at least have the awareness to be like, okay, maybe I shouldn't debut on the day the guy I'm replacing dies.
Yeah. Well, actually, he might be Mormon. Who knows? Maybe the Mormons are falling off too. I thought they had a solid approach.
I mean, everyone's kind of fallen off. It's just who falls off the least.
Yeah. Except for the Muslims. That's right. Because we've been holding on to taqiyya, the principles of taqiyya, and we're slowly but surely building Islam in America.
That's what's so good about like having such a lead on everyone, being so much relatively newer. All you have to do is last.
Yeah.
You just have to last until all the other religions get tired.
Yeah.
Which any day now.
We don't only lose
every. No offense to any Baha'i people, but it's like that is practically nothing.
Every single election going forward by legitimizing the lie that the left says we're Hitler Jr., but we also lose the moral war.
This is also like antithetical to all of the Republican propaganda. You're basically admitting that, you know, you do have Hitlerians on your side, and that must be like, they must be excised. Yeah. When have you not had Hitlerians on your side, big dog? Well, he doesn't know that because he's 12, but it's always been a normal part of Republican politics.
It's also so, like they're making this argument in like 2021 when Trump was like at his lowest point.
That's a great point. MAGA Republicans are now talking about groypers the way Bush Republicans were talking about MAGA in 2015.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
And it's gonna go that way. It's gonna go that way for sure.
And Marco Rubio will be in that administration too.
Yes. Yeah.
He's a survivor.
He's gonna sheepishly be like, yeah, I do think Jews are bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but also we have to defend Israel.
Yeah. No, as long as there's like that role, he will be there.
I mean, I can see it being like Jews are bad and evil money guys, so we have to like ship them to the desert far away from us type situation. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like what was a Havara agreement?
Do you remember when it was the day that Trump won the Florida primary in 2016, and Rubio was like crying when they asked him if he would vote for Trump if he was a nominee, and people are like, "What? You know, win or lose, you got to admit Rubio's such a good person."
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, there was another very funny Rubio moment that I saw the other day where he was crying when the woke Pope came to America and was talking about the importance of like immigrants and treating them with dignity. The last time he gave like a stated like an announcement to the entirety of Congress, Marco Rubio, the camera pans to him and he's crying. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just with all these, there's something so distasteful to me about all the people who convert to Catholicism way too late. Way too late. If it's not Europe in the 17th century and you just lost a big battle. I don't get it. But they convert to it, and it's like, have you heard of this fucking thing before? Like, what do you think Catholicism is, you big dummy?
Yeah.
I don't think Rubio's a convert, but I actually thought he was a convert to evangelical, but I guess not.
We, the people of
The Pope
this
made him cry.
continent, are not fearful of foreigners because
Well, like with the new Pope, this doesn't work. He's gonna come in with a Chicago accent. Like, come on, dog.
The new Pope called out
the Red Scare.
Kind of.
They called that. He called out the Red Scare podcast and JD Vance directly.
He was calling out Brilwin style Catholics.
Yeah.
It was really like,
it was awesome.
I mean, that guy, there are a few existences harder than to be an Irish Catholic in Chicago who actually like still fully believes in God. That's gotta be tough.
Yeah. He went through it. Yeah, even more so than the previous one who had to go through like the purges that were taking place.
Oh no, he lived through the Condor. Do you think Leo, the newish Pope, Francis was famous for like having he had sex at least once, and that's apparently, I mean, not a
I think the
no for popes.
I think the Chicago Pope definitely fucked. There is 0% chance he did not.
I don't know though. Have you ever seen that movie, The Brothers McMullen? I hate that movie, but
I have not seen it.
It's like a really boring. I love boring movies, but I really didn't like this one. But it's from the 90s, and it's about this like sort of disgusting Irish Catholic family in Long Island. And one of the plot points is like one of the brothers like doesn't want to marry his wife because she's had sex before, and they're both like 28. So I think there are still people, and that's about. That movie came out in like 92. Leo was probably the same age as, he's around the same age. So there's a good possibility doesn't want to. No, doesn't even want to touch it or smell it. Be in the same room as
he definitely. I can't see it. He's from Chicago, you know. Oh, you see this? Ted Cruz is reposting Drew Pavlov, who's like taking clips of me talking to Rhina. Hasan Piker just went full mask off at the Zoran election victory rally, declares it a tragedy the USA defeated the Soviet Union in the Cold War. AOC embraced him on camera just 2 minutes before he said this. Why are these guys still doing this shit? Like, who is this for, brother? Who's like, wow, we really got to purge these dangerous radicals from our ranks in the party?
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist?
doing it like now after like every norm in American politics is just shown to be like, fuck it, no one gives a shit.
The Attorney General, my favorite politician in the country is the Attorney General
Jonestown
in Virginia, J. Jonah Jameson, baby. Okay,
Who? Jay Jones.
Yeah, I love that because that was my biggest lock when we were looking at the text message when they first got released, and I was like, I think liberals are gonna look at this and go, I don't give a fuck, I'm voting for him.
No, you cannot subject them to all this and then be like, why won't you rebuke Jay Jones?
Yeah,
I found out so much great stuff about him these last couple days.
Yeah, 2 bullets in the back of the dome, Jones.
Did you know that he got dinged for doing like 116 in a 70?
Oh yeah.
And he got community service, and his community service that he did was volunteering for his own PAC.
Yeah, respect.
I love him.
Yeah.
I love the guy.
I like that he's also going for Attorney General, which is like that's got to be a ding on your fucking stainless reputation as like the top cop. And he's like, nope. Liberals are like, nope. This fucking administration cut our salaries if you're a federal worker, or fired half of the fucking workforce that live in Virginia. And then they've been starving the Virginians for the past month, and also doing, decadent displays of like the Roaring 20s in fucking Mar-a-Lago. And every liberal's like, no, I want Jay Jones.
Yeah.
This is the energy you want to bring to the fucking table.
I can't even. I mean, I can believe that this is a surprise to the right, because I do think that everyone who has won a presidential election for the last 3 years, winning at all is always vindication of doing things the way we want 100% of the time. Whether it's Brandon, whether it's Trump, but especially Trump too. And it started in 2016, but this idea that just like polls are always unconditionally wrong for whatever reason, that comes from either people who like don't read very many polls or like can't differentiate between like high quality ones and shitty ones. The results of 2024 were like pretty in line with most high quality polls, but they have repeated that so much. They probably going into this were probably like, it's gonna be like last time. They're all gonna eat shit. We're gonna win again.
Yeah.
Everyone loves this shit.
Yeah, but it's like, you know what this is? This is the same shit that the Republicans were pulling off, even though it's like a little bit different. But it reminds me of like when the Republicans were like, well, we're canceling you because you did it to us, libtard, right?
Yeah.
And they would like try to justify it that way. And now liberals are like, okay, well, you set the fucking table. Now dine on this shit. Like, what do you mean? That you can't turn around and like you said earlier, like promote AI slop videos about like random immigrants getting fucking kidnapped and being thrown into a concentration camp, and then turn around and be like, I can't believe this is what they're saying about us. Like, you can't do that. You set the standard, and liberals are responding in the same fucking way. But it is pretty funny because the best part about it, the person who leaked it lost her race.
I love that.
The person who leaked the text messages lost her race to a Democrat, which is awesome. But yeah, they say nice things about everyone, law. If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something. Jay Jones. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Jay, please stop.
I love that. I love these. My favorite thing about these has always been how like the friend is like just trying to give him like an offering.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, I know you're like emotional now or whatever. And he's like, we should kill their friends too. Like he is pot committed.
Yeah, no, he's going crazy mode.
Yeah, and you know that like the day these came out, his chief of staff and everything, they were like, what the fuck, Jay? And he was like, what?
No, I do think there's something wrong with him.
He is legitimately a lunatic.
Just like, because you probably shouldn't text something like this to a Republican ever. Okay?
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, no one has any fucking weak moments or very angry moments, right? And they just like say some fuck shit that they don't believe or whatever. But like it does kind of. He is the liberal driller.
Yeah, no.
He is.
We could probably place him in Florida.
Yeah.
In that Prius.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, this does show, like, to say this to someone who you know, like, almost has like a political obligation to leak this.
Yeah.
That is the sign of like an insane person.
Yeah. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
That's like a Stalin quote. That's awesome.
Yeah, there isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes.
He's like... The best thing is like Jennifer. I asked like Spencer, he's a producer on her show, and he grew up in Virginia, and we were like, who the fuck is Jennifer Gilbert? And he was like an extremely unimportant like house. You know,
like what was it?
What
what triggered this? Like, was it? I thought that it was because like there was like a gun violence incident or something, and she was like in opposition to gun control or something. Like that was the story that liberals were trying to put together. This still goes above and beyond.
No, I don't even think it's that.
Like
it was.
Jay Jones would send Republicans to concentration camps, I think, or like to re-education camps.
Yeah,
he would be on board with that.
Like I think Jay Jones, American Perone, Mavis Ba, his lovely wife, the American Evita. I think.
Yeah, John Brown.
He's like he has like the body language of an insane guy.
Yeah, the blood of the tyrant shall water our fields. Like that is like, I'm telling you, every leftist or hammersicle account on Twitter is like, oh, these guys are betraying the Revolutionary Vanguard because they want fast and free buses or whatever the fuck. They're sheepdogging everybody into the Democratic Party. Our movement is over. But then liberals are just like, yeah, we should just start arming every liberal so they can start shooting Republicans. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I think it would be easy, maybe not easy, but doable, to like bring Jay Jones along on some issue, like, you know,
yeah.
Hey, you know who have grandkids? all the electric companies.
Yeah.
Let's nationalize them. That's like killing them.
Yeah.
You know, let's same thing with all private healthcare in America. I think that is, you could probably get him to go along with like a lot of good things. Yeah, this is a crazy.
Yeah,
that is the look of a nut.
But also, yeah, he is black too, which is like extra crazy because like you don't get the same like breathing room in a white electorate.
Yeah.
If you're also a black guy who said this, you know what I mean? Like white guys, as we've seen from Grant Plattner, can be quirky.
Yeah.
And can sometimes do a little shore leave in Split in Croatia and get a totem off on their chest, and liberals seemingly don't mind that. But like when you're a black dude on top of that, it's like, that's crazy that they were just like, nah, it's fine.
He is like, I'm just like, everyone, people of all races like freak out, you know, everyone has their own way of freaking out, but the way he did it, it's like, it reminds me of the way that like an extremely like bullied white nerd does it. You know, we were like, oh, holy shit.
He does give off a little bit of a school shooter vibe.
But there's a confidence that, I mean, if he didn't win, like, this would still be funny. But the fact that he won makes it hilarious.
So much funnier.
It makes it hilarious, and it makes it like a lot cooler, honestly.
Yeah.
Because if you do this and you like fucking eat shit, like, okay, whatever. If you win by 6 points, or however much you won, boy.
Yeah. He had a decisive victory.
Cool. Yeah.
There was a point where he was actually outrunning Abigail Spanberger, where I was like, that's insane.
I would have given anything for him to be.
Yeah, what now, Matt Iglesias, with your fucking moderation? It's Jay Jonestown, bitch.
There's another thing we talked about on the episode. There are Jones Trump counties. So there's enough voters. There's like 3 or 4% of voters who are like, kill me. Like, you should kill me and my kids.
No, there was a text. No, I saw someone that was talking about their Mitt Romney parents, like their grandparents, right?
Yeah.
This Republican was crying on the timeline and leaked the text message they had with his Mitt Romney voting family members who were like, they want to kill you. Like, Jay Jones, you voted for him? Like, he said he wants to kill you. And they go, oh, well. It's awesome.
Oh my god.
They're just like, yeah, if it's not Trump, I'm on board. I don't give a fuck what they're saying.
This shit blows out Ruben Gallego. Like,
yeah.
I think in a national...
Oh, here it is. My Mitt Romney loving former Republican aunt and uncle already early voted for Jay Jones. Weeks of my gentle and not so gentle persuasion. He said he wants to kill Republicans and their children so he can piss on their graves because that is the only way to enact policy change. And you were like, ooh, that sounds great. Sign me up for that. Oh no, I had no idea.
That's just her trying to get him off the phone.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. We're in Jonestown, bitch.
Also, I do love that there's a generational reversal here because normally it's your grandparents that are supposed to try to stay on the phone, and it's supposed to be the younger relatives are like, oh, come on, enough. But the MAGA one is the one who's like, come on, how could you do this? This is awesome. Yeah. Why moms would rather vote for Pol Pot than a Republican? Yes. No, it's crazy. But I don't think the Democratic Party in general is even remotely interested in doing this. Like the DCCC said that they're going to actually put their finger on the scale of primaries, as though they weren't already. But like they're actively saying they're going to do it. Here's the Axios reporting on it. The DCCC isn't ruling out playing in the Democratic primaries because they're still too worried, I guess, about like their left flank unseating some of the most important Democrats in Congress, like the 88-year-olds.
Yeah, it's too. The circumstances are too good.
Yeah.
Why accept the margins possible in a cost of living election when you can just wheel out a bunch of 87-year-olds?
Yeah, in a vegetative state, propped up by a bunch of fucking upstart staffers who just want to make a fucking political career for themselves.
I mean, hey, we'll see though. I mean, like we've said about Graham Plattner, this is out of our hands.
Oh yeah,
this is totally out of our hands.
Yeah,
this will be a real test of Stupid's theory.
Yeah,
if the DCCC, if they get crushed by like the wave of stupid,
they're gonna have like illiterate, like homeschooled people who are just like, I just want healthcare, man.
Yeah.
And every Democrat's gonna be like, that's my fucking guy. That's the coolest candidate I've ever seen.
I think I am very interested in seeing what happens. Not just with Plattner's election, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But like him in the Senate is fascinating.
Yeah.
That is fascinating.
No, he's gonna. I don't know. I think the more time passes, like I think he had a decent take on like Dick Cheney and stuff. Like he clearly, regardless of his world experience, and there's a lot there.
His employment choices.
Yeah, his employment choices. Like his current political instincts are better than Kamala Harris. So what does that fucking tell you about where the establishment Democrats are? Because Kamala Harris came out and ate shit on the timeline. I don't even think Barack Obama came out and talked about Dick Cheney. And Barack Obama loves doing that, right?
Yeah.
And even he had the wherewithal to be like, I'm going to sit this one out with Dick Cheney. Kamala Harris was like, oh, Dick Cheney was a wonderful ally, blah, 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 all this shit. And Graham Plattner was like, yeah, he sucks.
I get like...
What did he say? Let's see what he said.
Graham Plattner here.
Also, this outfit choice is a fire.
Usually when a
voice.
Yeah, he does.
That's one thing you have to give to the guy.
Yeah.
When a vice president passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq, accountable and get them out of office.
Yeah, not bad.
That is, like, please, anybody. Like, anybody that says that is gonna run away with it. And it's not new. Barack Obama defeated Hillary Clinton with that. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
It's so fucking annoying that, like, Democrats keep trying to find a way to retriangulate where they're like, well, you know, we should be pro-Iraq war, kind of, at this stage, you know?
The thing that I think is really insane, I mean, you've seen like a billion, like Cory Booker and all these people, they've just like not mentioned Zoran. But of the Democrats that have mentioned him, weirdly enough, Hillary being one of them, it's always like, it's so great to see like new energy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The thing, I think like the biggest takeaway with Zoran, besides Israel, besides the fact that like he had a lot going for him, it was a brilliantly run campaign. And he's as good of a communicator as someone can really be.
Yeah.
Israel, the fact that like these people who wanted to vote for Democrat had someone who was not tainted by AIPAC, by Israel, who you know, had the same human reaction they did, but also he never condescended. There were like memes and bullshit around his campaign, but he was never doing them. He was never doing them. And the Democratic style of communication since 2024 has been so weird because it's always like, okay, I'm gonna try to appeal to all the stupid people. Hey, stupid people, do you want to like buy a truck? Vote Democrat, like Ruben Gallego did. And it's like you realize they can hear the thing you're saying before. Like they can see how cynical this is. Maybe not everyone in the world, maybe not every voter in America fully gets the contours of every policy point or everything with Zoran, but they like that he didn't get on his hands and knees and go, I'm gonna put all the money in a cookie jar.
Yeah, or even like, I mean, Zoran's new, so he has that benefit to him. But like when Democrats go back on previous positions that have been established as like the Democratic Party line on immigration, to be like, to turn around and be like I think your assessment on this is really good, where you say like, you look like you got caught doing something bad for no fucking reason. When you go, oopsie, maybe we want to build the wall ourselves actually, and Donald Trump is actually hypocritical. He's not being serious about being the real immigration, the immigrant destroyer. We're the immigrant destroyer party. It's like, no one thinks that. Everyone thinks you fucking lied for the last like 2 decades or 3 decades about how this is a nation of immigrants. And it's also a stupid fucking position, because what do you think is going to happen when the Trump train starts rolling and those train tracks are directly going to fucking concentration camps?
Yeah.
You don't ever want to be caught with your pants down like Chris Murphy did when he was trying to do, even in the beginning of the admin, when he was trying to do that fucking weird triangulation where he was like, Joe Biden actually deported far more migrants than Trump has so far. It's like, oh my fucking God, dude.
And how do you get off that ramp too?
Yeah.
Because if polls shift and it's back to like a 2017 environment, which, you know, that's kind of how some things are trending.
Yeah.
With immigration. How do you then go, okay, we're done with that. That was a fun 2 years.
Yeah.
Where we were so serious about immigration. Don't worry though, we're back to what we were saying the 5 years before that.
Yeah.
It makes you look guilty. It also makes you look kind of insane.
Yeah. And you won't do shit. Like, you won't actually do shit about it either. Just like Joe Biden, who won on an affirmative campaign about migrants in the country and said he was going to have his first 100-day agenda about like amnesty and trying all that stuff, only to quickly cast that aside immediately. Almost as fast as he dropped talking about public option. Remember that?
And card check.
Yeah, that was so awesome.
Or I take that back. He would do one video like a year about card check.
He did 0 on public option. He just completely dropped it.
That was so... I remember in 2020 arguing with people about that, and they would go, well, a public option isn't good enough. And it's like, you're going to look me in the face and tell me that Joe Biden's going to fucking do that? Like, okay.
Yeah, oh God, I hate those motherfuckers. Anyway, there's a clip copy. All of these like Twitter fucking power farmers like turning right wing has been so annoying, and their day of comeuppance is near, for the record. Because what do these guys think is gonna happen when like all of this shit turns around and everyone's like, yeah, we fucking actually despise your politics. But yeah, Breaking 911 is one of those accounts, and he's over here.
Famous Kraut, by the way.
Oh, really?
That's what I've heard.
Okay. Female Mamdani voters, Sharia law starts now. Absolutely. Moronic sheep.
Absolutely. Zoran Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam, Islamic Caliphate of New York, starts today, baby.
God, there is just something so electric, so satisfying about knowing that my MAGA parents, wherever they are probably having a horrible night tonight. Oh, I literally just got goosebumps thinking about it. Like, they are in such a bad mood, probably, about the fact that Zoran just won and Prop 50 is gonna pass. Like, wow. God, I'm sorry. It just makes me feel good that my MAGA parents are probably upset right now. When the days...
I also think it's like funny because they're like, this is the rage bait version of like right wing stuff.
Yeah.
But that's all your politics is. If you're on the right, that's all is like owning the libs, right? So why the fuck do you get mad when you know they're owning you back a little bit?
Have you ever seen that? He's my favorite right wing influencer guy. The guy who all his videos are like him going out to eat for some reason.
Oh yeah.
That guy hasn't made any videos in like 9 months. Do you think
he's
he
dead.
like lost an eye?
No, I think he. No, bro, I think he died.
Really?
Why did he stop?
Oh my god, this is like Liberal Lecter dying. It's like when Liberal Lecter died, that was like the beginning of the end for woke.
Yeah, date right stuff. Date right stuff.
Is he dead?
I think he might be, dude. Cause like,
how?
Cause I don't know. I just like. I don't understand why he just abruptly stopped posting.
He loved posting videos in fast casual restaurants, being like, "If the vaccine's so good, how come you have to get it twice?"
Yeah,
like he had a very like Bill Maher delivery.
Yeah,
I loved watching his videos.
Yeah, it owned me so hard. I couldn't.
He was eating a lot of like not great for you stuff.
Yeah,
and he looked like he was in good shape, but that's deceiving. A lot of guys have great metabolism, but they're eating at Cold Stone 17 times a week. Their hearts are struggling.
He came out as gay. Google him. Wait, what?
Okay, all right.
And has a boyfriend now? Shut the fuck up. French person made a Mao edit and you are in it.
Les USA sont rouges, le soleil se lève. New York a vu naître Zoran Zedong. Il œuvre pour le bonheur du peuple.
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Œuvre pour le bonheur
What the fuck? Hey yo.
du peuple. Il est la grande étoile sauvant le peuple. Le président Zoran aime le peuple. Il est notre guide pour créer une Amérique nouvelle. Il nous montre la voie de l'avenir. Zoran Zedong est comme le soleil. Son éclat apporte partout la lumière.
Wait, what is he saying?
Date Right Stuff's last video he posted was in March. I'm looking this out. Okay. So
I don't think he came out as gay. I think that chatter was just joking.
yeah, I think you're yanking my chain, chatter.
Wait. Why? What is this meme with the AI video? Like, what are they saying? He's not gay. He registered as a foreign agent. Wait, what? Tencent? No. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's a Chinese. Wait.
That makes so much.
He registered for fucking Tencent? That's crazy.
So he gets a good job with Tencent, and he's like, "Fuck this shit."
Yeah.
Like, fuck this stupid shit. I'm thinking Sinovac. Fuck this shit. Hey, good for him. I would love to see him do his videos in China. He could go to that Chicago-style pizza place in Jean Province.
Wait, how do I get back to the original video? Oh, here it is. I think this is it. I want to repost it. Félicitations à camarade Zoran Mamdani. Okay, that's gonna get a fucking repost from me. So he didn't come out as gay. He came out as Chinese.
Very clever chatter.
Yeah.
I only believe that for several minutes.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
He was Trump's body man, though?
Ex-body man.
No, but I mean, I don't remember seeing him.
No, he was in the White House for a little bit. And I think he was like also with the Heritage Foundation too, as all of those guys
That
are.
makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Brett Breyer asking Trump about Zoran's speech. Did you see him fucking back down and say, I guess we'll fund New York?
Yeah. Oh, whoops. It's only
yeah,
the
I guess,
financial capital.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I guess they hate me.
I mean, he is sort of blackpilling.
Yeah.
Where he's like, they're going to add Puerto Rico. They're going to fucking do this. I mean, to them, I say, stay the course. America is telling you they want commercial aviation to be even more dangerous. They want it to, if you get on a plane, they want it to be a guaranteed death sentence. Keep going.
Yeah.
This is not a rejection of the agenda. This is asking for more.
We want more planes dropping out of the sky.
If I am
even though I am flying quite a bit, so please, hold off on that for now.
Hold on for a little bit. But over the holidays, I would like my plane to be speared by a boom, quiet boom, supersonic plane. I'd like to be speared like I'm in the NFL. I want to get my leg snapped like that Lawrence Taylor did to that guy all those years ago.
Let's see what he says.
Volume up. So hear me, President Trump, when I say.
By the way, I don't know if you saw his speech. It's kind of a banger.
It was really good.
It was like one of the few speeches I've heard from any politician whatsoever where I was like, damn, this is like pretty solid. Like the callous hands holding on to the levers of power for once. Like Van Jones hated it.
Oh yeah, no.
Van Jones was like, this is so divisive. What is this class-based politics? You're a fucking Maoist. You used to be a Maoist.
I saw the people like getting like mad on Cuomo's behalf when he was like, I wish Cuomo the best, but that'll be the last time I say his name. And it's like Cuomo said he did 9/11.
Yeah.
Like that's
Like,
he got off
nonstop.
pretty fucking light.
Yeah. He nonstop said that. And he said, I did 9/11 too, which is fair, but don't bring Zoran into this.
I only did 9/11 to old people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was
also five times as bad.
Yeah. I mean, no one benefited from Cuomo 9/11 like I did.
Why? Rental properties for old people?
Oh my God. The last place I lived in the Upper West Side before I briefly was in California, it was the greatest place I've ever lived in. And there's no way I would have gotten it if Cuomo didn't do all that. If he didn't personally go into nursing homes with bat soup.
Yeah, that was.
I made a favorite. It's from Campania, Italy. Sicilian bat soup.
Oh,
Even the
man.
boyfriend likes it. We all love bat soup in Southern Italia.
Why is he turning into a vampire?
Oh,
eats a bat soup.
He has so much bat soup, he's becoming a vampire.
Yeah.
To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do?
It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually. And, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be a little bit respectful of Washington, because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him...
What is this? Like, you literally were talking about rolling the tanks to the fucking streets of New York last week. What happened? My man saw the margins and was like, oh, never mind. Okay. maybe he should be nice to me. I'll keep funding New York, but be nice to me, please.
I think this is a very...
He seems sad. Yeah. His hair, you can tell when Trump is not doing all right by what his hair looks like. He's got depressed hair right now.
Oh my God, yeah. There's nothing like Trump when he's like down.
Yeah.
Like I think that video of him on January 6th where he's like, please let me stay on Facebook. Like, is so
yeah.
It's really hard to describe.
Or when he was like, well, sometimes I think about taking this car far, far away.
Yeah. Well,
never to return.
I had a great life. I could just leave this all behind. There's something so unique about how he gets when he's sad.
He's melancholic.
I think that could be just kind of what it's like from now on. Because do you remember in like pretty much from Charlottesville on, that was like the tenor of all Trump and Pence. Do you remember what was that shit with like some bullshit at the Olympics? Like some American gold medal winner wouldn't like meet with Pence or something, and Pence like in all caps was like, I support you. Like it was so like weird and sweaty and like desperate.
Yeah. I suspect that they shelter him from like a lot of the negative stuff to the best of their ability, but sometimes sometimes he has to be informed on like the elections and things like that. And I think that's when he's like, maybe people don't like me.
I mean, I think he is.
And he gets sad.
He is a constant, like he is a media guy, and he has to know when they've kind of like stepped in shit after the fact.
Yeah. Like I think with like the tariffs and stuff, like because all of the world leaders have realized like he's like a child and they can just kind of keep telling him how awesome he is. You know, in that situation, he's like, no, the tariffs are fine. Like, I got one call from Jamie Dimon, but now seemingly no calls. But all the leaders are telling me how awesome I am. So I think in his mind, maybe he thinks that stuff is fine.
Yeah.
But with this, he's like, he kind of does realize that the mandate is gone. It never existed, but now he's coming to terms with it potentially.
What do you think? So it's pretty much like a near certainty that the bottom is going to fall out.
But I don't know where it goes, if that's what you're asking. Like, what does he do next?
I mean, what does he do? I mean, statistically, like, not live that much longer. But I mean, like, like if the bottom falls out of the economy and it's like a 2007, 2008 type environment, what do you think? It's like a cornered animal and he does something he like tries to deport Zoran? Or do you think it's like just listless, depressed, like lashing out at random people?
I can see that. That's my expectation. And then like he just kind of gives over the reins to like Stephen Miller or something, which is also dangerous in a totally different way.
I could see him like just like being like, this is like fuck JD. Like just randomly passing over JD.
Yeah. What is this?
I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed, and we'll see what happens.
Did you see reaching out to him?
I would...
Come on, dude! Look at him.
Oh,
that's crazy.
I would say he should reach out to us. Really, I think he should reach out. Right. I'm here.
Oh my God, he got dicked down by Xi so hard he has to like take it out on the mayor of New York.
I think that might be like that might be the most depressing thing.
Yeah, he's just like
getting owned by Xi.
He thought like, no, we got this locked down. You know, we're gonna dominate China, and now it's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Like,
but
think about if you've only been sleeping like 2 hours a night for the past like 2 weeks. And then you see this sleep paralysis demon, Brett Baer. Brett Baer is like a freaky looking guy. He is. I'm not. It's not
he
like,
would.
He's not
He would.
ugly.
He would look perfect in a David Lynch movie.
Yeah, he has.
He looks like he'd be in the Red Room.
Did you ever read see the comic Dick Tracy? He looks like a person from Dick Tracy.
I think that it would be more appropriate for him to reach out to us.
Apparently he's also saying that they're planning a new mission against cartels in Mexico.
He's going to get outmeted by Claudia again. I'm not
planning a new
even worried
mission
about
to
that
target drug cartels in Mexico. This is all according to 4 current and former U.S. officials familiar with that effort. The operation would include American troops and intelligence officers on the ground striking drug labs and cartel leaders south of the border. This would essentially open a new front in the president's military campaign against cartels, which is thus far focused on striking.
I fucking hate the media so much. Like the way they cover this shit is so fucking annoying. Because they always have to sane wash it. They always have to like normalize it as though there's like some real reason for why we're just like randomly murdering fishermen in Venezuela. Oh, it's opening up a new front of the cartel war? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, I think it's just, part of it is just like the obvious like revolving door between like Joint Chiefs of Staff, military advisors on cable news, defense contractors. But the other part I think is also just like sheer passivity and laziness. Because if you like actually do take that for what it is, like, okay, they just executed like a dozen or more people for pretty much no reason.
Yeah.
And then laughed about it and joked about it. That you have to like follow up on that. You have to like take a kind of adversarial posture. And the implications of that are fucking horrifying. For everyone. It's easier to just give this a shock and awe coverage.
Yeah. No, it's completely psychotic. It's very frustrating. Because like, yeah, liberals want to go beast mode and stuff, but like this is the one area where like it's always not in the public consciousness at all until it turns into just like straightforward genocide. conducted by a foreign country that also has tremendous amounts of control at the domestic level in America. Because like, I genuinely think if Israel wasn't so fucking arrogant, so entitled, and so invested in American affairs, that there wouldn't be this much animosity towards the genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
It is the sheer, like, no, fuck you. You have to give me the money. And if you actually speak out against this, you're a fucking piece of shit. You should lose your job, American citizen, is the reason why many Americans are like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I think like 2021 was a real turning point because I think a lot of people knew that like Israel does these types of things. I think the thing they didn't know, that a lot of people didn't know, a surprising amount of people didn't know, was the like great lengths that the lobby and people sympathetic to the lobby and to Israel will go to like fuck up your life. If you're a member of the media or even just a private citizen, they saw them roll back the same playbook they've been doing for like 40 years as far as American politics go in 2021. And I think it galvanized a lot of people. I think it flew under the radar for a lot of people because it wasn't like Israel's actions that you're horrifying, obviously, but there have been like bloodier years that haven't really rated with the American public. But if anything caught Israel flat-footed, it would be Americans seeing this without like a middleman. I think that was the real turning point. Seeing the raw footage, and then the lobby doing the same playbook they've done since really 1980-ish.
Yeah. It's a visual. Former Assembly Member Michael Blake is running for Congress in New York 15, challenging Representative Richie Torres. I'm ready to fight for you and lower your cost of living, Blake writes, while Richie fights for a genocide. Ooh.
Does anyone know anything about this guy?
He's chill. He was on the debate stage early on. He was running for mayor too, and he had like some pretty solid takes.
And in New York,
when he was he was like outflanking everybody else, even Zoran at times at the debate stage. But I don't know.
And as I was living in these slum
I don't know fully what his background is.
conditions, the city was spending more than $100 million on a golf course.
Richie Torres invested in weapon makers.
Was just exposed for secretly investing in genocide.
All these things I'm seeing about Richie Torres.
Since 2021, Richie Torres has represented New York's 15th congressional district, the poorest congressional district in America. In 2025, Richie has nearly $15 million on hand, largely from AIPAC, while many of his constituents barely have $15 to get by. So he spent the last 15 days hearing from the people about why they are ready for a change.
I saw Richie Torres on Adam Friedland. I know he suffered. What happened?
Adam in the first like 30 seconds of this.
Wait,
God.
No. I know we were talking about.
We condemn Michael Blake for platforming Adam Friedland.
I cannot believe that is like Adam Friedland being used in a. First, it was me being used as an attack ad against Zoran. Now Adam Friedland being used as an attack ad against Richie Torres. What the fuck is going on? Just go back to normal politics, man, please.
Get on. It is so hard to keep your moral integrity once you start taking the money.
He profited from it.
He talks about that place far more often than he talks about the Bronx.
You were criticized for Blackstone donation, the architects of the housing crisis.
What a asshole.
You cannot be a representative in the city of New York and you talk like that.
Richie Torres sucks.
Not as long as
Richie
Torres
is a white motherfucker.
Richie Torres cares more about people than he cares about the Bronx. More about AIPAC than he does about your academics.
I forgot that Torres
you want to
only came in 2021. It feels like he's been around for a few more years.
Yeah, and he was like, you remember when he was like bisexual, Afro, Latinx.
Oh yeah, he was
like progressive. Like that's how he ran as initially. Like he was supposed to be another one of these like young guys in the party.
Like Squad Light.
Yeah, exactly.
He would, he was in McElway Project.
Oh,
I always want to see that is what I always thought about primarying Torres.
Is that you can't go after the big man,
you can't go after Big S.
Yeah.
No, I thought like
Mr. Abolish Ice, the inventor.
yeah.
The inventor of Abolish Ice.
He did it. But I thought like, and maybe this is past people's memories too much. I don't know. But it would be pretty fucking easy to connect Richie Torres to Sam Bankman-Fried and what the fuck was that company called? FTX or some shit?
Yeah. Or what was it? SBX? I don't fucking remember.
Too many acronyms. Point is, it'd be quite easy to connect him to that. Yes, it was FTX. Okay.
FTX.
But yeah, Torres was like Sean single-handedly, like, no, this guy's perfect. I love him. Which, awesome.
Yeah, those guys had a great movement, I think.
Someone who only wants to care about himself? Or do you want to have someone in me and Michael Blake who actually wants to care for the people? I'm reimagining what the city can look like. I'm named after Jamaican prime ministers, Michael Manley, Alexander Bustamante. Grew up Crested and Burnside. Remember the days, back in the day when you go...
like someone, but I can't put my finger on it. It's driving me nuts.
He looks very cool. That's what he looks like.
The Woolworths to go shop, Steak Key, go kick it.
His track record has spoken for itself for years.
So when we think about why elect me, think about cost of living and affordability.
We can give people a better chance.
Think about a new vision when it comes to education.
I rolled out an extensive education plan.
And lastly, show the vision of how we can bring real change to the district. It is time for us to tell Richie Torres that he can go on his own way. And it's time for change, and it's time for a new day.
Good ad. I would like any watch analyst to figure out. It might be one of those Seiko.
There's also this guy. He's a
Seiko
public school
owner.
teacher, socialist, a PSL guy. He's also running against Richie Torres.
That keeps our economy alive. We're the ones moving the trains and buses that power New York City. We're the healthcare workers who carried this nation through the pandemic. We run the grocery stores, deliver the food, and keep the shops open. And everywhere I look, I see people hard at work, producing this country's wealth. So how is it possible that I'm standing in the nation's poorest congressional district? My name is Andre Easton, and I'm running for Congress to represent New York's 15th congressional district to lower the rent and raise the wages.
He's running on the PSL ticket. I know. God, chatters. I know. I said that.
He said that like 40 seconds ago.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand. They have to literally be like, no, this is a PSL guy. So my community is the most based, okay? You need to understand. They are the most based, and you will acknowledge how fucking based they are. Yes, I know. Jesus Christ.
Found to make sure that nobody pays more than 20% of their income on rent.
That's all it should take to keep a roof over our heads.
It's time to raise the minimum wage to $30 an hour.
Because our jobs deserve real pay.
As a public school teacher and a father of 3, I know that the real solution to rising violence and addiction in our streets is to give our youth a future. And that means fully funded schools, an end to student homelessness, free childcare, and guaranteed jobs for all. Our bills are getting higher while the rich are getting richer. And that's
has
capitalism.
gone up a lot since
A system
2015.
Yeah.
That was something I was thinking about.
But also the quality of the candidates have gotten better too. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
oh yeah.
Like both of these guys seemingly are. I mean, first of all, anyone's better than fucking Richie Torres. Let's be real. That is my main op. But I do think that like both these guys are like they look pretty solid. I haven't like looked into their background that much, but
politicians to fund genocide in Gaza instead of what we know our people need. Capitalism will only lead to endless war, a dying planet, and economic catastrophe. We need a whole new system, one that funds life and dignity. That's socialism. Their system robs us. Socialism means taking back our economic and political power. The Bronx proves it every day. Our labor makes society run. It's time for us to run society.
APAC can't save Richie Torres. I'll be honest with you. Unless they like literally, do some fuck shit, like espionage or some shit, and just try to like literally take these guys out. Like Richie Torres is done. I think Richie Torres is out. Like, now that there is any viability, like now that there's any viable challenger, he is fucking gone. He is seen as one of the biggest attack dogs for Israel. No one even takes him seriously in Congress either. Like, he doesn't have enough allies. Like, one of the best examples of that was when he literally did send out that congressional letterhead being like, Hasan needs to be banned off of the platform of Twitch, like literally a week before the general election.
Yeah.
It like that, if that was like a serious congressperson, I would have been fucked. Okay? What are you talking about? Like, if that was like a legit, if that was, you know, like a head of a committee or something.
Yeah.
Like, if Tom Cotton sent that fucking congressional letterhead statement, I would be in a fucking Senate hearing getting my ass blasted by, you know, every fucking attack dog. But when it's Richie Torres, everyone's like, oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Like,
and he kind of like broke containment, because from like 2021 to 2023 or so, people in this general sphere knew who he was, and he was infamous among this crowd for being like, you know, the worst, like most cynical, worst of the worst. Like, not even on just a moral level. You put him up there with Fetterman, probably. And you could argue that Fetterman is probably unambiguously worse on domestic policy. But just like as a guy, just as a snivelingly cynical guy, really since the Adam Friedland show, he has broken containment where people who maybe have not heard of the Data for Progress scandal are like, what the fuck is up with this guy?
Yeah.
I think it's hard. I think it's hard for Torres to affirmatively make the case for himself now, especially.
Yeah, who he has nothing. He has no defenders. Like, it will be probably like the pro-Israel flank of the establishment Democrats that'll try to like help him out, but I think in terms of like sheer numbers of voters, like I don't think they're going to be able to. Like, it is the easiest argument to make. This motherfucker does not care about you, hasn't done shit for you, and has done more for Israel in its like baby murder campaign, and only cares about Israel because he's getting the fucking bag. It's over at that point. And it's crazy because like Adam did destroy him thoroughly.
If this happens, it kind of is like Adam did kind of do it.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. The political operative. The worm broke the dam. Yep. Lindsey McClain says Republicans are so happy with how things are going, they're no longer voting.
Told Republicans earlier this morning, according to a source talking to CNN, that Republicans are getting killed politically on the shutdown. And if you look at what happened last night, it is hard to say that there is anything in the election results. And I'm looking at not just like, I get it, New Jersey's a Democratic state, but looking at Republican counties, looking at Republican sheriffs that lost their jobs. It's hard to see anything last night that was an endorsement of what the Republican Party is doing right now.
Yeah, well, let me give you the other side of that story. Is voter turnout from Republicans was not high, not high at all. But I think part of that reason is because Republicans, for the most part, are happy with what's happening. The border's closed, crime is down. Inflation under Biden used to be 9%. It's now down to 3%. Interest rates are down, mortgages down. Let me just finish. Let me just give you the other side. I shop at the same grocery store as everybody else does.
So you see prices are up.
Is there more work that needs to be done? Absolutely there is. That's why in the working...
Yeah, everyone is too happy. That's why the polls don't reflect it. Because they're so happy that they're just not... The happy people are not presenting themselves on the polling data. Yeah. They're at home. They're asleep. No way. Andrew Cuomo, right-wing grift incoming. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's fake. Something missed from last night. The two New York City elections that were actual D versus R direct matchups saw Dems strongly improve on Harris's 2024 New York City numbers with a high turnout. They rebounded especially strongly in Bronx and Queens. Zoran being on the ballot didn't hurt them at all. What is this? Whoa there, big guy. It's fucking stupid. Tapper reacting to Zoran's win was hilarious. Oh, I saw the sad Tapper. Where the fuck is it? Why is it not loading? Oh, there it is. I love this photo, bro. Yeah. Have you, Felix, have you seen Jake Tapper live reacting to the Zoran Zoran victory being called?
No, not yet, but I found out some amazing stuff about
John McEntee?
Yeah, the date right stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I can't believe I never heard of this.
The ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt tweet? Wait, what? Did he tweet about me again?
No.
Look at this. Look at this. Look. He's like, oh.
Oh, fuck.
He's gotta write another gangbanging in Media Land piece, but this time Islamic style.
I need to bust an op-ed
Yeah.
in his ass. That's such a bad bust an op-ed in his ass. Bust it like it's so bad. It sucks so much. I think about gangbanging in Media Land like every day.
All the time.
And I'll never get to the bottom of it, is what I'll say. Here's the John McEntee thing. Allegations of inappropriate conduct. In 2024, multiple reports surfaced accusing McEntee of sending inappropriate and sexually explicit messages to young women, including teenagers, through social media platforms and the right stuff.
That is dating the wrong stuff. That's
yeah. That's what he should have said. He
crazy.
should have been like, I was doing the wrong stuff.
Yeah, and then I learned to date the right stuff, which is age appropriate.
He should have been like, I did it on Bumble. One woman, Grace Carter, shared that McEntee reached out to her in October 2023 when she was 18 years old, offering merchandise from the app and attempted to arrange a trip for her and a friend to visit him in Los Angeles. Despite Carter expressing discomfort and declining to visit, McEntee continued to contact her. Another woman, yeah. So, I get, like, I don't remember this coming up, but McEntee was, like, 34 when he did that. I think it got overshadowed by Matt Schlapp's, like, handjob lawsuits.
Look, M-HUD, I know exactly what this video is, motherfucker. It's him, it's John Fetterman pissing in a water fountain and falling into his own piss. Well, look, let's see. Did you see Fetterman? Yeah. M-HUD loves this video so much. He's sad. He's sad that woke Sharia is coming. Woke Sharia.
Give a fuck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fucking killed myself on my son's birthday. This is making me sadder than my son's birthday. Oh, I hope you have someone anti-Israel in New York. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Well, dude, and Adam Gentleson is not there to fish him out.
He just dies.
Yeah, he just died.
He just chokes in this.
All his staff left to start that new fucking bullshit foundation, the Searchlight Project or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
Trey Easton is all those guys are there.
Yeah.
Like no one's coming to help.
Look at my boldest op. He's subtly tweeting at me. Mayor-like Mamdani is associated with individuals who have a history of anti-Semitism, promoted anti-Semitic conspiracies, and demonstrated intense animosity towards the Jewish state. Won't even say Israel now. He's just the Jewish state.
That could be anywhere.
Yeah, that is counter to the views of the overwhelming majority of Jewish New Yorkers. We at the ADL are deeply concerned that those individuals and principles will influence this administration at a time when we are tracking a brazen surge of harassment, vandalism, and violence targeting Jewish residents and institutions over the past years. No, he's talking about Felix. Yeah.
I honestly think I have not done enough to where Zoran can be associated with me.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been very careful.
Oh, man. Every pro-Israel account is going crazy over this clip. This is the most horrifying video posted today. New York is done. Last night, Mehdi Hasan, Hassan Piker, Mahmoud Khalil, and Jamal Bowman attended Zoran's victory jihad party.
Yeah, no, they're right. When have there ever been Arabs and a black guy in New York?
Yeah.
Probably never.
Yeah.
Like, probably never.
Yeah, this is very different.
It's not the New York of Pete Campbell.
Yeah.
I can say that.
He voted illegally 5 times. Oh, it's too much. How do you feel tonight? How do you feel as a New Yorker?
I don't know how anyone feels today. Like this campaign proves what politics actually is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Dana Fash thinks she's slick with it. What is this? What is usually overlooked in our discussions with the mainstream American media is just how dumb most of his prominent figures are. Dana Bash. Cassie, yes. Also, the first thing he does is quote a well-known socialist. I mean, why not, I guess?
What is he going to get fired now?
Yeah.
What's your point?
Like, it's also Eugene Debs. Like, it's not like he didn't quote Mao, you know? Like,
they made it sound like
like he was quoting Stalin.
They made it sound like he's quoting Maoist rebel news.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking Eugene V. Debs, man. Calm down.
Oh
like, Bernie does it all the time, too. What do you mean?
By the way, the fact that she uses, like, that phrase, that is, like, immediate tell that she looked up who is Eugene Debs. Like, seconds ago.
Oh, yeah, this is Brocialist went mainstream for one night and is breaking brains. Did you see this? Cernovich is losing his mind. This is a rowdy, masculine environment. You can feel the energy. As the Heritage Foundation is putting members through a struggle session and demanding a DEI dean, the left is winning. If you didn't know anything about politics, you would say, this is the side I want to be on. Conservative Inc. is joyless. It's a house of scolding nags. It offers young men nothing beyond a moralizing and hypocritical lecture.
I mean, I know.
Mike Cernovich saw two dudes who lift weights and lost his mind. He was like, what? The left has guys like this? What is going on?
It really is a vindication of 2017 style vulgar Bernieism.
That
we
and
tried
also
to help.
Dirtbag leftism.
Yeah, we tried to help. We're done with that now.
Yeah,
we're Romney Republicans now.
Yeah,
because we're done with that.
Yeah, I'm
like,
just woke. I'm doing a woke pivot. Woke, I'm doing the reverse Republican where I'm woke except for Israel. I'm only anti-Semitic, but then every other marginalized identity I'm here to protect. If the Republicans do the reverse, I have to be the counter. You know, I have to counteract it.
I would like to. I want to get in on things like that are like. They have no currency in American public.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be like a George H.W. Bush Republican now. Now, like only now.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they're all the Liberty, whatever, Heritage Project or what?
No, they would call H.W. anti-Semitic for like, you know, yanking the leash on Israel.
Yeah,
they would be like, this is our most anti-Semitic president.
Yeah,
of
did you
all
see
time.
the Republicans for Trump account was going crazy over the Zoran Cuomo battle where they were very anti-Zoran. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, no, all those. I had forgotten that Reagan Battalion existed.
Yeah,
and they were obviously very anti-Zoran.
Yeah,
I mean that's no surprise. Like that is.
My favorite was what's that guy who like hunted homeless people for sport that you guys used to duke out on the timeline over? The one, he's the child of an actor or something, or he's an actor.
James Woods?
No. Fuck. The one guy who's he's like a liberal, but he's like very pro-Israel. Oh, Ben Dreyfuss.
I've never duked it out with Ben Dreyfuss on the top. Like,
well, Ben Dreyfuss was tweeting about how like,
oh yeah, he's become like defaulted into pro.
Yeah, because he's like, listen, I love Israel, but you guys are being so crazy about Zora. He literally said,
yeah.
He was like, look, I love Israel. I'm a Zionist, okay, whatever. But like, you guys have been so insane about Zoran that you literally negatively polarize me against whatever the fuck you're positioning around.
That is the thing about Ben. He really is like one of one in public life.
Wait, Laura Loomer commented on this? No. But yeah,
I think I know what you're talking about, though. The hunting homeless people tweet.
Yeah.
It was something like him and his friends paid a homeless guy like $50 to chase them or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's like...
That's the guy, Ben Dreyfuss.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's gotten tougher since I've come to know his opinions on Israel. But at one point, I really appreciated Dreyfuss's role on the online ecosystem because everyone is so self-conscious and they oftentimes really take advantage of the fact that, you know, you for the most part, you have final say on what people will know about you. But he did not care.
Yeah.
No matter what was happening on the timeline. Like, if it was like a big day where tons of people are arguing, like the Gian Tolentino thing that happens, Ben would come out and be like, everyone's had a friend where you like fist each other, right? When you're in high school. You do it during class because you think it's funny. And it just brings everything to a screeching halt. Everyone's like, what? And he's like, no, I did it, and I'm fine.
Yeah. Has anybody checked on Jerry Seinfeld's health? Oh, God. I wonder what at least he has the wherewithal not to fucking post, like, Deborah messing on the timeline.
Yeah, that is...
He's, like, too rich to interfere or be that accessible.
And he's too old-fashioned. Like, he still correctly thinks there's something wrong with you if you post a video of yourself crying.
Yeah.
He's way too old-fashioned for that.
Oh, Fox News is examining controversial faces at Mamdani's election party, including one who said America deserved
the Zoran Mamdani election.
The election is over. Wrap it up. Who is this for?
Headquarters, you're hearing.
You guys did this to me in 2019, and it clearly didn't fucking work. Like, Fox News is the one that carried this dangerous radical Muslim terrorist guy is saying America deserved 9/11 in 2019. Like,
this stuff never works. I mean, Barry Weiss's now wife wrote an article about us that was on the front page of the New York Times during the 2020 primary.
About our
evil podcast.
Yeah. My favorite. What happened to that? Oh God, never mind. I don't even want to bring up that mental illness, but there were some like anarchist people that used to say you guys are fascists.
Well, yeah, I am now, but not then.
Okay, they were right, but too early.
Yeah. But they didn't know I was going to do that. I didn't know it at the time.
Yeah.
DSA, Democratic Socialists of America chants, but this place is packed.
I think this scares them a little bit.
Yeah.
You can, even with the Jay Jones shit, like, I think there is a level of sincerity when a Republican voices their opinion about how fearful they are, because like they do panic and they are afraid of like pretty much everything all the time. And now their like worst fears are being realized that one, nobody likes them. And two, the people that don't like them are overwhelmingly becoming at least rhetorically similar to the right.
Yeah.
In terms of like, entertaining more and more aggressive rhetoric against them.
I don't want to come off as too hopeful here because I'm very pessimistic about most anyone in public office, anyone who works for the executive branch, or officers in law enforcement, federally, or anything, going to prison. That's just not a thing we do a ton of in America.
Mm-hmm.
But I think another thing that scares them is it's one thing when it's 2018 and it's like very blue electoral environment, but the thrust of it, there's still like DSA candidates and shit, and more rhetoric is at least more left leaning than it has been in previous years. But there's still, at the end of the day, the core thrust of it, of all this momentum, is that people want things to get back to normal. Now that like the Democratic base has accepted that like Trumpism is not just like going away, and that there's a permanence to this, that sense of like trying to like restore norms and shit, that's not really a component in the same way. No one really believes like the Joe Biden 2020 pitch anymore.
Yeah.
And they may actually want to see some of these people in prison.
Yeah, no, I think that would be. I mean, I would like to see that.
I think
it'd be cool.
I think, well, like for ICE agents, like the ones in Chicago who just fucking harassed these families at behest of a landlord, for stuff like that. I think you have to do that if you want institutions to even be a little bit functional for another 5 or 10 years. You have to do that.
What is this? Fox News contributor Paul Morrow. So at Mamdani's victory rally, his buddy Hasan Piker, who has said that America deserved 9/11, called it unfortunate that America won the Cold War. Stalin alone killed upwards of 20 million people.
Oh, they always end on that.
Yeah. Piker has also called communism the honorable end goal of socialism. So we should have no illusions about it, this new face of the Democratic Party. So what's different? No. What is different than calling Nancy Pelosi a communist for the past 40 fucking years? Like, what is the... Okay, so yeah, they're communists, I'm communist. Who cares, you know?
They called Kamala, famously, the child of a middle-class family. They called her a communist.
Yeah. She was a small business.
She was a small business.
Her mother was a small business. She was a small business. She wanted $50,000 in tax credits. A modest tax credit for small businesses.
She prosecuted transnational criminal gangs.
Yes.
And she was an escort. The child of middle-class parents.
Yeah.
And middle-class grandparents.
Yeah. They literally... They just say it all the time. I don't think it fucking matters.
They were saying this about like fucking John Kerry.
Yeah.
They went super hard with O'Bungler on this, and clearly that didn't do anything, seeing as O'Bungler won fucking Ohio and Florida back to back.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you might be wondering, who was at Zoran Mamdani's election night party? Well, I was there, so I'll tell you. Take a look here. These are pictures.
It's just a new version.
We already have Olivia Reingold. She's the queen. You know Olivia, Alexis.
Yeah.
Pictures I took. That is Mahmoud Khalil.
Oh, wow,
How do you know him? Well, I know him
wonder
from being
they're
at
so
Columbia
good.
for a long time, covering those protests.
She had to do a creep shot. She was scared. Her hands were shaking like, oh no. Look at these scary Islamic style terrorists.
I have seen pictures from like active battles that are way better put together than this. You know, Chew is in. I don't know if you choose in. I'm really against
Olivia has not responded to my DMs.
Well, good luck, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin's in there like, dude, I have some secrets about Hasan. I got some really cool clips for you.
Did you see her John Oliver skit?
Oh, you mean comedy? The greatest comedy? The greatest sketch comedy of all time? Dude, what is it that you can live in America your whole life, and when you're pro-Israel or work for a pro-Israel outlet, you're like something shifts in your brain where you just turn into Israeli SNL. Because that was the most like Israeli SNL style bit.
I kind of Israeli SNL. The thing I associate with Israeli sketch comedy is how thuddingly literal it is.
Oh yeah,
because it's like it'll be like a guy pretending to be Zoran, and he's like, "Happy Rosh Hashanah," which means kill all the Jews.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay,
no, that's literally what they did do.
Yeah, it's just there's no. You might as well just hold up a sign that says like Zoran is anti-Semitic, but
she did that too. She was being real literal. She was like, oh, I'm a journalist, and as I'm a comedian, and I need to be taken seriously.
This is maybe me reading too much into the situation. There's like a Dee Reynolds quality to her that I love.
Okay,
like,
fair.
Okay, like,
fair.
Why is she wearing a white wig? Like, John Oliver doesn't have fucking white hair. And then, did you notice how one of the first things she says when she as John Oliver, talking about herself in her own article was like, this fatty? And it's like, hold up, what?
Yeah, no, it was her own insecurities about herself for some weird reason coming out. Yeah.
Today, I'm your host, June Oliver, and tonight we're doing the same thing we always do, channeling our anger issues into a PowerPoint presentation. Our first victim tonight, get a load of this fatty, is
Why the fuck did she do that? Why the fuck did she do,
No, it's like she's like, oh, I bet he thinks I'm fat. I bet I looked fat in that. I looked so fat in that video, didn't I? I bet he thought I was fat.
It's like, has John Oliver ever done,
no.
Like, John Oliver, I like the idea that he, gets drunk and he becomes, Howard Stern in 93.
Yeah. Well, I want her to do one of me now that I dunked on her. I want to see what she would do.
I would, if I was running the Free Press or CBS, I would give her endless budget to do sketch comedy because it just there are so many. I'm kind of a psycho with this stuff. I listen to a lot of.
Wait, she's written about her weight issues before? Oh my god! So you clocked it?
Well, we did read an article that she wrote about.
So
it was a really weird article because she was. Okay, so she's
in great shape. I didn't even realize that was a thing.
No, it's she suffered from anorexia as a teenager, which horrible. But the article was weird because she said that a doctor told her okay, we're treating anorexia just like we would treat cancer because you can die from this, blah blah blah, which completely accurate. And she basically said that she was like a woke person getting treated by all these doctors who told her that anorexia was a disease, and constantly lashing out at people and freaking out until she lived with her no-nonsense aunt who told her to calm down. But it's a weird article because it's what were the doctors supposed to do? Be like, oh, your disease isn't real, idiot. What? They're fucking doctors.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Wait, this horrific radical communist Hasan Piker was at Wait, is this a real account? When I see an emoji like this, I just assume someone is memeing, they're LARPing.
I love Red Guy.
Jesus follower, family, USA, MAGA. No DMs, please. Help save America. Someone's auntie was watching Newsmax and got so mad they busted out their iPhone and took a photo of the image on their TV screen and then tweeted this out.
I've never seen that specific angry emoji.
No, it's my favorite. It's very cute.
I'm going to be using him all the time.
Yeah. I'm going to like it. Let's put her.
You just caused a.
Let's give her something to be excited about.
You just caused an incident.
I missed most of the stream. Did you see this Ross Douthat? My sources tell me that this jab has persuaded Ezra Klein to announce his campaign for president earlier than planned. Nah, he's just memeing. He's just
This is I would do a podcast with Olivia. I would.
I think she'd be down.
Fascinating person.
I think she'd be down.
For months. He was a Columbia grad student that was supposed to be deported by the Trump administration because they said he was committing anti-Semitic and anti-American activities. So he was at the party celebrating. Also behind him in the glasses right there, that is Hasan Piker. He said that America deserved 9/11.
Wow.
It's a little word of advice to Alexis. Honey, you've got to get your own act.
Yeah.
Do you see why we love Olivia?
Yeah, Olivia's got pizzazz.
She has pizzazz.
She has a commanding presence.
Commanding presence. One of the weirdest people ever.
Yeah, wears her insecurities on her sleeve, which we found out.
I really shouldn't have a She did write like Der Stürmer shit. Like she did
Yeah.
awful,
Oh yeah.
reprehensible, fucking morally rotten. She would have to do so much to redeem herself, but I have alerts on for if she posts another sketch comedy video.
Erica Kirk responds to the conspiracy theories around Charlie Kirk's assassination. Oh, when I read she responds to conspiracy, I thought she was gonna respond to no, I'm not fucking JD Vance. I got so excited. Oh my god.
I don't think JD is banging her, or the scientific term porking, but Jesse Waters is like doesn't Jesse Waters just like kind of have the face and the personality of someone who like fucks your wife like a day after you die?
Yeah, oh no, he's sleazy as fuck.
He's the
Mr. You have to hide your drink around him. Like,
Yeah.
he just has that vibe.
There is a scumbag recurring lawyer on SVU seasons 6 through 12 who looks exactly like him. He's always the guy who's like, so I was thinking that we could imprison a rape victim. Like he's always defending the worst guys. He looks and acts so much like him.
I mean, he did openly admit that he slashed his current wife's tires.
Yeah.
Like that's like literally a thing that he admitted on national television.
He should have become an actor. Like I would love to see him in SVU. He could play the evil attorney.
Did you see this? They're saying Erica Kirk caught using tear solution to create fake tears before going on stage. They are, dude, this is another part of the liberals are going beast mode. But it's not even just liberals. Like a lot of conservatives don't fuck with Erica Kirk either.
Yeah.
Like I think she may have been a little too heavy-handed with the whole like I'm taking over Turning Point USA a little too fast for some good Christians.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's they couldn't keep up like this central lie of like, well, you know, I didn't like Charlie, but I respected him and blah blah blah. Like, no, these guys fucking hated each other.
Yeah.
They fucking hated each other. They hate her. They hate the entire TPUSA project had gone Inc. They could not hold it together any longer.
Yeah. But there is some severe right-wing infighting taking place right now. And that is, of course, happening with Ben Shapiro. He has decided, despite the fact that he is deeply unpopular, he's decided to put his name out there once again, in spite of his career falling apart because everyone fucking hates Israel now, at least on the internet. And I think he did this like long video about Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, Heritage Foundation. I want to see what it was. Do you guys have the video? Here it is. 41 minutes. Tucker Carlson sabotages America. 800,000.
Ben, that's the length of an SVU episode. What do you
debate him? We're all noticing now. Top comment: just debate him. He'd gladly do it. Nick is going to go nuclear on Ben tonight. Ugh, I hate I hate Ben Shapiro, but I also hate this we're noticing. Like, what are you noticing? What are you noticing? Like, just. I don't know. I would rather them be like openly anti-Semitic than be like, oh, I'm beginning to notice this. Oh, wow, really? The Israeli lobby is quite powerful, huh? Incredible.
I have heard that this is a real clunker, this video. As in, he went out there, he swung, and he did not come close.
Ratioed hard in the comments. Right-wing pod wars are about to be wild this week. This will be Ben Shapiro's most watched video this year. Americanism, not globalism. Went straight to the comments law. In my opinion, you and Nick should do a live podcast together. Oh my God.
That's me. I'm the guy who's fans of both.
Yeah.
I love you both.
Yeah, why don't you guys get along?
I hate it when you
listen. For me, like, this is the environment that he literally created. Mark Levin too. Like, conservative Jews have played such a major role in the development of some of these like pivotal anti-Semites now.
A lot of like
Nick Fuentes said Mark Levin is the reason why he was like, oh my God, the great replacement is happening.
Think about like all the people who were like really big on the Ground Zero Mosque, like Pam Geller, Daniel Pipes, all these people like Horowitz, all these people who ran the gamut from like former white Black Panthers like Horowitz was to like so just lifelong like crank Zionists, more in the line of Geller. These sort of outmoded global war on terror era neocon, some to the right of neocon, like Zionist Jewish conservatives, they went super hard on Islam in the middling years of the global war on terror, and it is impossible to like not draw the through line here. It's okay. You help push the toothpaste out of the tube. If it's okay to like start a national campaign about like the Ground Zero Mosque, where do you think that fucking ends?
Yeah. But also like the whole, even with the great replacement stuff, like who do you think those guys are going to blame for the great replacement? They're not going to invent a new, they're not going to be like, oh, the Muslims are doing the great replacement. They're going to say the Jews are doing it, dumbass. Like
I thought that was so funny when like Elon was talking about that, and then like my two favorite experts on Judaism, the Sequoia Capital and the Palantir guy, who both have names of Watergate co-conspirators, Sean McGuire and John Lonsdale, who are somehow, some way with those names, they're Jewish. I don't know how, but they were like, we agree, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure. Good save.
Yeah.
It's gonna stop there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just any comment from ADL regarding Vance urging conservatives to work together with the Groypers? I think it's idiotic to overreact to a couple of elections in the blue states, but a few thoughts. Scott Pressler, TPO, saying a bunch of others have been working hard to register voters. I said it in 2022, and I've said it repeatedly since. Our coalition is lower propensity, and that means we have to do better at turning out voters than we have in the past. 2, we need to focus on the home front. The president has done a lot of that, has already paid off on the lower interest rates and lower inflation. Oh, yeah, he's doing great.
Yep.
He's doing great on the economy. Everyone, dude, this is literally this is vibeflation.
Yeah.
But instead, they're doing it now.
No, they got the curse of Brandon.
Yeah.
They're going to post, like, if your Thanksgiving is 11 cents cheaper this year, it's because of us.
Yeah. Yeah, no, literally. Like, what the fuck? This is the one thing that you can't actually, like, convince people on. And you clearly can't even, like, shift their attention and their priority away from the actual economic struggles that they're experiencing long enough for them to forget, all the deportations and whatnot, which ironically also is contributing to prices going up as well. But we inherited a disaster from Joe Biden, and Rome wasn't built in a day. Okay.
All right.
We're going to keep on working to make a decent life affordable in this country, and that's the metric by which we'll ultimately be judged in 2026 and beyond. 3, the infighting is stupid. I care about my fellow citizens, particularly young Americans, being able to afford a decent life. I care about immigration and our sovereignty, and I care about establishing peace overseas so our resources can be focused at home. If you care about those things too, let's work together. Oh my God.
It's also so weird because it's like, this is the one prominent Republican who isn't like facing facts and going, okay, we got fucking washed.
Yeah.
Everyone else seemed to be pretty well and able to do that.
Hey, Trump is fucking being like, yeah, it was a bad night.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
I mean, that's the thing about a new convert, though,
Yeah. Oh my God. But this
That's very optimistic, though. That's the thing we'll be judged on in the next election. Good luck. Good fucking luck.
News inside the room per multiple GOP senators after reports were kicked out. Trump said the election results show that the shutdown has been worse for us than for them and that ours are getting killed. Trump said the GOP will become a dead party if they don't nuke the filibuster. Trump got into it with Lizzie. Wait, instead of dealing with the Democrats, Trump is just like, you have to nuke the filibuster. That's awesome. He's just like, nope. You just have to nuke the filibuster. Remember, I told you that if the filibuster was going to get nuked, it would be the Republicans that need to do it, and they would do it. And I feel like that's where we're going in the direction of. Trump says GOP will become a dead party if they don't nuke the filibuster. Trump got into it with Lindsey Graham after Graham tried to make the point that they can still use reconciliation to pass legislation with a simple majority. Trump snapped at Graham. Lindsey, you and I both know that there's so much you can't do with reconciliation. Oof. Cutie Cinderella placed you at S tier Halloween costume? No, I know she said it was F tier.
This is my podcast host. He dressed as himself. He decided, listen, I'm sick of people throwing on a onesie and saying it's a costume. Where's our tier list? Let me bring it up. Give me our tier list. Yeah, that, I'm giving that an F. Right off the bat. Don't just put on a onesie and shave your stupid ass face and call that a costume. I need some makeup, I need some prosthetics, or I need some booty showing. Otherwise, you get an F for me. I'm very passionate about this.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
That's crazy. She's one of the haters, dude. She called me super shit. Hashtag super shit. Hashtag super woke. Messed up. Oh man.
You think he does it?
What, nuke the filibuster?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he has that level of motion. It like this is, I feel like, one of the things that Republicans do care about. I think there's a lot of discontent within even the Republican Congress people about like what Trump is doing with the congressional powers as far as like allocating resources. Like, I don't even think they like that Trump is taking that away from them. So I have this suspicion that there are congressional Republicans right now that are secretly hoping that Trump will concede to the Democrats, at least on some stuff, and like give assurances that he won't veto expenditures at the executive level.
Yeah, and you got to figure they're like getting annihilated anytime they go back to their district too.
Yeah,
like there have been brutal town halls for like Republicans in pretty solidly red districts, even before shit kind of hit the spanner with tariffs and everything. And this is, I mean, what the fuck do you think is going to happen if this goes on 3 or 4 more weeks, and you're just, people for the most part just like aren't able to fly during Thanksgiving?
I think it would be the funniest outcome if they do nuke the filibuster, get across like some more heinous agenda items, and then the Democrats run on restoring the filibuster. The Democrats are like, it's time to go back to moderation. The Senate is the greatest deliberative body.
That would be, nothing would make Chuck Schumer happier if he got to do that.
Yeah, they're gonna run on restoring the filibuster.
If
not court packing. We will not expand the Supreme Court seats. Like, we're not.
Yeah, he expands the Supreme Court, and their thing is like splitting the court.
Yeah,
having even fewer people on it. Yeah, no. That would probably make his day, Schumer, though.
Yeah,
he would do something like, he would be like, we're gonna start a Lollapalooza for the filibuster.
Oh, God.
Who's that guy who played guitar at the 2020 DNC while Billy Porter trolled around?
Anthony Blinken.
It's not Anthony Blinken.
Oh yeah, he played the bass. You're right.
It was some fucking 60s guy.
I don't know.
Who the fuck was that? Does anyone in chat remember that? It was the Democratic COVID convention was so good.
Steven Still?
Okay, yeah, from Crosby, Stills and Nash.
Okay.
Yeah. Steven Still played, that 60s song, like, hey, stop, what's that sound? And Billy Porter was just like twirling endlessly. And it worked.
Wait, POTUS is 100% correct. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do to terminate the filibuster. He really wants it gone.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest, that's the only way it's happening. Because there's 0% chance that Democrats, if they were to have like a simple majority and would greatly benefit, because like directionally speaking, the filibuster is more often utilized by the party that has no interest in letting the government do its job.
Yeah.
And that party is the Republican Party, as opposed to the Democrats. Let's say if they were a competent, actual left flank party in this country, they would need to nuke the filibuster to be able to get across these big ticket agenda items. Because directionally speaking, Democrats are always trying to build more government, technically, and the Republicans are trying to destroy it or remove powers from Congress. So this would be truly beneficial for the Democrats. And I don't think there's any other opportunity to nuke the filibuster, because I don't think the Democrats would ever do it.
Yeah. I don't know. It does. This is the type of, whenever he's in a downswing, that is usually when he starts like second guessing the shit out of himself and like backing down on stuff. If he backs out on anything right now, I hope it's that we don't go to war with Venezuela. But this is the type of thing that he picks up once and drops, never picks up again.
Hopefully it's the war in Venezuela that is the thing that he picks up once and drops, but it doesn't seem like it.
No, it doesn't.
Especially because like when the admiral that is supposed to be the head of like Latin American Command left after like 37 years of service, I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, that was a sign.
That's not a good sign. Like
every time that you've seen a military officer leave a position, that's what preceded GHF in Gaza.
Yeah.
High profile retirements.
Yeah.
It's a sign that like guys who were like key components of the Iraq war are like, okay, you're about to do something too fucked up for me.
Yeah. And it's not good. Wait, Trump calls out JD Vance? Maybe you were right. He's blowing up on JD Vance. Oh, no, this was just a meme. He was just saying, I want my cabinet to behave like Xi Jinping's staff.
Put a 100% tariff on China. As soon as I heard it, within 20 minutes, I put a 100% tariff on China on President Xi, who's really a friend of mine.
I love this when people go ask a Venezuelan, Maduro sucks. No, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, your people. Yeah. No, your people deserve to be nuked. Right. You're right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the wonderful. We want to crater Caracas. We want it to look exactly like Iraq because they loved it. Okay. How about you ask someone from Iraq? Okay, someone from Iraq. Ask them. Is this a good idea?
Okay.
What it looks like right now.
I'm against anything where a country has the Su-30, one of the only thrust vectoring jets in production. It can do tons of cool tricks, even if you didn't get thrust vectoring. There are some variants without it. If regime change happens, they're just going to go back to buying F-16s. Those are fucking boring.
That's what
it's a good plane, but they're fucking boring.
That's the only reason why he doesn't want regime change in Venezuela. I don't want regime change in Venezuela because Maduro is spiritually Turkish and he's very well connected with Erdogan.
He does.
They hang out all the time. They give like swords to one another. You know, they do like exchanges.
He does. He has a very Turkish look.
He does. He looks so fucking Turkish. It's crazy. He does, with a mustache and everything. That's why I'm like, no, you have to stay in power.
Do you remember when like they were like gearing up to do this during Trump 1 and Mnuchin stopped it?
Yeah. And then, well, yeah, because he was like the only competent person that was like, nah.
Dude, I miss Mnuchin.
Yeah.
He really, like, every time that it's during Trump 1, and there was like terrible shit that happened during Trump 1, don't get me wrong, but every time it looked like it was going to be like this now, Mnuchin would step in and be like, as the producer of the Suicide Squad, I cannot let this happen. He's like, he saved America.
He had the pedigree. They respected all the Hollywood movies he funded.
Do you remember when there's that picture of him and Louise Linton, his wife, holding up the money?
Yes. I have talked about that photo. It lives in my mind. I think she looks so hot in that.
She looks super hot.
Like, there's something very evil about that, the aura coming out of that photo, where I think is like,
she looks super hot, and Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses commented under it and was like, "You're a piece of shit." And Mnuchin from like the Treasury account was like, "Oh yeah, what are you doing for this country?" And now
I don't
it's
see
like,
you printing mint.
I mean, now it's like after I found out that Mnuchin probably saved every person on Earth. Honestly, put him right next to that Soviet radar operator. They're the same person.
Yeah. This is the photo, chat here. You know what I mean, though. Like, this is she
looks fucking good there.
She looks great, and it's like in an evil way. I don't know. Someone in the chat said, as an Iraqi, I don't suggest it, chat, or to the Venezuelans. To the Venezuelans that are demanding, Mr. Trump, my people yearn for freedom. And it's always like a 47 months subscriber in my chat. It's like, bro, have you been sleepwalking when I talk about like American intervention? Yeah. Like, how have you been in here giving me $5 a month for 42 months? And you're like, well, this time it's different.
I always think that like we get comments on episodes sometimes about like, I remember one comment that was like, it was our episode after the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting with Trump. And there's an extended segment of us like talking about Thomas Crooks. And I had a joke about how like, he was just so like gross and hapless looking that a sniper probably already had him in the crosshairs, just hoping that he would get to kill him. He got lucky. And a guy who'd been subscribing for like 6-7 years was like, "Do we really need to do this?" And it's like, have you heard this show before? Like,
yeah.
Is this your first time listening in all these years of subscribing?
The most common thing for expats to support interventions is they won't be there to eat the bombs. Yeah, I just like, I don't understand it. I mean, I don't like the fucking Turkish government. You know, I don't fuck with Erdogan. I can't really go back to Turkey to see my family, but if America's trying to intervene, you bet your fucking ass I'm gonna be like, absolutely not. You know? And by the way, this is not a hypothetical. I literally did talk about it when America did intervene and try to do a fucking little coup with Fethullah Gulen.
That was really like not ready for prime time.
No.
That was one of the shittiest.
It's gotten worse now that they, I mean, think about Venezuela. It's objectively even worse than that, because at least like with the Fethullah Gulen thing, they like built a parallel state that that bubbled up and had its tentacles and everything that was going on, from the police force to the fucking military commanders and shit like that. They utilized the existing American bases to do refueling for the jets that they were, you know, bombing people with. In Venezuela, they sent like private contractors, like a bunch of stupids.
Yeah, no, they
got intercepted by fishermen.
It was the Bay of Stupids.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Great. But yeah, no, okay, I'm not trying to cause a whole argument with this, but I was thinking about that. Like, I'm a blah, blah, blah. I think that like this should happen.
Yeah.
Do you think, and there are a lot of Americans like this, like me, where like, you know, one set of grandparents or parent, like you're like half Ukrainian Jewish, you know? That's a lot of like Jews in America. If any of us were like, oh yeah, well I'm technically sort of Ukrainian, and I support the special military operation. Has anyone done that?
Oh my God, that would be awesome.
At the time, I thought about it, and I thought it would be like kind of too fucked up to do, but it is just like for someone who like their family has not lived there in 140 years or something.
Yeah, no. As a Ukrainian,
yeah,
like I think the special military operation is extra special.
Yeah.
And it's extra military and it's good.
Yeah. Has anyone done that?
Like,
someone in chat said that they've seen someone try that move.
Okay. I mean, it's America. We contain multitudes. There's cranks of all different kinds.
The guy who said that, I'm going to guess his presidential election votes. Hillary 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2024. Yeah. And then he's going to vote for whatever Democrat this next time. Easy.
Hogs of all flavors here. Yeah. Felix, one Ukrainian tried to blame me for NATO not joining that war, dude. I don't know what.
Well, are you in charge of a NATO like, are you Joe Biden?
Just change America for Israel and you get it, chat? No, because it doesn't even make sense. Because we're not talking about a fucking foreign adversary that we're going to bomb. Because there is no world in which Israel gets the punishment that America has dished out to every unsuspecting country that we've declared foreign adversaries because we want their natural resources to extract at a cheaper price than the government would probably offer us anyway. Okay? Because that's usually half the battle there. It's like, oh, well, we don't want to even give you an honest contract when we extract your resources. We want it for our price point. And we want to set the standards. America's not doing that to Tel Aviv. That's not happening. Which is precisely the reason why, yes, you do have like the 11 anti-Zionist Jews that live in Israel that say like, no, we should actually apply pressure to Israel. There's no other way to fucking deal with the psychopathic neighbors that I have. Knowing full well that it's not going to turn into a fucking, Tel Aviv's never going to turn into a crater, right? Unless, I guess they piss off Iran too much, and then who knows, right? But, so in that respect, it's different. It's not like a one-to-one comparison. Whereas when you talk about Venezuela as a Venezuelan and what must be done, and the what must be done is literally shock and awe style bombing campaigns in Caracas, like it's not, that's not going to create stability for Venezuelans at all. Like even with Syria, which is, who knows what happens in Syria. It's not exactly in a great state right now. That took years and years of hands-on intervention, espionage, training, offering logistics to different factions that split off and engaged in sectarian infighting, mass destabilization. That's even like, we haven't done that in Venezuela, right?
Right. No. Yeah. Like, I mean, we've funded opposition, but not to those lengths. And there wasn't like a civil, like an actual conflict to exploit and widen either.
Yeah. They're trying to do domino theory for like Cuba, which is so crazy. Like as though Cuba is like.
I don't even know if this. I mean, we're probably not going through this, at least now to this scale, if Petro hadn't had won. At the heart of it, I do kind of think this is like them trying to beat back a potential pink tide.
Yeah. Adam Johnson says Trump openly said his motives for attacking Venezuela are to seize his oil, but recent explainers in WAPO political BBC pontificating about Trump's motives do not mention this fact at all. Yeah. It's so fucking, it's so gross that they do it. And he's not even like fully invested in it. You know what I mean? His heart is not in it. They're not even trying to sell it.
I mean, you have to stretch really hard to make the case that like anything there has anything to do with anyone's life over here. That's why I have seen people try to push this like cartel of the sun shit for years and years now. Oh God. And I mean, if the impetus for war in any event is the country contains a consortium of drug dealers who sell to Americans. Well, I have some bad news about Israel. I have some bad news about a lot of places.
Yeah. Chat, Hannity just played a clip of Hasan on his show. Wait, really? Wait, what are they doing? I guess they're gonna keep going with the America Deserve 9/11 stuff and like tie it to Zoran post election, which is like even less motion now.
Yeah,
didn't the election kind of prove that the people didn't give a shit about that? Like, why are you still pushing it? Also, why do I have so many chatters watching Newsmax and Sean Hannity?
Well, Sean Hannity did cry last night.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That made me feel sad. That it was a little bit. It's like seeing like your grandfather cry or something. I don't know. It just like felt wrong.
Where is it? It's here somewhere. It was on the docket earlier. Oh, did you see these guys?
Yeah.
I'm so glad. Michael Tracy is the perfect person to go to a fucking Andrew Cuomo watch party, by the way. Mr. Contrarian. This guy's
Crazy
awesome.
who lives in Skyrim. Like, he is. I see all of his videos through like a Skyrim filter. Like I see his hands poking out.
Let's see.
Hey, Curtis, you're a fucking scumbag, like I said all these months. You fucking got 8% of the vote. You split the fucking vote for the $7 million. You were a scumbag. I hope every New Yorker spits in your fucking face every single day.
So every New Yorker
fucking sold out like fucking.
Ever.
Dude,
also, Curtis,
the majority of whom voted for Zoran are like, that's for ruining Cuomo's campaign. Like,
no,
what?
my favorite on this is quite literally. Oh, Ted Cruz is talking about it. I wonder what he's gonna say because he was talking shit about me on the timeline earlier.
Gosh, this will be good politically because he'll be the face of the Democrat Party. I think it's terrible for America. I think New York is the largest city in America. It is the financial capital of the world. It is the media capital of the world. And New York, we are going to see New Yorkers die. This is a lunatic who wants to abolish the police.
As opposed to Andrew Cuomo, who did kill New Yorkers.
Yeah, like Jesus Christ.
The radicals and the terrorists who chants globalize the Intifada. This is someone who, in the days before the election, is campaigning with an
Eric Adams,
conspirator of the World Trade Center bombing.
Even short of making a deal with the Trump DOJ, that would be like their ideal Democrat.
You act like, oh, it was a blowout. Did you expect any different result? Because I didn't. I mean, I had a little hope in New Jersey, but in the last 3 years,
they're licking their wounds every night. I do like this.
Nearly 250,000 people, Senator. I would imagine probably the vast majority of which would have voted for Jack Ciattarelli. That's a lot of people to lose in 3 years.
I could see
going to your
myself
state and
watching
my state.
Oh, he just mentioned me? I wouldn't even hear it.
Look, and you're right. And if you have all the people from New Jersey who moved to Florida, moved to Texas, if they were still there, Jack Ciattarelli might have won. By the way, all the New Yorkers who moved out of New York and went to Florida and went to Texas, Lee Zeldin might well have been governor, or we might have seen Montgomery beaten. But people are fleeing blue states, so they're getting more radicals.
Oh, no, he didn't. He's a co-conspirator of 9/11.
Massive immigration. You look at that number.
You're such a fucking piece of shit.
The native-born New Yorkers, the New Yorkers who had been there 5 years or longer, voted against this lunatic. It is a massive in-migration. The
I was a kid.
Are using
showed a lot of promise, but
to change this country.
that's a little bit beyond my pay grade, pulling off 9/11 at 10.
Where the Attorney General candidate in writing said, number one, he wanted to see his Republican colleagues in the legislature murdered. But even worse than that, he wanted to see their children dead.
Like, people hate us so much that they were willing to vote for a guy who said he's going to shoot our children.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't be playing that off.
Individual is now going to be the Attorney General of Virginia, the chief law enforcement officer.
This reminds me so much of, like,
and what that tells us is a couple things.
Democrats
Number one,
would make compilations of,
we're
like,
so
all the
polarized. That on the Democrat side, they don't care. No major Democrat denounced Jay Jones, despite his openly wishing for the murder of kids. Even in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, every Democrat circled around and said, he's our guy. We don't care if he's advocating political violence. But number two, look.
I cannot tell you how little the average person gives a fuck about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
They're like, how dare you? So close after Charlie Kirk died. And like, I don't even think Republicans care.
No.
Like, remember when they were like, oh, you just woke up a million Charlies. It's like, really?
Doesn't seem like it was enough.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Where are they at? I haven't seen a million debate nerds running around being like, debate me.
That was the thing. Like, after that whole, like, week, during it, really, I always thought, like, you kind of have to say it when someone on your side dies. Like, in death, they're a symbol for 10 times out of 10, you're gonna have more of an impact as an alive person. Hate to break it.
Yeah, technically.
Hate to break
technically, yes.
I mean, do I think that Charlie Kirk would have, like...
Charlie Kirk got domed, and then his main op that he was actively trying to push out of the party, like actively trying to push away from seizing his literal fucking audience, is now taking over the mantle. It's the most insane situation of all time. This is the one thing that he didn't want to happen. Like, and, you know, even from my standard, even from where I'm standing, yeah, like I would prefer Charlie Kirk to fucking Nick Fuentes. But the reality of the matter is, he is in the immediate aftermath of his assassination. His worst fear for his entire career was immediately realized. It's crazy.
Oh, I thought this was
still the show.
Wait, what is?
It's just an ad.
Oh, I thought it
Anyway,
was.
to
You
know where
remember
our
that
food
guy
was
who
coming
ran
from.
against Lauren Boebert? I think.
Lobo? I don't know.
Brandon Flowers. What the fuck was that guy's name? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
It's crazy, dude. Punished. Oh, Punished Dark Woke. They created 10 million Charlie Kirks and now they're running around doing miscellaneous shit. Oh yeah, it's all the AI stuff. That's the other thing with AI. Like, people have no respect whatsoever for the dead. Like, they are. Have you seen like Charlie Kirk with fucking syrup, like mixing up cough syrup? Like, they just keep putting his face on everything.
No, I've seen like more AI stuff of him than any other person.
It's all over the timeline. You looked insane last night. I think I would look fine if I was bald. Like, I think I would look like a handsome bald. I have a good head shape.
I don't think that like they would have won if Charlie Kirk were alive, but like, you know, he had something of an operation. That operation's still there, but he was like...
It's not going to be Bry Lillen.
Bry Lillen is probably causing more people to stay home than come out.
Yeah. That's you at 50? Okay. Well, here's Brett Cooper defending Nick Fuentes, I guess. Which I didn't know she was like that.
You are so blinded by your ridiculous, insane hatred of Tucker Carlson that you cannot see how irresponsible and hypocritical you are being. I mean, these tweets from Ted Cruz I'm going to read you next are a great example of this. So just a month ago, he tweeted this. He said, "They don't kill you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi so they can kill you. Political violence is a left-wing phenomenon. Enough is enough. We need to shut it down." And then in response to Fuentes and Tucker this week, he tweeted this. "Trump's bombing of the Ayatollah's nuclear facilities made the little Nazi mad. Good." So now you're turning around and you're calling somebody that you don't like a Nazi. You're doing this out of blind rage because you're so angry that the conservative base's attitudes are rapidly...
That's not wrong, yeah.
I mean, yes, but also he is a Nazi. I think it's funny. I love that they're fighting. I don't give a shit. But like, he is literally like... I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's over at this point. It's over. It's
only
over.
like 5% more than them at this point.
That's exactly. Thank you. Hey, you've seen the Venn diagram, Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes Venn diagram, where it's like they agree on 99%, except Ben Shapiro is Jewish and Nick Fuentes hates Jews, and that's pretty much it. Like, that is like, you can't have like this endlessly expansive, unlimited reactionary movement and then fucking turn around and be like, well, there's one group of people we gotta be woke about, and it's the Jews, which is also historically the one group that the Nazis and right-wingers in general, reactionary movements historically, have blamed for everything. So like, what the fuck were you thinking?
I think it's more than possible to have like a generally like right-wing movement that isn't like Jews aren't there's no like animus against Jews, but I don't think it's possible to have one like built on racial animus and then to have not just like a carve out, but like sort of like
special status.
State enforced like DEI for Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you can't. Like
that's impossible.
It's
That's
unironically
impossible.
I'm telling you, if the UAE, it's kind of funny to think, had like a similar level of like a pervasive propaganda vehicle that had a domestic foothold and had like all these advocacy groups that were constantly trying to punish people and cancel people, yell at them for saying something about like Dubai chocolate or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's anti UAE. That's anti-Arab.
Anti-Emirati.
Yeah, that's anti-Emirati behavior. And they were like successfully banning people. A lot more Americans will be up in arms about Sudan.
Yeah.
Like 100%. They'd be like, immediately we have to put an end to this. Like they get away with it partially also because they just don't do what Israel has done. But that's also the same reason why they don't get the same level of money that Israel gets or the same level of protection that Israel gets. And at most, America turns a blind eye to your fuck behavior, right? Especially as long as you are pro-Israel.
What if you got kicked out of your university for using the term collegiate? Like, yeah, then it's a totally different environment.
Yeah, people will be like, no, I'm gonna like, which maybe they'll do because now you see Saudi Arabia kind of pivoting to the woke side of things a little bit.
Well,
can you imagine? Like
that's interesting because Saudi Arabia, they're getting more woke.
Yeah.
But the UAE, they've decided to like throw their lot in. Of course, Emiratis would go, you know what has legs? This thing where you're really right wing, except for like Jews.
Yeah.
They're like, that has the best future out of any of this.
Yeah.
Every time now, like
I love seeing like Emirati accounts that just like they post like the son of Hamas guy.
Yeah, no.
Like they're one step removed from being like the Arab is lower than cattle.
I think
Muslims are worse than dogs, actually.
Yeah.
And the highest priority is for Jewish people in the region. We love that.
I think that like Indians like get a bad rep because like, yeah, there are some like BJP. I mean, there are a lot of people in BJP and a lot of people in BJP who like support Israel specifically for like anti-Islam reasons.
Yeah.
But like by and large, like it's not like every fucking Indian or every Hindu for that matter is like a fervent Zionist.
Yeah. UAE's the strongest advocates.
Yeah, like every time I see an Emirati flag now, it's followed by like one of the worst things I'll read about Palestinians that day. Like there's psychotic stuff coming out of that fucking country.
Yeah.
Changing that Nick Fuentes is getting national attention, and so you have turned around and in response, you are compromising your own values and anger, which is such a dangerous precedent to set. And unfortunately for you guys, yes, the attitudes are changing. So again, it makes sense why this group is incredibly frantic.
I mean, yeah, no, it does feel like the independent wing is just seeing the wave of anti-Israel sentiment, and especially on the right, it manifests as like very clearly in an anti-Semitic fashion because it's virtually impossible after fucking however many decades of just being like everything that is being done here is being done for the Jews. We're doing it for the Jews. We're killing all the Palestinians for the Jews. It's Judaism. And if you speak out against it, you're anti-Semitic. Americans are not going to think in a more complicated manner than what they've been bludgeoned in the head with.
And it's the perfect thing for them because like that totally exonerates America.
Dude, that's what I'm so fucking annoyed. Thank you. Exactly. That's what makes me so mad. It's like, oh yeah, our politicians actually would never do wholesale slaughter of Muslims in the region if it wasn't for the Jews that are hypnotizing them or engaging in blackmail, which by the way still means your favorite politician, Christian politician, is a pedophile. Okay? Yeah. Like what do you mean?
Yeah, no, I mean those texts, the Kirk text about like the $2 billion in Tucker, that was not a guy who was like his heart was moved by images he was seeing.
Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit.
That was, I mean, just in 2023, at the end of 2023, when he made that fucking joke about, oh, well, say they get thrown off of buildings, but now all the buildings are gone.
Yeah.
His stated goal, his political reason to be was to attract young people to the party. And this one thing was making it harder than anything else.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think those texts are so funny because it's like, yeah, this was such a principled guy.
Yeah.
They're not going to give me $2 million? Oh my, fuck that. Like, if it's between like $2 million and like something you believe in, okay, well, it's cool to have $2 million, but it shouldn't be, if you really believe in it, shouldn't be that hard of a choice for you.
Yeah, that, but also, like, yeah, fucking the envoys of Israel are unimaginably arrogant and unimaginably entitled. And how many fucking like insider articles that we read or books that we read about like Bill Clinton being like, who's the fucking superpower here? And then doing literally the bidding of Israel regardless, lying on behalf of Israel throughout the negotiations process, and totally fucking destroying the so-called peace process in its entirety at the behest of Israel. But yeah, they hated the Israeli envoys. They hated Benjamin Netanyahu, but that doesn't change anything. So Charlie Kirk experiencing that exact same emotion was not going to change his public persona or his public positioning on Israel even one bit. And the only reason why he was trying to even find a middle of the road approach here was because he wants everyone to be pro-Israel. He's number one, first and foremost, or not pro-Israel, sorry. He wants everyone to be pro-Trump. And first and foremost, he's loyal to Trump. And Trump is the biggest dick rider of Israel. So how the fuck do you come out and speak out against Trump? That was never going to happen.
Right. Right.
Like if Trump turned around and was like, fuck Israel, actually, Miriam, thank you for the $250 million. I'm done with this shit. Then yeah, the next day they would be like, yeah, let's put Jews in concentration camps, and everyone would be fine with it. Like all the Republicans would be down with it. But as long as Trump is dick riding Israel, Charlie Kirk was never going to turn around and fucking speak out against it.
Kirk would dip his toes and stuff.
Yeah.
He would like entertain like, you know, some of the stranger things that surrounded October 7th. But at the end of the day, you don't go from haha, all the buildings in Gaza are gone to whatever he was hinting at instantaneously and because out of the goodness of your heart.
Yeah. No, he was not, yeah. The only reason why he was even trying to triangulate is because he wanted to manage the audience. He was trying to do a coalition building without compromising too much on the pro-Israel position that the Trump administration was engaging in. One of the like, I think it was Dinesh D'Souza actually that came out with this take, and I agree with it completely, where it was like the Republican Jewish Coalition or whatever, the thing that happened this past weekend. And Dinesh D'Souza retweeted it and was like, you know, a lot of these guys are actually shitting on Trump. They're just too afraid to say it. Like everything that you say about Israel, you are saying about Trump. Everything that you say about rhinos, you are technically saying about Trump, because he's just as pro-Israel as everybody else is, if not more pro-Israel. They just don't want to say it to Trump. And it's true.
That's always the weirdest thing about like the Ian Carrolls.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to straddle that line. I mean, you can straddle that line because there are like enough people who want to hold these two totally contradictory things in their head. Which, like you said, okay, if Trump is being blackmailed, then what the fuck did he do?
He was a pedophile, but a white hat pedophile. You don't understand.
God.
That's what he was doing.
That was, Mike Johnson said that once.
That was so awesome.
And then it never came up again.
That was so awesome that he just dropped that bomb. Like something that we joked about for years, like turning into a real defense line, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish invective on the right is disguised attack on Trump. By the way, Dinesh D'Souza is getting woke because he's sick and tired of the anti-Indian sentiment on the right. Did you see all this stuff?
No, yeah, I mean...
He's like, how did this happen to the party?
Yeah, it is like, yeah. Like, how did the most predictable thing in the world happen?
But it was happening. It was happening to the party while he was still in the party, and he still is. But, like, it's not like this is new. I guess it's gotten worse on Twitter, the anti-Indian hate specifically, but
well, I mean, I think with like guys like Dinesh specifically, you do have to keep in mind that they are all like 65. To him, like 2004 was like yesterday. 2012 for that matter.
Yeah. Here's a lot of the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish invective on the right is a disguised attack on Trump. Trump is the one who blew up the Iran nukes. Trump backed Netanyahu and as Israel crippled Hamas. Trump is redrawing the map of the Middle East, but they're afraid to go against Trump, which is true. He's being honest.
I think he's kind of yeah.
Oh yeah, r/Democrats banned mentions of Mamdani. Did you see that? It's so awesome. r/Democrats, respect. Keep defending the party like that. I agree. Finally. There are some deep fissures on the right about Zionism, says G here. There have been for a long time since 1967. They were papered over in the interest of coalition unity. But under the pressures of the current conflict, these fissures are reemerging. The long quoted passage here is useful to understand some of the sources of right-wing anti-Zionism, which is very distinct from left-wing anti-Zionism.
Dick Durbin in Illinois, the guy he beat for him to become a senator was one of the last anti-Israel Republicans. Not even anti-Israel, like just, skeptical of lobby claims. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he would get called anti-Israel now and then, but no, they're.
Oh, there's a generational divide? No way. No way. Every Republican under the age of 35 is a young Hitlerian. That's so shocking. They're not even, they've moved beyond Hitler too. They're so nerdy about their Nazism that they had to find like esoteric shit,
What?
Which I guess the Nazis were also into, but
Yeah. Who's the coolest figure to be into then? Like Celine?
I don't know. Well, there's the Japanese fascist, the gay one that everybody loves.
Oh, Mishima.
Yeah.
No, I think that's it. It's always going to be like someone who's a cultural figure.
Yeah.
And not like Celine.
Franco's so funny. They're like
Franco is hilarious. Franco wasn't supposed to be the guy.
Yeah. But why not Mussolini? You think it's because he's like, they think he's too woke? Like,
I mean, he did kind of like lose control of like most of his country,
Yeah.
I don't know. And he looks kind of ridiculous. No, I think among younger people, it's cultural figures. Celine, Ezra Pound, etc., etc. But I mean, the aspect of Nazism where you're always going to the North Pole to find Santa.
Yeah, they love
that will never die.
They love Evola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Franco, so the guy that was supposed to be in charge of the Phalangists, he was flying from exile back into Spain right as the Civil War was beginning. And this was like, airplanes had only been around so long. And they were like, hey, General, you mind not packing so many outfits? Because we don't know how... We might be going over this plane's weight limit. And he was like, fuck you. I need all my outfits. And the plane crashed. He dies. And so then they put Franco in there. This guy who is like never supposed to be the number one.
Those are the best guys. Harris staff meeting exposed something of a generational divide within Heritage, as one staffer who claimed to represent the perspective of the foundation's younger employees said that she did not have a problem with Robert's initial defense of Carlson and wanted to make sure that the views of her generation, who she said were generally more critical of Israel, would still be welcome at Heritage. Eliana's right, and the Q&A is very much worth the listen. Here's a snippet of some of the remarks from the young female staffer. I condemn Nick Fuentes' hateful rhetoric. That being said, I would like to point out that some of the most vocal people against Tucker Carlson have been calling him an anti-Semite since he started to hold more anti-interventionist views. Yeah, the only difference between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is Tucker Carlson has like 20 years of media experience, and especially from like the professional side of media. and therefore knows what buttons to never touch. Like, that's it. He has tremendous messaging discipline. Like, Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, he's a memer. He's on the internet. He's more freewheeling. You know what I mean? He doesn't give a shit, and he can't stop himself from...
And Tucker started as a neocon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
That was
true.
like the first half of his career.
Yeah. I mean, there's the video of him. I watched the video of him shitting on Pat Buchanan.
Yeah.
Literally using the same exact rhetoric that they're using against Tucker Carlson now. Like,
yeah. No,
actually, you know what? Does anyone have that old Tucker Carlson video? It's a really good one. I want to show you guys. For those of you who don't know, Pat Buchanan is basically, I guess, like, if you're a right winger, you feel like he's the most vindicated man, you know?
He is like, they talk about him like how I talk about like Corbyn.
Yeah.
They're all always talk about Corbyn.
Yeah. Both vicious anti-Semites, of course. That's why Felix likes Corbyn.
Pat Buchanan, he had a show with Donahue on MSNBC where they were supposed to, it was supposed to be like Hannity and Combs knockoff because Donahue was a big liberal, but they canceled the show because both him and Donahue were against the Iraq War.
Yeah, Sam Seethe told me he would go on Pat Buchanan's show because it was the only show where that he could say something anti-Israel, and Pat Buchanan would just have him on because he's like, yeah, that was the only time where I could say anything remotely anti-Israel on television at the time.
I remember that. I remember like the late Bush administration PaleoCon Renaissance.
Look.
The sad thing about Pat Buchanan, as far as I'm concerned, and just to restate, I mean, Pat does raise issues that I think are important. I mean, I think that, the sovereignty of the American...
He's doing Brylan Holland, by the way.
He is so Brylan.
He is so Brylan here. Like, oh, you can criticize Israel's, lobby if you would like to.
I actually think these issues are important.
Yeah. Yeah,
military,
but don't do it too much. Otherwise, it might be anti-Semitic.
Oh my God, yeah, he is.
But unfortunately,
I mean, he's the reason that we associate both sides
discredited. And when attacked, he can always fall back on the line. Well, the tiny cabal that controls American politics doesn't like me because I speak truth to power. This is actually, incidentally, almost verbatim what he said the other day. That I offend the plutocracy, that I'm a wanted man by the inside the Beltway people, and in every sense cast himself as a victim who is sort of a Karen Silkwood of politics, someone who's so truthful that he's being hunted down by the conspiracy that runs Washington. I mean, it's all a bit much. Maybe Pat Buchanan just says things that are kind of kooky, and that's why he's being criticized. It's perfectly valid to question America's relationship with Israel. Israel has a lobby. It's perfectly fair, as far as I'm concerned, to beat up on Israel's lobby. But I don't think that's the reason that Buchanan is being labeled an anti-Semite. It's this kind of, as I've said, this relentless bringing up topics related to Judaism. I mean, famously, Pat, always beats up on Goldman Sachs, but never Morgan Stanley. I mean, it's really hard to. There is no point at which Pat Buchanan has held a press conference and said, I really don't like the Jews. I think they're a sinister force in America. But I think, and it took me years to come to this.
I love that.
To this position. I mean, I'm not throwing the term anti-Semite around. But you
I
reach a
wonder
point
what,
when you say, well, gee, here's a guy
inspired
who
him to
is
like
going out of it.
Go from like to like who's jacking off to this, like the more traditional TV guy.
Yeah. What's going on?
Did someone jack me off? Why was I jacking
Wait, Kevin Roberts hit a third statement? No. Oh my God, bro.
Keep digging. Dig up, stupid.
The boss call after boss call, man.
Oh my God.
Kevin, God damn.
His way to defend Demjanjuk and other accused Nazi war criminals who's constantly attacked Israel, who's attacked American Jews for supporting Israel unduly, who's implied that American Jews push America into wars in which non-Jews die. There really is, and again, I'm not hysterical on this subject, but I do believe that there is a pattern with Pat Buchanan of needling the Jews. Is that anti-Semitic? Yeah. I mean, after a while, you conclude it is, in some sense, anti-Semitic. I mean, Pat Buchanan obviously has a lot of personal and affectionate relationships with people who are Jewish. So on a personal level, perhaps he's not, but on a different, maybe thematic level, I think he probably is. I think that people should be allowed to have differing views on immigration. I think people should be allowed to point out the fact that there is an Israeli lobby, and yes, it's powerful, and debate the merits of that, I guess. I don't think there's strictly speaking anything wrong with that.
I guess.
But
come on, you have some conversations, but not too much. Not too much.
God,
I think
the Weekly Standard was
Buchanan is part of the reason it's so hard to have
that
a
was
conversation
where Fred
because he
Barnes
discredits
worked.
it by his.
It was like the epicenter of like shithead neoconservatism. It's really amazing how much like Tucker skated away from that. But I guess no one really like, Trump was a big fucking Iraq War booster. I don't think you could ideologically call Trump a neocon just because it's too ideologically like defined for him. But Tucker absolutely was.
Yeah.
Until
bombing
sort of recently.
Bombing Iraq back into rubble. They're primitive. They're apes. All that stuff. I mean, he went along with he did a little ride along with the military down there.
Oh yeah, that famous article where it's like him and Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
Vice presence, because he gives people who watch him carefully the sense that he has another agenda that has to do with personal dislike, and that he believes in conspiracies, and that he believes that the Jews are this sinister, secretly organized force trying to affect American politics. And those aren't discussions I think normal people, sober people should be having, because I think
unless it's me 20 years later and I'm saying the exact same thing that I was criticizing back then.
What a trajectory. I mean, the popular knowledge or the conventional knowledge is now, right, that like the Tucker Today was created when like Jon Stewart went on that show and like shit on him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that makes about as much sense as anything. Where is he now if that never happens though? Because I tend to think that Tucker,
You think that saved his career?
Maybe, but I also think that like a guy like that is just such a like gamer. They're so ready to like rebrand and just toss it all aside. I think he probably would have done it anyway or gone for it anyway.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Kevin Roberts, who heads up the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action, has now released his third public statement on his disastrous video last week. The most recent statement is going to continue to dissatisfy many of the people who criticized him for his first video, and it's also going to firmly turn Nick Fuentes and his supporters against him. This whole saga has been a major unforced error. Is such a funny thing for Yashar Ali to say, by the way. Like he's making it seem like, you shouldn't have said anything. You should just kept the coalition going. Like Yashar Ali, big defender of keeping the right-wing coalition between Nazis intact. I know that's not what he's trying to say, but this is what it comes across as. Oh, God. I love watching right-wing infighting, though. It's awesome.
Both as president of the Heritage Foundation and also as an American who understands the urgency of this moment. Leadership requires owning the moments where we fall short, then using them to reset, refocus, and recommit. I talked about this today, as you may have seen, during our Heritage All-Staff Town Hall. I'm so grateful for my amazing colleagues. My use of the phrase venomous coalition was a terrible choice of words.
I'm hungry.
It caused justified concern, especially among friends and allies who know how seriously Heritage has fought and continues to fight against the rise of anti-Semitism.
So what?
Everyone has the responsibility to speak up against the scourge of anti-Semitism, no matter the messenger. Heritage and I will do
this
so,
is not what
even
the
when
head
my
of the
friend
Heritage
Tucker
Foundation
Carlson
should look like.
gets
I'm
challenged.
sorry.
I think he looks awesome.
He looks like a de-testosterone version of that that car salesman guy that comes in and like yells at guys who sell cars.
Yes.
Like that.
Who's like, yeah, I fuck my wife all the time. You have to be skinny.
Yeah.
If you're not svelte, get the fuck out of my car lot.
You only have to spend 3 minutes a day with your kids. Like, this is not an inspiring looking. Like, this looks like a personal injury attorney. The head of the Heritage Foundation should be like classic evil looking guy. This is more modern. Not even evil, just amoral looking.
He looks boring.
He looks low rent.
Heritage colleagues know, as do you, the work ahead is too important. Our conservative movement must be willing to wrestle with hard conversations, not avoid them. Last night's election results demonstrate this. The need of this moment is clear.
That's so funny because it's like not a single Democrat cast a single ballot because the Republicans are too Nazi aligned, okay? That's not even remotely the conversation.
I mean, they might as well just be like, okay, we hear you. More air traffic fatalities. Like, that's basic.
Yeah. Literally everything is falling apart, and these guys are like, "Oh, I don't know. What do we do? Should we just keep this one gay Mexican white supremacist guy and his army of autists on our side? They're in our replies too hard. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, it's funny."
Articulate a bold, positive vision that convinces Americans that conservative policies will revitalize the American dream. The left isn't slowing down. If we want to win, truly win, we must grow stronger in every way. Here is what we are focused on moving forward. Standing for strong families, because no society...
Abolishing air traffic control.
I love standing for strong families too, because it's like that's almost like a child of a middle class family.
Yeah.
Like, what about the weak families?
Yeah, no.
Fuck them.
No, this is their small. I'm a small business.
Yeah, no, they're Kamala mode right now.
Yeah, this is so fucking awesome. I love standing for strong families.
Survives without them. Advocating for the dignity of work and free enterprise, because it's how people build meaning and sustain freedom. Defending national sovereignty, because a country that doesn't protect itself isn't a country. And restoring citizenship as a sacred trust, rooted in virtue, liberty, and faith. It's not just policy, it's purpose. So to each of you working the long hours, holding the line, doing the unglamorous tasks that keep this mission moving, I see you. I'm grateful. And I want you to know we're in this together. Movements like ours are not weakened by adversity. We are sharpened by it. Let's take what we've learned. Let's recommit. And by all means, let's go win.
Bro, he said nothing. What? I don't get it. So do they want groypers or not? Did I miss the beginning? He didn't say shit.
Today, as you may have seen, during our Heritage All-Staff Town Hall. I'm so grateful for my amazing colleagues. My use of the phrase venomous coalition was a terrible choice of words.
Oh!
It caused justified concern, especially among friends and allies who know how seriously heritage...
Wait, he's bowing down. Oh. He's saying, like, my bad. I'm sorry for saying it's venomous coalition, actually. We love the groypers.
...has fought and continues to fight against the rise of anti-Semitism. Everyone has the responsibility to speak up against the scourge of anti-Semitism, no matter the messenger. Heritage and I will do so, even when my friend Tucker Carlson needs challenging. My Heritage colleagues know, as do you, the work ahead is too important. Our conservative movement must be willing to...
Wait. He's saying sorry for saying the groypers are venomous, but then he's also saying we're going to keep fighting anti-Semitism. So what is it? Color grading on this video is fantastic, though. That's... Wrong. He's saying he's sorry for calling those accusing Tucker of anti-Semitism a venomous... Oh, that's what he did? Oh, he didn't call the groypers venomous. He called the people calling Tucker Carlson an anti-Semite venomous. And that's who he was apologizing for. Okay. Where did Felix go? The bathroom. Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage it's still, if Israel loses the right, they're over. I don't think they're losing the right anytime soon. Because who do they have? The Democrats are already too weak. And the base of the Democrats are insanely anti-Israel. Right? If chatters send me one more libs of TikTok post claiming Zoran is a Nazi, I'm gonna fucking nuke myself out of orbit. Okay? Please stop. I don't give a fuck. Libs of TikTok is a Nazi. I don't care about her being like, oh look, Zoran is a Nazi. He's doing the same salute that Elon did. Like, and then you look at the actual thing, the actual video, and it's not the same at all. It's just a dude waving. Oh, that's so funny. Like, they really got him.
She really fell off.
Yeah. It's because, I mean, low-key, it is because, like, she's also Jewish, and everyone on the independent side is, like, constantly demanding more. And when you demand more and more and more, eventually the demands turn into, give us something anti-Semitic.
I mean, also, like, she's Chabad.
Yeah.
Which is, like...
She might as well give up at this point. Come on.
Like,
She's Chabad and fucking 36 and single.
I think the beginning and the end for her was when she posted, like, those Navy guys who were, like, wearing dresses. It was like, let's get them fired. Because it really, she like, did, it's like, you don't know what's going on, lady.
Yeah. All right. But mother is being attacked by Matt Walsh. Oh. This is the enemy. Wretched, evil parasite, motivated by resentment and hatred, openly plotting to erase our culture and identity. Shut the fuck up.
Wretched, like, parasite? Like, what the
yeah, because Jennifer Wells said,
Jennifer
Americans have no
Welch?
culture except for multiculturalism. Crusty white people need to learn how to embrace it. She's literally whiter than Matt Walsh. Like, what are you talking about? This is strong WASP stock. Matt Walsh, people that look like Jennifer Welch would kill you when the nation was being founded for your disgusting, backwards Catholic ways. Okay?
Jennifer Welch, that is a Mayflower person.
Yeah. She is, look. That is a wasp to the bone. Okay?
I mean, that is something, I think Edgar might have been the first to point this out. How, like, this stupid term, like, heritage American, which I've seen...
Legacy American.
Or legacy American.
Tucker invented that, I think.
I've seen it, like, more loosely defined as, like, people whose, like, your grandfathers fought in World War II.
Yeah.
Which, okay. But,
I'm cooked.
If you're going super hardcore, and it's, like, anyone after, like, 1830, like, fuck you. All those Mayflower people, all those pre-1830 people, they're super lived up. Like, anyone who, like, they can trace back their ancestors who fought in the American Revolution, they are, like, they are J. Jones voters. They're rocking with J. Jones.
Yeah. And I do feel like, I mean, didn't they also despise Catholics as well? Like, wasn't there like a holdover resentment towards Catholics early on? I mean, not to the same degree as like it was in Europe, of course, but
among a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Matt Walsh. Islam was more accepted. Fuck you. Yeah,
it really was like that.
We are building a new coalition as a pro-Muslim, pro-everybody except Catholicism.
They really like. Thomas Jefferson was like the biggest weeb for Islam, but there were a few of them.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, that'll be all for today, ladies and gentlemen, because I have an early flight. And I'm going to be in DC tomorrow. I'm hanging out with Summer Lee. That's going to be really fun. Very excited about that. And I'll be doing my regular stream as well. And then I have CrookedCon. I'm going to have a CrookedCon panel. I'm so grateful for Zoran winning, because then it makes the panel so much better for me.
That would have, oh my God, can you imagine?
No, I would have, well, I couldn't, because I would have killed myself, so.
I mean, I had to do stuff after. I mean, I had to do stuff at all in 2020, which is like shit.
Yeah.
That was What a bad year.
It's the worst. But anyway, shouts out to Felix Biederman for coming on the pod.
Thank you
coming
for
on the
having me.
broadcast. What do you want to promote?
I guess. Yeah, we have released all the episodes of season 1 of the Players Club, but both episodes of our new D&D campaign are out. We are thinking that we're going to do another one with these characters because people like them so much. I mean, I don't think any characters have made me laugh as hard as Dutch Hagen and Columbot.
Prolific Overwatch better.
Yeah. The concept of betting on like
on a character. Yeah, he's a Hanzo.
Funny.
He just only bets on Hanzo.
I mean,
does Will even play Overwatch?
No.
Oh, okay. So he just heard the character name and he just inserted that into the character. Okay.
It's such a funny interpretation of it. The scene where Columbot, his plague mask gets filled with water.
Oh, with water.
That fucking killed me. But point is, these were really fun to do. So we're going with these guys at least one more time. We had too much fun with them. But no, that's about it. I don't think I'm even gonna like start really getting started on the playthroughs for season 2 of Players Club till next year. But that one's gonna be pretty easy to do compared to this one. I'm doing FromSoft, so I one of those have to recap as much. But that's about all for now.
All right, perfect. And ideology.shop for the new merch if you want. And I will see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, look at that. Or my gray bars are back.
What are the gray bars?
I don't know. It's like it's artifacts, like the alerts that I have for some fucking weird reason.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just
the
doing this to
OBS
sound
thing.
Like Bo Burnham in the beginning, but I'm chillaxing.
It is what it is.
So hi.
Why is this not fucking? What the hell? There it is. All right, everybody. Bye. See you tomorrow from DC.
Introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. In all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord friend gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home.